back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. So guys, today we are trying Airbnb. I hope you're excited just as I am. Okay, so I'm currently here at a place called Afara, which is about 15 minutes drive from Tema and about 10 minutes drive from Ashama. So let's see how the place looks like and let's see what to expect if you decide to spend a night or two here. Let's go. This place is a 2-bedroom full self compound. You're going to have the space to yourself, so there is nobody in your space. Here is very private. So let's see the first room. It's 2 rooms, so let's see. So I'm here with Henrietta Ajete and I'm sure she's chilling in there, so let's see. Let's go back. Ta-da! So Hetty is already chilling. Give me some juice. Cheers, guys. This is to my first Airbnb vlog here in Accra, Ghana. And cheers. This is how the space looks like. It's very spacious. Then they have TV with cute chairs which you can study on. You can have breakfast, lunch if you decide not to have lunch outside the pergola. Let's see how the bedroom looks like. The best place is the bedroom. Come. Ta-da! Woo! I'm already feeling at home. This place is very, very nice. It comes with an AC, a fan, and of course, a beautiful bed, which you can do 1 or 2 things if you decide to come. So come, let's see. So they have like a small storage area where they have like the towels, the ironing table, some toiletries, and this is it's a very cute bathroom. I really like this. Look at this. This is so cute. To hang your towels. About this place is the fact that the fan, you can connect your phone with the fan. It has a Bluetooth and play all your music. So in the comfort of your hall and this space, you can just be playing music if you decide not to watch TV. So are you guys excited? So what do you like the place? Let me know in the comment section if you like the place. Hetty, today actually she's having so much fun. So let's go to the kitchen. Let's see how this space looks like. I'm going to be here for the entire weekend, and of course you guys are coming along, so let's go see how the kitchen looks like. Let's see the second room. So one thing I like about the place is the fact that it's so simple and very clean, and it's a new place. So I'm sure in the next few weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, there's going to be a lot of things like extra lamp, microwave, blender in the kitchen. Expect to see all other things you're not seeing now here. And so let me know in the comment section if you think here is beautiful, and yeah, in fact, as beautiful as me. Yeah, so this is how the compound also looks like. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So guys, last night I had a good sleep. How was your night, Hetty?
It was great, like I overslept, you know already.
Yeah.
I really did.
So it's about 7:30.
As it were, they thought it's So I mean, obviously last night we were here, we loved the space, we had a good night's sleep. Like the style for the rooms and everything is just so beautiful.
Yeah.
What's the inspiration behind that, or what kind of experience are you hoping guests will have once they come and live in your space?
The thing is, when I decided to do it, my husband always says, oh, when I want to do anything, I go the whole hog. That's how he puts it. I don't know what he means. So for me, having a place where someone wants to stay, I want it to be like where I would want to stay.
Okay.
And where I know that I feel comfortable. So if I want that, then I should extend it to whoever wants to stay. That's the main thing. So it's not like I'm not the one staying, so it can be just anything.
Yeah.
So that is mainly what it is, that if it's good for me, then it should be good for somebody else. That's the main thing. So I didn't have anything big. It was just, I was just thinking of it as we went on and just added on things as we were going. That's really, it wasn't like planned that this is how I wanted. I just wanted a white and black gray kind of theme with it. That's it. And for me, white is clean, so and it's calm, soothing. So that's the only reason behind it, really.
So is there anything you would like to share to anyone watching this video?
I just want to say that well, if people want to come and spend time when they come around here, or people within the country who maybe live outside Accra or just want a different environment just to chill or while away time away from everything, I think that this place will be suitable, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's just like get away from all the noise and everything, come and have a quiet time to yourself with a few friends, then maybe you should think about here.
Yeah, and the fact that it's close to, if you want to go to Shire Hills, if you want to go to anywhere after Akosombo, the eastern region, it's actually at a good area. The compound is very big.
It is. You
So
can
you
do
have
your events or small parties and stuff like that.
Actually, I don't mind here tomorrow.
And there's mommy just say that. And she also mentioned there's more development. You mentioned you're bringing other things like.
We thought of hot tap, which is funny, but we hope that it will be cold tap eventually. So yeah, that should be in maybe in a couple of weeks, and we just add on things as we see. Maybe a barbecue stand somewhere soon, so that few people will come, just chill, have your own thing, nobody seeing what you're doing in quotes, and have fun. Just have fun.
Okay, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hope you enjoy your stay too.
Oh, yeah, we have a day
Did
more
you see
to
our
go.
breakfast?
I mean, I'm blown away. I thought, oh my God, they're living it, they're doing it so well. That's what I want to see, you've got what you want, and then it's just like, it's small enough not for you to look for things everywhere.
And it was so easy. We just took like a 2-minute walk outside and we were able to get
everything you wanted.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay.
Glad you like it so far.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me too.
Guys, who are you supporting? Me or Henrietta? Okay, let's go. I mean, we're already on the game, so. Hey, why are you taking my family members too? Okay, you wait, I'll kill you soon. In fact, let me run away before she comes.
6, 4.
Guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here. I'm also going to leave all details to this place in the description box. If you would want to spend a good time here for yourself, have this entire space for yourself, this is your plug, and it's right here in town, which is the outskirts of Accra. 10 minutes from Tema, and it's very close to Shire Hills. It's very close to Akosia. So yeah, until next time on my next video, I hope you enjoyed watching this video. Watching this video. Until next time, I love you all. Some few days ago, Miss Drew, a travel YouTuber, and Laurie Lawson, also a travel YouTuber, and I decided to embark on a trip to the north, specifically the Upper West region of Ghana. We went by flight, which cost us 395 Ghana cedis. The plan was to go by air and come by road. We were welcomed by Weyala, which was organized by Miss Drew. Shout out to Miss Drew. Looks like I'm going to leave the Upper West with her husband. This has been an amazing welcome, amazing reception. So check her out. She's an amazing artist. She's been all over the world. Her music is beautiful. It's amazing. I'm going to insert some of her music here. If only I don't get copyright claims, but you should check it out on YouTube. She's doing amazing. I am in wow, and this is a welcome, good welcome. We are back again, Charlie. Weyala welcomed us and made us feel at home, and she entertained us while we had lunch. Ready? Yay!
Number you, number what, number so, number you, Jenkono, Abono. Get to number you, number what, number so, number you, Jenkono, Abono. Get to number you, to number what, to number so, to number you, Jenkono, Abono. Sala, 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 sala. It's all out to number the guamele, it's all out to number the guamele, it's all out. It's all out to number the guamele, to number the guamele, it's all out. So everybody gonna respond after me. Say.
After a fun time with Weyala, we took a taxi from Wa to Jorapa, which cost us 100 Ghana cedis. So this is where I'm going to be spending the night. Come along. Oh, this is going to be my bed. We then spent the night at the Royal Cuisine Hotel. The experience was amazing. While at the Royal Cuisine Hotel, it comes with a safari tour which cost us 70 Ghana cedis each. We saw lions, zebras, antelopes, hippopotamus. This is how we went. Though they are in the wild. This is another one. Oh my god, he's peeing. He's peeing. And this one is right here. The safari was so insightful and I highly recommend. Anytime you find yourself in the Upper West region, please visit the Royal Cuisine Hotel and opt for their safari tour. We left the Royal Hills Hotel to try street food, so we picked a loading taxi from the Jurapa station, which cost us 20 Ghana cedi each to Wa. While at the Wa market, we tried new snacks such as ice kinky with lemon, which was very different from the usual ice kinky we would usually have in Accra. We also tried tamarind juice, which was really nice. So this is how the suya looks like, and I'm going to be trying it. Give me one more. This is good. It tastes like just like suya. Suya is suya. There's no other taste apart from suya. So this is good. So far, everything here is very cheap. All their snacks are like 50 pesos, which is less than 1 cedi. And then the highest you can get a snack is 1 Ghana cedi. Everything is very cheap here. I've been here and I've spent less than I thought I was going to spend. We ended the day by heading back to Wichwa, which is a town in the Upper West region. It's about an hour drive from Wa, so we picked a bus from Wa station. So we are currently at the Wichwa station, about to take a bus, and we paid 10 Ghana cedi each. This is where we spent the night, which was the only option from the Wichwa Sanctuary. So one of the things that we were super excited about visiting the Upper West region was to see hippopotamus for the first time. So the next morning, we hopped on the motor to see the hippopotamus. We were super excited about it. We paid 40 Ghana cedi for the Motor King ride, 60 Ghana cedi for the boat ride, and 40 Ghana cedis for the accommodation. It's okay. Come on. It was time to leave, and this is how the journey ended. So guys, this is the update now. We are currently back at Wa station, and the plan was to come by flight and go back by bus, but then we don't even know the situation now. Here we are here in Wa, and the car that moves from here to Kumasi or to Accra leaves at 6 p.m. No, from Wa to Kumasi leaves at 6 p.m. and that's about 5 to 6 hours journey. And it's currently 2:35 now, and the shortest route is to leave here to Techiman. So we are currently in a Techiman car, which we paid 55 Ghana cedi. Drew and her other colleague left to Tamale because they still want to film some videos from Tamale, and we want to go back to Accra because we have work tomorrow. Today is Sunday. We are going to Techiman now, and you guys are coming along. This is going to be a long ass trip, but then you guys are coming along, so I hope you. So we are also still on the road. Currently people are alighting here, and according to Lawra's map, we are about 2 hours 19 minutes to Techiman. So yeah, I slept, woke up tired, so we are still on the journey and hungry. We are very hungry because we have not had any proper food to eat, so people are just wasting time. They are lighting instead of them hurrying up there. So I'm currently, in fact, we are currently in Techiman, and we are getting another bus from Techiman to Kumasi. It's currently 9:35. We are getting a bus from Techiman to Kumasi costs 23 Ghana cedi. So while we are waiting, we've already booked the ticket, so we are about to get Indomie because we are all hungry. We are all invited. So we are currently around KJTR, and there's no taxi. Uber is disappointing. So yeah, we are going to our hostel where we booked. Loretta and I have spent a night there before, so we kind of know there. Good morning. Hi, Larry. So we made it to the airport on time, even though we had just like 5 hours of sleep. We are heading back to Accra now, and I'm going to explain how I ended up at the airport instead of being on the road back to Accra soon. So even Kumasi now, it's 7:19, and it's going to take 40 minutes to Accra. Yeah, so we are finally in Accra, and guys, I have to give you a proper story time of how we ended up coming by flight, because no, you have to hear this. So we just arrived, and so far so guys, this brings us to the end of this video, but let me rewind to talk about how the entire journey was. So the plan from Accra to Wa, they usually they just started recently, so you can get a flight straight from Accra to Wa, then come by road, that's from Wa or wherever we will be back to Accra. But then when we finished everything, when we finished the ritual, time was already on our side. So Drew and her camera guy went straight to Tamale. Then we decided to come to Kumasi and then come by road. But then when we got to the station, there was no car to Kumasi. The car that was only available was going to leave at 6 p.m. And mind you, we had reached there around 2 p.m. So we're like, no, we can't be at the station waiting till 6 p.m. before we go to Kumasi. So we decided another alternative, that is taking a bus from Wa to Techiman. It's a town close to Kumasi. Then when we get to Kumasi, we would go from Techiman to Kumasi. So we picked the bus from Wa to Techiman. When we got to, so there's this dangerous road in Ghana, which is after Bole, towards Techiman, towards Kumasi. So when we got there, the policeman stopped us, and then he was like, we should hold on. So he piled a lot of cars, and then it was more of like a convoy, just to be on the safe side. So even though we were in the bus, we felt more safe. Then we got to Techiman very late. Then we picked another bus. The bus was not full though. That's when we had Indomie before the trip. Then we finally got to Kumasi. We settled at Tumi Hostel around 1 p.m. Slept for 4 hours for the next day, for the next flight. So yeah, in fact, not the next day, the same day, because it was the same dawn. But then I thank God that everything was successful. The plan was not to come by flight, but we were too tired. The journey from Wa to Accra by bus, my dear, if you have money, just buy your ticket. I wanted to experience it for the experience, for the culture, for YouTube, but I was like, no, I was too tired. The bus was not comfortable, the road was terrible, and I couldn't afford to also sit in the bus for extra 4 hours again, knowing very well that I have for the flight on our way back. I called my friend Hima, cheers to you. So she quickly booked the ticket for us, because we have been on the road, the network keeps fluctuating. I hope you enjoyed raw footage from Wa to Accra. Thank you so much for always sticking around watching my YouTube videos. Beautiful day, it's a beautiful day. Let me know in the comment section if you've been following from when I left Accra to Wa and all my experiences. Let me know my real subscribers. Let me know you. So yeah, until then, I want to say I love you all. I'm about to do some work. Back work. Wait. Yeah, back door. I'm about to work here. I want to say I love you all. Let me blow you a kiss. Mwah.
Welcome to another episode of Diaspora Link here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri. It's my pleasure to bring to you another wonderful guest and an exciting conversation. Akosia is from Koforidua by way of New Jersey, and New Jersey by way of Koforidua. Let's get into the conversation to learn more about Akosia and why she's here with us on Diaspora Link. Okay, we are here again, Diaspora Link, with Akosia Akosia?
Yes.
Akosia?
Akosia, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So before we get into the interview, we're going to do something called choices. This is really simple.
Okay.
I give you 2 choices. You choose one and tell us why.
Okay.
All right? You ready?
You're going to get me in trouble, but okay.
I probably will. The first one I think is going to be easy. I know what you're going to choose. I think so. All right. New Jersey or Cove Town?
Oh,
that's not right. Covetown, though.
Why is that not? Tell me why.
Covetown's home. Covetown's home. I mean,
You couldn't not choose Covetown,
no,
right?
yeah,
Okay,
nah.
okay.
It's just like the family, just when you go there, it feels like homecoming. Yeah.
Got you. Okay. Here's another one. Light soup versus palm nut soup.
Palm nut soup. Well, it depends on what you're having it with, actually.
Okay.
So my immediate reaction is palm nut soup because umutio with palm nut soup is like one of my favorite things.
Amutio is rice balls.
The rice balls, yeah,
Okay.
with palm nut soup. But light soup with some fufu, that bangs too.
But if you had to choose one,
Not palm nut soup
palm nut soup,
Yeah.
Amutio, palm nut soup
on a Sunday, yeah.
on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Specifically on a Sunday.
Specifically on a Sunday.
Okay. How
At
about-
Living Room in East Legon.
At Living Room in East Lake,
Yeah.
one of my favorite spots too. All right. Hip hop versus Afrobeats.
Afrobeats. Yeah,
When
you know
Biggie
what-
come on,
I know, no, you know the thing is, it's like, so the thing is that like growing up for me, it was like all hip hop all the time.
okay,
Like, I mean, I'm a huge fan of high life. Like,
Okay.
like Saturday morning,
Okay.
just like all high life music in my house. But also, my dad's like a huge music person, so we listen to everything. We listen to a lot of jazz, a lot of reggae, like just a lot of different stuff. But in my adult life, like, I
Afro-
don't know if I've listened to anything but Afrobeats over the past like 7 years. I really don't.
Afrobeats it is.
Yeah,
Okay, no problem. How about this one? Wache versus Jollof.
watch it.
But you know what I'm finding interesting?
It-
People don't stutter.
Yeah, no,
It's
no.
one or the other.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not like, ooh, that's a hard one. A lot of
No.
people-
You know the thing is, here's the thing. If you bring me the best plate of wache in Ghana and the best plate of jollof in Ghana,
You're gonna take
the
the
wache
wache.
is gonna taste better. Yeah,
You think so?
yeah, yeah.
You need to come to Yama Betchere with me and have the
And then
jollof.
no, I
and
love
we have
jollof.
Yama
I love
Betchere.
jollof. I love jollof. I love jollof. And like I do. Trust me, I do. But it's like if again you bring wache, talia, shito, stew, and nam and kusia, all that, and you put that plate there.
It's done deal.
It's a done deal.
How about this one? Radio versus television.
Radio.
Radio. So you can go without.
Well, okay, hold on. So not radio, so I'd rather listen to music than watch TV, but
Okay.
not the radio as it is right now.
No. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
saying. But the idea of listening to music versus watching
Yeah,
TV.
yeah.
You take listening to music.
Yeah.
Okay. We love when we play choices because it reminds us that we all choose different things every day, but our choices don't have to divide us. Our choices should actually help us understand each other better and bring us closer together.
Yeah.
That was Akosia with choices. All right. Our next one is called Top 5. Top 5 is really simple. I'm going to give you 5 categories, and you give me a recommendation of your top in each.
All right, if I
Real
can find,
simple.
if I can make 5.
Really simple.
Okay.
Okay. If you could choose one book in the whole world, either your favorite book or the top book that you would recommend that everybody reads.
Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe.
Things Fall Apart. I have it on my coffee table at home. Why Things Fall Apart?
So I'm a very proud Ghanaian, grew up Ghanaian, but I think Things Fall Apart I think reading Things Fall Apart was the first time in America that I publicly felt proud to be African, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. I get it.
Yeah, and it's a great book. It's a great story. I think it encapsulates a lot of different things about the West African experience. We did a play of it in high school. It took me to South Africa for the Grahamstown Arts Festival, so it's just
Nice.
very near and dear to my heart. Yeah.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you had to choose one musical artist of all genres in the world, pick one.
That's impossible.
You have to.
I can't do it.
Just try. Just one
One artist.
of all genres.
Oh, Charlie. How?
For
How can I do
somebody
this
like
thing?
you in the music business, I know.
Yeah, this is not
Hey,
right.
Charlie,
My
you can
artists
do
are-
it.
My artists are gonna kill
I
me.
believe in you.
Okay,
You want me to come back?
yeah, because I feel like I have to, like, I feel like to be fair, like, it's like I don't want to pick one of my
Across time.
artists.
Across time. Like, across time. Not just now, like, historical.
Andrea Bocelli?
I've never heard that name. Tell me about Andrea Bocelli.
He's a classical Italian singer who did The Prayer. One of his big songs is The Prayer.
Okay. I'm gonna look it up.
And he is blind, but he's just like a great inspiration that, like, no matter what you know, life may throw at you. If you have a God-given talent, you're gonna find a way to push that through. Yeah,
see?
so it's, yeah.
See, I knew.
No, it's like I didn't want to pick an Afrobeats artist. I didn't want to pick a hip, but Andre Bush. I actually have the score from the prayer tattooed on my body, so I guess that makes sense.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
nice. That definitely makes a lot of sense. If you could choose one food in the whole world, it could either be a specific or a kind of food, like Ghanaian food or pizza.
Thai food.
It can be Thai food. More than anything, you love Thai food.
Yeah.
Is Thai food better? Did you say you went to Thailand?
Mm-hmm. It's
better in Thailand.
It's better in Thailand.
I was just
It's
wondering.
better in Thailand. Oh my gosh, but Thai food's amazing.
Okay.
It's just like that. I love noodles. I love spice, and I don't like fish except for in Thailand. So.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right. I need to go to Thailand.
Yeah.
All right. Favorite sport?
Football, not American football. Actual football.
Actual. See, actual. So what we do in America is not actual football.
No.
It's handball, but this is football.
Yes.
Okay.
Football.
So what we call soccer and you call football, that's
Yes.
your favorite sport. You have a favorite team?
Chelsea.
Chelsea. I don't know.
Go
Somebody's
Blues.
watching this going to be like,
Yeah,
Chelsea.
I know.
I don't know what that means.
Blue is
but
the color. Blue is the color.
blue is the color.
I'm a Chelsea
Okay.
fan. Yeah.
All right. Last one. This doesn't have to be a place that you've actually been to, but it could be a place that you want to go to. Favorite place to vacation, one place that you want to recommend to everybody that you say is your favorite that everybody should visit.
Zanzibar. I haven't been yet, but it's on my list.
Zanzibar, I haven't been. There's so many places I want to go.
Yeah, I want to see the beaches.
many Listen, if anybody here is watching,
Zanzibar.
send it one to me, send one to Akosia, send one to our producer, send one to our crew, so we can just go and see the places
And
we
see
want to see.
Zanzi,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you so much. Akosia, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Top 5. As we continue to build the bridge in the diaspora and we begin to get to know each other and share each other's culture, an easy way sometimes is just to find out what somebody's top 5 is. Easy conversation starter, helps you get to know people a little better and a little bit more about them. So now let's get into the interview and find out more about Akosia. I am from Cove Town. And we're back. Welcome to another episode of Diaspora Link. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri again, and I am here with our guest for this episode, Miss Akosia. I am. Did I get it right?
You did.
Can I say coast or do I need to say
No,
Akosia?
you can coast fine.
I can do coast?
Yeah,
Coast,
you can coast,
Coast,
yeah,
okay, all right,
yeah.
cool. So welcome.
Thank you for having me, Diallo.
I am so glad that I caught you while you were in Ghana. Like we're not gonna tell everybody kind of how I snatched you out the airport. We're not gonna get into that. But
I'm here. We're
yes,
here.
You are here, and I'm very, very happy because, and I don't mind our audience knowing that this is the first time we've met in person.
I know.
But we've been talking on the chat group for like a year and a half, 2 years almost.
Yeah,
right? And
almost
we've
2 years.
Side chatting and
You the prize now.
Yeah. All right. So, all right. Tell us, where are you from in Ghana?
I'm from Kufuria, Efijase, in the eastern region. So total Cove Town flour on this side. My mom's entire family. Actually, both my parents are from there, but you know we're matrilineal. So
Right.
From Kufuria, Efijase. Yeah.
Hey, Cove Town in the house.
Yeah.
I always say Cove Town is my town, but it's not really my town. I'm just.
It's okay. We'll
always
take
there.
you.
You'll take me. I'm accepted.
Yeah.
Cove Town, what up? What up? Linda Door, what up?
Okay.
All right. So you were born in Ghana or the States?
I was born in the States, born in New York, raised in Jersey.
Well, you just can't say New York. What's the borough?
No. So I was born in Manhattan. I was
born in Manhattan.
I was born in Manhattan.
All
But I'm a Jersey girl. So I was raised from East Orange, New Jersey, by way of Ghana. That's what I always say. I'm from East Orange by way of Ghana.
Okay, but raised in New York.
Yeah, well, raised in Jersey, but it might as well have been a little Efijase. I was really raised in it was a really Ghanaian household. So it was very much like Chi is actually my first language technically. I didn't learn English until I started preschool, really.
Wow,
Or I
nice.
learned them both in tandem, I guess you would say.
So you still speak Tree fluently?
Yeah. I mean, my brother would probably say I'm not fluent, but I pass.
But you pass.
Yeah.
You speak it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you grew up in the U.S., right?
Grew up in the U.S.
So let me understand this. Your family had moved to the U.S. prior to you being born?
Yeah, so parents immigrated to the U.S. My dad did grad school in the Soviet Union. My mom did grad school in London.
Okay.
They met here, had me and then I had my brother. But we started coming to Ghana when I was like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years old.
Okay.
And we'd spend like the full summer here. So I would spend like 3, almost 4 months a year in Ifijase.
Okay. And you did that like for like...
I did that until I was like 14 or 15 years old.
Oh, so for almost like 10 years,
Yeah.
almost like 10 years in a row.
Yeah.
So even though you are a native Ghanaian and you were born in the U.S., Ghana was never something foreign or far away.
Never.
Because you said growing up in your house was like being in your hometown.
Yeah.
And you travel every summer.
Yeah, so like, and in Ifijase, the way my grandmother's house is, it's like, it's a compound, so my mom is one of 8, and like all the sisters have their own like little house, like in the compound. All my, like me and my cousins are all still very close. I was literally in Cove Town yesterday. And so we're all still very close. Like my cousins have kids of their own now, and I am really grateful for how my parents raised me, because Ghana never feels strange when I'm here. I'm very comfortable here. My brother can drive from Accra to Koforidua by himself. And so, yeah, it's a blessing, honestly.
Nice. So from the time that you were about 14, did you still keep going every summer, or did you have was there a point where you kind of had a gap where you didn't come back to Ghana?
Yeah, big gap. So went to boarding school in the States at 14.
Okay.
And kind of like, that time it was like new things, new experiences. So that's when I started traveling to other places. I came to Ghana the summer before college, and then I did like a 7 or 8 year stretch.
In Ghana or
back at
in
home
the States?
in the States.
College.
Yeah, college, and then a few years after college, it was like a 7 year stretch where I didn't come. I didn't come to Ghana, which was really, really tough. But I think I also like spent a lot of that time seeing other places in the world.
But you were still in touch with your cousins and your family.
We talk
here.
all the time. Yeah.
I
just wasn't here. Yeah.
Got you.
And then I did another trip when I came back here before I started my MBA, and that was in 2014.
Okay.
And then since then, I've been coming back like every year.
Okay, so your MBA.
Yeah.
And your concentration was?
Culture, arts, and media management. So that's how I pivoted from business to the business of music.
Of music.
Yeah,
so that means that worked for you and your family, because
they accepted it.
They accepted it.
Yeah,
They accepted it. Okay, so after your MBA, Cambridge, UK, you went back to New York.
I stayed in London for like another year.
Okay.
I was trying to get into like some work there. It was like the very beginning rumblings of Brexit. So it was really hard to get a work visa.
Okay.
So then I ended up coming back home, and I started my agency.
Okay, so before we get into the agency, you mentioned something. You said when you took that gap in time before you came back to Ghana, you said you began to travel.
Yeah.
So where are other, was it Africa? Was it Europe? Or was it just the whole world?
I think I started mostly in Europe.
Okay.
Yeah. So, well, I did South Africa. I did do that. Then I did France, Italy, London for the first time before the MBA, Germany. And then I started bouncing over to Asia once I started the MBA because it was closer. So I've done Thailand, China, and Bali.
Nice.
And then recently I've started to explore South America. So yeah, I love to travel.
I love
I have my
South
passport.
America.
I would show it to you, but it's kind of crazy.
No. Trust me. You know what I did is, when you get a new passport, you're supposed to turn the old ones in. I was like, I'm not losing my stamps.
Yeah, no, they didn't even ask me.
I kept it. So now we're going to do something called African 60.
Okay.
So African 60, as you know from watching our show, is when we ask our guests to name as many African countries as they can in 60 seconds. So since Akosia loves to travel,
this is gonna be
and
embarrassing.
no, it's not embarrassing. There is no win or no winner or no loser in this.
Okay.
So you get 60 seconds.
Okay.
We're going to keep track.
Okay.
And just name as many as you can. Okay. I'm gonna give you some hints. Like, you know what?
No,
sorry.
let's do it.
I wasn't gonna give you a hint. I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, because I haven't done that with anybody else. Okay. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, Mali, Guinea-Bissau, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Egypt, Morocco, Mauritius, Tanzania, Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, Benin, Togo, Niger, Chad, Botswana, Lesotho, South Africa, I'm starting to. Ethiopia. Where haven't I touched yet?
Good job.
Shoot. There's Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire. There's another M1 after Mali. Sierra Leone, Angola.
Three,
I can get one more. I'm good. I'm done.
I know. I counted 25. That's great. I counted 25. That's great. You know what? Even when you know, what I realize is that even when you know these African countries, when somebody asks you,
the whole map goes blank.
you start trying to look for east, north, west, south. Okay, so before we get into your agency, which I do want to talk about, you mentioned traveling. Now, when you were traveling, were you traveling for work or just enjoyment? Just, I want to see the world. I want to.
A little bit of both. I mean, I think like my parents bringing us to Ghana when we were younger, like I got used to planes very easily. Like we would travel here. Some summers we would come on our own. So when I was younger, it was definitely for enjoyment because I wasn't working. But with the agency, I've gotten to travel for work as well. But I just need to be on a plane like every 3-4 months. Like
it's just.
I get it.
I get it.
Honestly, like when the pandemic started, I'll be honest. Like the beginning of this year was very difficult for me because, and I couldn't pinpoint what it was. And my best friend was like, "It's because you've been in the States for like over a year." She's like, "You haven't left." Yeah, she was like, "You need to get on a plane." So we did that. We went to the Bahamas and we had a great time. And it just kind of like that was the beginning of 2021 for me, honestly.
That allowed you to be like, you know what? Let me get back in my swing of things.
Safely, of course, like respectfully.
Safely. Yeah.
But I had to do it.
No, I get it. So I'm gonna go back a little bit. There was a gap from you coming to Ghana.
Yeah.
Talk about what some of the differences are that you noticed in Ghana
when I came back
during some of those gaps, right? Because I'm fairly new to Ghana. A lot of people don't know that. Like,
you're like the king of Nyamabetchere, like
right? So, but I'm fairly new to Ghana. So like I have friends who've been traveling here for 20, 25 years. So they remember the stages of development of Ghana.
Yeah.
Talk about some of the things you noticed, I mean, infrastructure-wise, as well as just socially and culturally.
I think, for some of the things that hit me the hardest is when you're making that drive from Accra to Koforidua, because you literally see how the towns change, or towns that weren't really towns before are now like bustling centers, or like roads that were not done before. Like I remember the first time we came when they had really done that road. I can't remember like they had really done the road, and I remember like dreading when I was a kid going from Koforidua to Accra because it was such a long ride, and I was just kind of like, just a waste of time. And I don't remember exactly which year it was. It might have been after that stretch. And now the ride is like 2 hours max, and that was a huge. Right. I was like, okay, that's crazy. Like just how something as simple as a road can like really just change your entire experience.
I am so happy that they just paved. I'm not even sure which part it is. It's before you get to Adoso, but it's after. I think it's after Mamfi. Before you get to Adoso.
I know the stretch you're talking about,
You cross over the little bridge, and we used to have to do this around the potholes, and now they just paved it.
It makes it so much easier. So I think definitely that. I think when Kotoka got its first Reno, that was definitely a big moment, because, again, like, I remember coming in and, like...
Terminal 2.
Yeah, and, like, the baggage claim, and, like, I remember this one year, this is a little bit embarrassing on my part, but I remember this one year, like, I landed at Kotoka and I didn't recognize my bag. I literally was the last person in the baggage claim, like, wait, and I saw this bag and I was like, that can't be my bag. It was so dark in there, I didn't recognize the bag. And so it was like literally the last bag on the tarmac, and I picked it up. So definitely that. And then I think also just like all the like nightlife that's popped up. Sorry, that's new.
Right.
So just like coming back in
restaurants,
clubs, bars. But then there are like some things that I'm just kind of like, which is comforting, that are still here. Like, I feel like people who are just now coming to Ghana, there's certain things that like y'all haven't gotten to experience, like Frankie's. Like Frankie's to me.
Osu?
Yeah, but like Frankie's has been there. Frankie's has been there for time. Like, and when I was a little kid, like that was the thing to do is like, oh,
Go to Frankie's.
we're going to get ice cream at Frankie's. And so it's just like, as you know, so like seeing that stuff. When Pinkberry came out, I was like, oh, Pinkberry, let's go to Frankie's. Yeah. So
frozen yogurt, I want ice cream.
Or like, you know, some of the like the old school restaurants that are still around. So like, yeah, but it's always great to come back and like even the little things that you notice and watch Ghana just really, I think we're in like a blossoming stage. It's happening very quickly, which I think can be a little scary.
Yo, I tell people all the time, I say, listen, being from D.C., you know, downtown D.C., in D.C., you see cranes everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
I'm like, Accra's like DC. It's
just
cranes
things popping
everywhere.
up. Yeah, apartment complexes.
Everywhere.
People are building their own homes, like so. But I think the two big things would definitely be like the major buildings, like or the major infrastructures, like the airport or whatever, and then the roads. Like that's like the immediate change that you see when you land. Yeah.
Well, so culturally, how did that help influence you coming back to Ghana more often, or working with Ghanaian artists, or just like, did it make you any prouder to be Ghanaians per se?
I don't know if I could be any prouder. I'm a proud Ghanaian.
When you said
like,
your house was like your hometown, so it wasn't like Ghana was never this far away thing or place, even though you're a Ghanaian.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can always feel more pride about Ghana and like kind of like, you know, Ghana being put on the map, like, you know what I mean? Like now it's like the cool thing, like, oh, like, you know, before it was kind of like, oh, you're from Africa. It was like this, Africa was this like big
You weren't even
thing.
from Ghana. You was just from
this place,
this
exactly.
big old country.
Exactly. Now it's like, oh, you're from Ghana, oh, like, you know, now Vic Mensa's saying Koforidua and his songs, like, you know what I mean? Like it's a different thing. So I don't know if it didn't make me any like prouder to be from here.
Can I hold on? Did you see Vic Mensa's freestyle on LA Leakers?
No, I thought he was going to say about the freestyle on TED Talk.
Before we get into this hip hop, I just had to ask because I watched Vic Mensa's freestyle was bananas.
It was good.
Trust me.
He's phenomenal.
Trust me. When you see that joint, it's bananas. Anyway, I'm sorry.
And I'm going to go look it up. Apparently he's from Covetown, so.
Yeah, he was just here.
He was just here. He spent a lot of time here. He spent a lot of time here.
Goes, yeah. So dope.
But so it didn't make me want to come here more, but I did become more intentional about my time while I was here.
Okay.
So it definitely made me start looking more into kind of like, you know, do I want to start a business here? You know, I have land here, but what am I going to do with that land? Kind of like those. So it definitely became a different conversation. Which
is different from coming home just to visit
see my family, exactly.
And exploring business opportunities in the UK and in America. Now it's just like, wait a minute, this is my hometown. It's also a viable place to invest and do business.
Absolutely, yeah. So that definitely shifted a lot. Yeah.
So we're going to take a small break.
Cool.
We'll be right back. More with Akosia, Coast City, Koforidua Flowers in the building. We'll be back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our Birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much, other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info at theadinkagroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info at theadinkagroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. We are back on Diaspora Link with Akosia. I am Kofordia Flower.
Yes.
Can I just say that after your name every time?
Every time, yeah. Just scrap the NBA for Kofordia Flower after. Why not? Why not?
That'd be crazy, yo, if instead of people putting their degree, they put like their city or just like Akosia I am KF. People like, what's the KF? Like, come to Ghana.
And find out exactly. I like that. I like
All right, so you got your MBA. Mm-hmm. You grew up a proud Ghanaian. Ghana was never far away. It was in your home.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. This is let me know. Did you guys pound fufu in your house in New York?
So if we could have, we would have, but we didn't. Because in East Orange, we grew up in an apartment building. So we were on like the 14th floor.
People would complain.
Yeah, well, yeah. So no, we weren't pounding fufu, but so my mom being the oldest, obviously like one of her older sisters brought her to the country, but like she was often like the first port of entry for everyone else coming through.
Gotcha.
So it was a small apartment, but it was always full.
Always full.
Yeah.
Always people coming through.
Yeah. Which I loved it. So.
But you always had that traditional Ghanaian food coming out the house.
Yeah, I didn't eat anything else. I like have one of the early memory I have is like just like begging my mom like to make me like a fried salami sandwich. I don't know where I had it. I don't know where I had a fried salami sandwich, but I was like, I don't want emutio. I don't want jollof.
I want fried salami sandwich. You probably had it at a bodega. You probably went to a bodega or something like that.
Probably went somewhere I wasn't supposed to go and had a fried salami sandwich. But very Ghanaian house. But we weren't pounding fufu, but we did have it like every Sunday. Yeah.
So let's talk. So tell us the name of your agency. Talk to us a little bit about what you do. I know you mentioned about your passion for the arts and being a creative. Let's find out about more how you dove into that.
So my baby, the name of the agency is Meraki Africa Agency. We're a small boutique creative agency. We work primarily with African artists and Black and Brown-owned music and media companies.
Okay. So
we offer digital marketing services, a lot of strategic work around branding and partnerships, event production, and then talent management. For like the American brands, I've worked with Black Girls Rock.
Okay.
I've also taken on contracts that aren't like directly related to that area just because it's a new business. So I worked with Travel Noir before the acquisition. And then to come back to the continent, I've worked with Afrochella since like day one. And then
shouts out to the Afrochella
big
team.
shouts to the Afrochella team.
Shouts out to my man Kenny. Shouts out to Abdul.
Yes.
Shouts out to the whole squad.
Those are my guys. Tiffany, that's the family. I love them.
And I haven't met, like, I keep seeing their post about the women behind Afrochella.
Bro, the women,
but I've never met them.
The women on the actual, like, the core Afrochella team. So not me as a consultant, but the core Afrochella team are like, and I love that like Dula and them give those women like their due, where they actually have like precedence about it, because it's so important. Because especially like in the music industry, like especially with Afrobeats, like women are literally the driving force behind Afrobeats, and we haven't gotten our due just yet. So to see the Afrochella team really put their women on a pedestal is beautiful. They are powerhouse women.
I see.
They like literally put like the pedal to the metal and they get it done. So super excited for it to come back this year. Like love them.
I'm looking forward.
It's gonna be litty.
I am looking forward.
And then artists. So I've worked with produced a listening event for Jules when his EP Colors came out in New York. Worked a lot with Quams and Flava. Currently working with DJ Akosia. Have some other artists in the pipeline that I can't mention yet.
No,
but
I understand.
Yeah, but it's been like little things here and there that have kind of turned into bigger things.
Right.
But yeah, the focus of the agency is just all about using really like the experience that I've gotten from my education and my background to uplift companies and artists that like often won't have the budgets to go to maybe like a bigger name agency or directly to a record label. So kind of like building them up in that pipeline.
But
So-
helping them understand the business of the music industry and providing some
and
same
providing
level
the service, same
of
level
the
services.
that
Yeah.
you might normally get from a larger company.
Yeah. That's the aim. That's like what I'm going for.
Yo, let's talk about this though, right? We about to get into this because I love music. I've managed a few artists. My son is a drummer, even though he's a jazz drummer.
Yes, love jazz.
Some years ago, and in my studio in DC, we still offer African dance fitness classes, which uses Afrobeat. Shouts out to Akosia and Asa, my little cousin, who created that.
Love that.
People have been listening to Afrobeat before they knew it was Afrobeat,
Correct.
right? That's
Yes.
one. Number two, I want you to break down for me Afrobeat
Oh my gosh.
and Afrobeats. Why? Because my family is like,
This is such
they are like they be like, yo, people don't know, like they're historians, they believe in protocol, they believe in
Yes.
like
So
talk
here's
to me
the-
about
I
Afrobeat
think-
versus Afrobeats.
And the thing is, like, I'm gonna get crucified for this, but I think everyone has like everyone delineates the two differently, right?
Okay.
I'm actually like doing a lot of research on this right now because what we're seeing happening right now with like Made in Lagos and like Burna Boy's, that like there's this narrative coming out now. It's always been there, but it's becoming commercialized now that Afrobeats comes from Nigeria, right? So, which it doesn't. So to me personally, please, nobody should enter my DMs.
Say it to them in treat. Say it to them in treat.
But to me, it's like when you think about Afrobeat without the S, that is a very specific genre that is attributed to Fela Kuti, right? It's this like political social commentary based music that he made with all the instrumentation that everyone like knows and loves about like his sound, right? When you talk about, and the thing that people end the conversation there, what people don't talk about is the fact that even Afrobeat, even in Fela Kuti and all of his legendness, that sound came from Ghana. He came here and he studied here under our great high life artists and took that sound and then added social commentary to it, and that's what made Afrobeats to me. I think is the commercialization of that music, and I think that that's kind of where people feel a way about it, because I feel like people want the differentiation to be that it's a different genre, and I'm like, it's not that it's a different genre. It's just it's made into pop. Like pop is not just white music. Pop is anything that's like mainstream commercialized. So I think that Afrobeats is the pop version of Afrobeats.
But that makes sense to me because, let me tell you why that makes sense to me, because music came before the music business.
Correct, yeah.
And in order to cross over, in order to sell units, and in order to make money and get paid, and adapting to the music business is probably what helped to,
right?
And the modern sound.
And you have to name it in order to commercialize it, in order to sell it. And so I think this is kind of like, for us in the industry, it becomes a conversation because it's kind of like there's Afro pop, there's Afro swing, there's Afro R&B or whatever this is. And so the conversation that I'm having now with my friends in the industry is all of that Afro beats. And for the purposes of publishing, yes.
You know what? You know what? And that's what I was about to say. What people need to realize is, I mean, for publishing, for your royalties, for where you get placed in the chart,
right?
Especially if you're doing something that you're considering for Grammys, like
you have to.
Like Burna Boy's team was extremely smart world music.
Yes.
Right?
So you have to like. And so, but it doesn't take away from the fact that this sound has a history, right? And what I don't want is for people to forget that history is rooted in Ghana. So like Afrobeats, it has a bunch of different sounds. Like it comes from hip life, which comes from high life, like, you know, live instrumentation.
Shouts out to Reggie Rockstone.
Period. You know, it has all of that in it. But I think for like the purposes of this like big boom that we're seeing, all of that can be, and I think a great example is Jules's latest album. I don't know if I would call that album Afrobeats, but for Jules to get the recognition and accreditation that he deserves,
right,
like I would want them to put that forth because now the Grammys is going to soon be recognizing, like, or should soon be recognizing Afrobeats as its own.
As its own category.
Yeah, I think it's kind of
outside
like the way
of world
that
music, because you know
it needs to be. World music is
such a broad.
Yeah,
like,
it's such a dumb thing. But
you said a dumb thing? Tell me
yeah,
why.
it is.
Why?
Well, it's kind of like, well, I think, and this is a larger conversation,
Mm-hmm.
but it's kind of like the whole world's perspective for so long has been put through the eyes of the West, right? That's why there's a world music category, because all the music awards that we're trying to go for are based out of the West.
Outside, so world is everything outside of the West.
Yes.
Okay, I get that.
So I'm just kind
I
of
get
like,
that.
what does that mean? Like, you know what I
get
mean?
that.
So, but you kind of have the same way that, you know, the Latin American world has their own sound. Like, not every reggaeton song is actually a reggaeton, but it works
Right.
for them because they get to move up in the industry through that. It's a kind of a similar thing.
So you said that they're going to add an Afrobeat section to the Grammys.
I think they should.
You think they should? Tell me why you think they should.
Or if not an Afrobeat section, then I think like they need to think about what this world section actually means. I don't think it makes sense to. The Grammys is an American institution,
Right, I was about
right?
to say, it's an American institution. It's an American award.
It is. But America is also like. It's not just America. It's a global. It's a
melting pot.
It's a melting pot. It's, you know, globalization is huge now, and for a lot of intents and purposes, whether we like it or not, it is in the middle of everything, right?
Right.
So I think that there's an obligation to like really parse out what this world category means. So maybe I don't know that Afrobeats is big enough to warrant its own. We have our own award shows for that, right?
Right.
But I think certainly world should be split into maybe like. Even continental or like or regionally or I don't know
because
something.
right. So I'll give you an example. There are people who are listening to Emma Piano and they don't know that it's not Afrobeat.
Correct.
Because it blends so well.
Right.
Right. So I love what you just said about regionally, because I think regionally you kind of get that same feel. And South Africa has always been connected to this deep house music, this kind of deep house blues. And Emma Piano for me feels like an extension of that.
Right.
But one of the things I love, though, is how, in some ways, it's all seamless. A good DJ can blend it all.
Right.
Now, let's talk about how hip-hop has influenced the culture. Or do you think that hip-hop has influenced the culture? Because I just remember when I first...
culture? Like Afrobeats culture?
Well, just African popular music culture.
Okay.
Right? Because I remember when I first started coming to Africa, my first time was in '88 and other times. In the 90s, as I got older, it was like everybody was just like, yo, you from America? Tupac. It was just like everybody was just all Tupac. If you from America, then you love Tupac.
Okay.
And then I remember watching and seeing the videos, even the dress, the pants hanging down. Like, it just looks like hip-hop has had an influence, but I don't know enough to know that these things weren't happening on their own.
I mean, I think there's definitely like I think America has had a lot of influence on, like, I mean, you said Tupac. I thought you were gonna say Celine Dion, because if it's one thing Ghanaians love, it's some Celine Dion. I think hip hop like has an influence on everything. You know what I mean? And I think like we certainly see, like, even in the earlier days, like when I think of like a Tic Tac. Or what are these boys called? Like some of the earlier like groups, like even though they were still doing what was like right before hip life, it still had this like hip hop, like this like kind of rap, like
kind of swag to it.
Yeah. So I don't know, like I don't know how we can quantify it, but it definitely exists. And even now, like with the drill movement, I mean, we know exactly where that came from. So
like, like even though I don't know what they saying. The spirit,
no, the spirit is there.
And the vibe is like,
there.
It's like no limit. It feels
and the thing that I love about this song, Kweku Frimpong, Ede Asambeba. What I love about that song is that like it's drill, but it's drill. It still feels Ghanaian. I feel like with some of the earlier stuff, it was kind of like, at least from what I heard from the States, it's kind of like, okay, like yeah, they're doing drill and it sounds good, but like. It's drill. It's not Ghanaian. Like, where's the Ghanaian part?
Where's the Ghana part?
And I think that now, like, with like how the movement is growing, like the Asaka, all of them, like they're starting to find their own sound. They're putting their own spin on drill, and I think that's what's gonna like make it go global. It definitely has the potential to go global. I think so. It's exciting. But hip hop is everywhere. Like,
so from an agency, an executive perspective.
Executive. That's a big word.
No, but it's your company, right?
Yeah.
And it's a boutique company. You grew up in New York. You traveled back and forth to Ghana. You've been around the world. The time you travel to Europe, you see how much young white kids love African music, love hip hop music. Where do you feel like Afrobeats and just popular young African culture, right? Because I see way more similarities than I do differences. Right?
Between hip hop and Afrobeats?
Yeah,
oh,
like
yeah.
just the culture of our culture, right? Because now you know everybody always says do it for the culture, and then sometimes I'll be like, exactly what culture are you doing it for, sir? Like, but this generation that we have that kind of came up for me under hip hop.
Yeah.
We have there's something, right? I don't know what to call it, but there's something. But from an executive standpoint, where and how do you see hip hop and Afrobeats making more collaborations? We got Tim's on CLB, right?
Yeah.
You got and he has who was that on Controller?
Yeah.
Drake has some. Yeah. Like I think it's a match made in heaven, and I want to see more of it. But from an executive, where do you see?
No, I think I think that like a lot more collaboration between hip hop and Afrobeats will and should continue to happen. I think the biggest thing is just like authenticity and like just a genuine melding of the music. So we've had a lot of hip hop Afrobeat collaborations. Snoop did a dog with Devange.
Right, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so it's not like a new thing.
Right.
But a lot of those songs don't hit because I feel like sometimes either the Afrobeat artist will try to be too hip hop, or the hip hop artist will try to be too Afrobeats, and it just doesn't. Like it doesn't seem authentic. So I think like something my artists tell me all the time, like I'll be like, oh, I want you to do a collab with this artist, and they'll be like, okay, just invite them to the studio. Let's just have a session. We're not recording anything. Like we're recording, but we're not. Let's see like what the sound is and if it melds together and like. Right. And also they genuinely like each other.
Right.
Like I think that there needs to just be more like networking. People need to meet up more, which I think it's great now that like artists from the States are coming and from the UK are coming to Ghana, spending time here.
They need to come and eat fufu with their hands.
Yeah, like exactly. Like they're coming, they're spending time here, they're like loving it, they're and vice versa. So I think like the more that happens, we're gonna get this very beautiful sound where you can get each of both without it sounding like harsh, like it's separate, you know what I mean?
Got you.
Yeah.
This is my last question for you because we're running out of time, but it's a big question. Okay. As a former artist manager and somebody who follows this, what do you think? Can I ask this? Let me ask it.
Ask it.
What do you think is going to take for us to get legitimate PROs in Ghana? Well, in Ghana and Africa, and to really get the digitalization of music up to par so African musicians can get paid for their royalties. Because I swear to God, if African musicians get paid for their royalties on this continent
it's done.
And around the world.
It's done. Yeah, so PROs, performing rights organizations.
Yes, performing rights organizations. For those of you who may not know, like our producer and our guest knows about this.
Money. It's gonna take money.
It's just money.
It's just money. Like I think like there are people now who, especially so I think like I'm from the States, right? But the UK has been like, again, don't crucify me, but like the leader in like Afrobeats off the continent, right?
No,
it's just facts. Facts are facts, right? I think the US we're still trying to figure out kind of like what our role is. I think what the role is going to be is on like the DJ and production side and like events and stuff like that. When it comes to like talent and kind of like the infrastructure that we're trying to build, I think we're gonna end up following the UK's model, which may or may not work. We'll see. But I think it's really just money. Like I think there are enough people now who have a vested interest in the industry, like the infrastructure, the operational efficiency of it, that can come in and like build it out. Like you even see like Audiomack has like very firmly planted their foot in West Africa. Like I think others will follow. But
I think Universal Nigeria or other record labels
Sony,
and people
they're coming. Like
they're toying around with it a little bit.
And then also the people who've already been here. So even the DSPs that are already here. So like, you think of like a Boom Play or Afro Town, Antoine's company. So the players are here, I think, for the most part. I think the big difference between the success of Nigerian artists and the success of Ghanaian artists really is just it's the push behind it. It's the money. You need to spend money to make money.
Somebody dropped that bag in Ghana. We see y'all.
Right.
Stop going to Sandbox and drop that bag on some of these artists.
You know, so the artists are working really hard. I know there's a lot of talk in the media about what artists aren't doing right and this and that, but I think also like the artists need a support system. You know what I mean? That's what Meraki hopes to provide. Like I'm very intimate with all of my artists in the sense of like I want to know about your issues. I want like even if it's something that I cannot help you with like directly, I still want to know because all of that influences how you're moving as an artist. You know what I mean? So if I don't know about it, then we can't start thinking of solutions to help you get over that hump. So yeah, it seems like an easy answer out, but I really think that all the other pieces are here. So we just need to flush the system with some cash, put it in the right places, and see what happens. Right hands, right places, and see what happens. Yeah.
Okay, I know I said last thing, and I know my producers are going to kill me, but I got to get one more thing out of you. For people interested in entering the music business in Africa, artists or executive producers, give us one nugget, right? Because now you have returned, so many people coming back and forth. We had this artist, Akosia, who did How I Moved to Ghana. She kind of blew up, and I see that a lot, right?
Funny.
What is one solid piece of advice specifically for artists or executives in the music business who want to do business between the UK, the US, and Ghana, Nigeria, Africa? Give me one nugget.
Network, just meet people. So one thing I will say is that, like, so for Year of Return, we had so many events for, like, artists and people in the industry, and they were, like, some of the most poorly attended events of the season. I don't think it was a marketing issue. I just think people didn't know what they were going to get from it.
Got you.
So I would just say, like, once you land, like, network, you know, people are friendly. Like, you know, DM people, find some PRs who really know what they're doing on the continent. Find some business managers who have been doing well and just like go to these events, meet people, share your EPK, make sure your EPK is on point. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Network. Yeah.
Okay, for all you aspiring artists, if you don't know what an EPK is, you might want to choose a different career. No. I'm joking. It's an electronic press kit. And
also invest in your engineering. Invest in your engineering. I know it's hard because it's expensive.
Sound quality.
Yeah, but invest.
Makes a difference.
Yeah, it does.
Akosia. Akosia.
Yeah.
Cove Town Flower.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
This is a great
having
way
me.
for us to meet for the first time in person.
I know.
Right?
We're jealous.
But now, you know, we're
now
there.
it's a done deal.
Done deal. Thank you, Cove Town Flower, Conforgia Flower in the building, our hometown.
Yes.
We wish you so much success with Meraki.
Yes, thank you.
With Meraki Agency and your travels. Have a safe trip back.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll see you here again
Very
soon.
soon.
Thank you for taking the time out of your day. We snatched you from the airport to come here to do this interview.
Yeah, people will not believe it. But thank you so much for having me. This was so much fun. And yeah, can't wait to see you guys in December.
Thank you all for tuning in. Another episode of Diaspora Link. Akosia.
You're doing great things around the world.
Thank you for joining us for another exciting, interesting conversation here on Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri again, and we thank you for joining us for this most recent episode. We will end today, as we always do, with some ancestral wisdom by way of proverb. Today's proverb is, "The rain may beat a leopard's skin, but it does not wash off his spots." Take that with you, and we'll see you next episode.
The coastal erosion challenges along Ghana's coast are projected to increase under future sea level rise and intensified storm surges. We must therefore develop effective strategies to manage the future threats to the coastal environment. Madam Chair, Ghana's coastal erosion management lacks coordination among major stakeholders. The Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, with a mandate for the environment, is located in the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, whilst the Hydrological Services Department, with the mandate to manage coastal erosion, is located at the Ministry of Works and Housing. Although they seem to be working together, the lack of clear leadership is affecting sustainable management of coastal erosion in Ghana, which is progressively becoming a huge challenge. Although there is no policy on coastal erosion management at the moment, various actions that highlight resilience to coastal erosion in Ghana are captured in some policy documents. Namely, the Coordinated Program of Economic and Social Development Policy 2017 to 2024, Ghana National Climate Change Master Plan Action Programs for Implementation 2015 to 2020, National Local Economic Development Policy 2013, Ghana Shared Growth and Development Agenda 2 2014 to 2017, Ghana Shared Growth and Development Agenda 1 2010 to 2013, National Urban Policy Framework and Action Plan of 2012, Growth and Poverty Reduction Strategies of 2003 and 2005. The lack of integrated policy framework for coastal erosion management has resulted in armoring several portions of perceived and real vulnerable shorelines. This ad hoc and knee-jerk approach in constructing coastal defense structures is mostly reactive and unsustainable. It has created undesirable environmental features along Ghana's coast. This business-as-usual approach is more of fighting coastal erosion with our limited resources instead of managing it. A fight against nature, I am not sure we can win. The common coastal defense structures used to manage coastal erosion in Ghana are groins, and that is shore perpendicular structures, revetments, which is shore parastructure, and to a lesser extent, nourishment. These structures are composed of artificial material and are designed to alter the effect of waves and slow coastal erosion and shoreline change. The basic function of these structures is to counteract erosion in sediment-deficient areas. Madam Chair, we have also identified from our deltas vulnerability, climate change, migration and adaptation DECMA project that dam construction on major rivers reduces sediment supply to the coast, which leads to accelerated coastal erosion. The Volta River is one of the main sources of sediment supply to the Gulf of Guinea. The Akosombo Dam constructed on the Volta River to generate hydroelectricity has significantly reduced sediment supply to the Volta estuary. Ghana's coastal zone is also experiencing erosion as a result of infrastructure development, including harbour expansion as breakwaters are extended. This may cause alterations to the wayfield, which can attack the coastline adjacent to the structures and also obstruct longshore sediment movement. A case in point is the expansion of the Takrady and the Tema harbours. Our project on developing sustainable and integrated ports for Africa identified that Ghana missed an opportunity to have opted for a designed layout of a seaward expansion of the Tema harbour, which would have incorporated the restoration of the Sakumotu Lagoon, the protected Ramsar site adjacent to the port. This would have created a new approach to harbour operation in the sub-region that integrates and optimizes environmental, economic, and public benefits. Madam Chair, Coastal erosion in Ghana is presently impacting infrastructure in urban areas and small villages. It is also threatening important cultural and historical resources. Households are being displaced as sources of livelihoods are destroyed. We have also observed increased migration from the vulnerable areas. The erosion of infrastructure is also hindering the development of coastal tourism. A shoreline migration trend analysis study we undertook of a fishing coastal community in the Volta Delta, Fuveme, using the drone technology, revealed that between 2005 and 2017, about 37% of the land was lost to erosion. Sea level rise has also been identified as a cause of increased erosion along the coast. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, sea level rise is projected to increase in the future, and this will have a significant effect on the coastal systems and the shoreline behavior. Our study on climate change has revealed that several portions along Ghana coast are vulnerable to sea level rise. After assessing tide measurements from the Takoradi Tide Gauge Station, we were able to establish the historic rate of sea level rise in Ghana to be about 3 millimeters per year, which conforms with the IPCC projections. Thus, our study revealed that out of the total number of tourism facilities at risk in Accra, a third cannot physically withstand the event of sea level rise hazard due to their proximity to the shoreline. Another study we undertook along the Glifig-Begbeise shoreline in Accra identified that the Dansoman coastline, based on future sea level rise projections, could recede by over 200 meters by the year 2100, with baseline from 1970. Already, the area is experiencing serious coastal erosion, which has necessitated the construction of sea defense structures in 2015 to fight the erosion situation. Another study we undertook, using the current sea level rise rate and projected future rates, modeled the impact of coastal erosion on some selected landmark coastal features along Accra's coast. I observed the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum, the Independence Square, and the Christian Bock Castle will experience erosion and are likely to be lost to the sea in the very near future, looking between from 50 years to 150 years. This study generated several discussions which have influenced, I believe, the relocation of the presidency to the Jubilee House. Madam Chair, the situation becomes worrying when a global study we undertook in 2021 to understand how practitioners incorporate sea level rise in their activities revealed that sea level rise scenarios are not considered in several coastal projects in Africa, including Ghana, unlike the developed nations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Lifetime Achievers Award. Are there any nominees?
I will read the citation, and as I read it, you will discover who the winner is. Citation in honor of Professor Nina Kukweno, Chairman, Ghana.com. being the winner in Africa in the category of Lifetime Achievers Award. This award is in recognition of Professor Quaino's consistent contribution to the tech industry in Africa and the world over the past 45 years. The first PhD holder in computer science from Ghana, worked in several companies in the USA, Europe, and Africa. He became the first internet service provider in West Africa in 1993, set up the computer science department at the University of Cape Coast in 1979, and established one of Africa's first ICANN accredited domain registrars, which is Ghana.com, in 2006. He is a professor of computer science at the University of Cape Coast and a convener, founding member, and chairman of AFNOG, Afrinic, ZA Central Registry, ISOC, Africa CERT, and WACREN. He served on several boards and commissions, including ICANN, UNICT, IGF-MAG, University of Ghana Council, GNA, NIA, ICANN Strategy Panel on Public Responsibility, GCIG, GIPS, and NITA. The renowned professor is affectionately referred to as the father of the internet in Africa for his pioneering role in the development of the internet in Africa. These accomplishments are not accomplishments that many people achieve in a lifetime. And so we are all very proud of Professor Quaino.
And so this is to you, Prof, as we present this plaque to your representatives, hoping that it will inspire them to also do same, walk in your shoes, and accomplish great things for the motherland and Africa. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
We are here once again to shut it down like we always do. You know how we do. This is Attainment on GhanaWeb TV. Now, let me give you a little hint about my guest for today. He is mostly in short dyed haircuts. He belongs to a music group and he mostly sings in Ga. Put all the energy you give me in the song, all the good advice you give me in the song. Yeah, that song rings a bell, right? Let's catch this quick break. I am yours truly, Elsie Lama, and you are watching Attainment on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from that quick breather. You're welcome to Attainment. And as usual, this show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size of pizza, fries, and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesdays for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of our midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with our special jollof rice and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Darkovibes. What were you trying to do?
The jollof doesn't come with fried rice or turkey or anything.
Okay, so I wanted to introduce my guest, but he has introduced himself already.
Hey, hello.
We have Darkovibes has joined us.
Hi guys, what's happening? I'm out here. We're all about cheesy pizza. You know what I'm saying? So I think I would turkey or what?
The rice.
Yeah, chicken.
It depends on what you want. Chicken, yes.
Special
chicken,
Saturday or Friday for
weekends.
Yes. Right, sure.
Special jollof.
We'll go and pass
and fried rice. Yes.
We'll go and pass it. And it's half price too.
Yes.
And then if you buy one, you get one free.
No, that one is on Wednesdays.
No, it's on Wednesday. Hey, and then fully packed too.
When you are going, we have something for you, so don't worry.
Hey, cheesy pizza.
So,
yeah.
Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Charlie, thanks for having me. Charlie, thanks for inviting me. I'm out here, man. Thank you guys so much.
Now, what hey?
Hey. I'm working on I've been working on songs, myself, my life, so many other things. It's just working.
Okay, I noticed something.
Yeah.
You are usually in dyed short haircuts.
Oh, that was like 2-3 years ago.
No, all the time I see Darkovibes, he's in short dyed haircuts.
I haven't seen me in like 2, 3, 4 years.
No. But what I saw today is something different.
Oh yeah, Charlie.
Why the braids? Please, let's see your braids.
Charlie,
let's see your braids.
Want to see braids?
Hey, Charlie, not be small zigzag.
Yeah, I'm saying flyboy vibes all day, bro.
But why the braids though? Why did you decide to change your look?
I mean, I'm a very, very spontaneous person, so I guess I got bored and then this is how I feel now. Basically, it's not any big deal.
But we know you. I think. Okay, let me speak for myself.
Yeah.
I love the Darkovibes with the dyed hair.
I'm so
because that's what we know you for.
Yeah, then you should be watching those videos because I have girls that also like this one. So I want to stick to them. I'm changing inside small. It's
Anyways,
normal.
you look dapper though.
Thank you. That's what she should be saying. Like I look fly. Jesus.
With your blue spectacles.
Balenciagas.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways.
Balenciagas, baby.
So you took a long break.
No, I won't say I took a long break. I mean, the world took a long break. It's coronavirus. We all had to settle down.
No,
and
but
slow
you
down.
did. It's like we weren't hearing anything like.
Yeah, because coronavirus.
Do you know what I do sometimes?
But during that period, we had in a song, we had confirm, we had things going on. But like, as for me, and then the rest of the world, not Adiasan, we all had to sleep. But not music was still happening. Music was still going on. Yeah.
But you archived, or should I say, you hid some of your pictures. I constantly go on your Instagram to check. Then I'll see only one post. What is happening? What is happening?
Refreshing.
Nothing.
I was refreshing, like finding my source.
Did something happen? Like was it like you were depressed or something?
No. That's what I'm saying. I was finding my source. You know what I'm saying? Like, eventually I got bored with like what I was doing and wherever I was going. I was like, okay, let me find a new source. And that's me. Like, I'm spontaneous. Like, I don't like sticking to one thing. I get bored easily. So then every day I have like different moods. That's just it.
Then boom, after the Jemapel came, all the pictures came back.
No, not all the I've been posting, but I just highlighted some 1 or 2 ones that like I went back and was like, okay, these pictures still are powerful, so let me put them back there. But apart from that, I didn't really put like everything back.
Okay, your Jemapel song.
Yeah.
Why Jemapel? Is it that you want to attract the French market?
Yes, I do. And secondly, you know, like I've been telling like my friends and other people that Ghana is, and we all know, like Ghana is a very, very friendly country. We engage a lot of cultures out here. So me, as I go to school, I learned a lot of French, and I think French is very sexy. So when I heard the beat, that was it gave me that French energy, that French wine your waist energy. And then while recording, Je m'appelle just fell inside. I was like, damn, it slaps. And I was like, we move.
So, was it difficult getting Davido on that song?
I mean, it's first and foremost, Davido is like a big brother to me. He's been like being supportive, like giving me guidelines. Most of his friends are like my friends, and then the team also like really held it down for me. So I wouldn't say it was that difficult. And Davido really came through. Like, met him out there in the club. I was like, big bro, yo, I dig what you're doing. I was like, me too, I feel you. So I was like, big bro, I'm working on my album, please bless me. I was like, yo, come and visit me in my apartment. Pull up to the apartment, play me something. Played him a couple of songs. And then I played Je m'appelle. It was like, damn, I love this one. Hopped on it. Had to come all the way, come and shoot the video with me. Come and wear kente, struggling. Do you know how heavy the kente was?
I saw that spot.
Bro, the kente is heavy. That video had to like carry this kente as a burden and perform it.
But he liked it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, it really came through for me. So I wouldn't say that it was difficult. It was actually a very smooth and very adventurous one, I would say.
But I must commend you though. You were repping Ghana in that video. Like the fact that you wore the kente. The video also wore the kente.
He even spoke Ghana and everything.
Yes, he spoke Ghana.
Yeah.
What was the line he said?
Chio ben kemuko ao men sumabo
check it out me like how is it me yadabo
check it out men check it boy.
Oh, yeah. I see. So yeah, before I was coming on this show, people asked me to ask you that there's this assertion that they carry that Davido kind of dominated the song.
Yes, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. The point is
so it was intentional.
Comparison is a thief of joy, of course. Like, it was a collaboration, and the reason why I put Davido in there is for Davido to dominate the song and then throw light on me. Yo, that's Davido, and I'm upcoming as hell to him and like to the rest of the world. So the point was for Davido to dominate the song, and then for me to own the song as well.
Speaking of upcoming, I think you are not upcoming. You've given us Stay Woke. Yeah. You've given us Tomorrow.
I mean,
you've given
like
us
Ghana
hits upon
Ghana
hits.
is a small place. Like, looking at like what I'm envisioning. Yeah, I would say that.
Okay, I should have asked you this question earlier, but we know you as Darkovibes.
Yes.
There's a lot that we don't know about you, including your fans and all of that. Can you tell us something little about your background?
So I'm Paul Andrew Darko, that's my name. March born, 14th March born. I grew up in various places in Accra. If you know, you know.
Please, those who don't know.
I'm coming. I'll get there. If you know, you know. It's for the crowd still.
Okay.
So, Labadia Papa. I grew up at Labadia Papa. I grew up at Malang Bawe. I stayed at Kaswa Millennium City for a while. I was at North Carnation with Joey B. At some point, I came to Spintex, Villain Sounds with my guys, Lamen, and then still Joey B. I was staying at Jamestown, Ghana House. If you know, you know. I went to Otkas, Accra High Street. It's right across. So, me, my whole life, it's Accra.
Big Ghana boy.
I'm a full Ghana boy.
Hey!
I feel like I traveled the whole Accra.
Hey, no be small journey from.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. What about your parents, siblings? You know.
My siblings. Oh, I have a very big extended family. Like, my dad likes girls, so it can't happen. So I have my brothers with plenty.
You have plenty brothers.
I have plenty brothers and sisters.
Like, how many?
I'll start right now. By the time I go finish, you guys say, okay, guys, the show has ended. We have to finish over here. And then maybe we won't talk about.
Do you even know some, or do you know, or there are some that so now you don't even know about?
As life goes on, you never know.
You keep meeting.
You never know. As our fathers are still alive,
your father is watching the show.
As long as our fathers are alive, you never know. They are still men, you know.
Your mom, your parents are still together?
I mean, I lost my mom a few years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bless her soul.
Yeah, that's
so you're what, the big brother or?
For my mom's side, I'm the eldest. For my dad's side, I'm like the third. Okay. I don't know. By the end of the year, or the end of our whole lives, we'll know if I'm really the third. But as it stands there, I'm the third. Every day shifts.
I see. As you were talking, you made mention of La Mem. Are you guys still together?
Oh yeah, as a collective, definitely. We're even working on an album right now called True Colors, which you guys should like watch out for that. It's going to be talking about our vulnerabilities, our L's, our W's. It's going to be like as real as it gets. And then hopefully we are going to be working on. We are going to do our concerts, which we do annually. We haven't done it for 2 years. 2 years because of this Corona thing. But this year we are looking at doing it something very intimate and personal for our people.
I know you are going to say it was because of COVID, but before COVID, you guys sort of splitted. I don't want to use the word splitted, but we were not together.
As a collective, it's like there's Wu-Tang or G unit, and then one guy lives inside, and then you say the G unit splits. No, it's a collective. It's not a group. If let's say VIP 4x4, somebody goes, they split. Right now, there's no 4x4 because it's a group. We are a collective, so whether you are there or you are not there, like, have you heard a song with all of us in it before?
No.
It has never happened before in the history of mankind. So you should know, like, it's a collective. Let's collaborate. Then we do a compilation. That's what you guys love. But it's not like a group thing. It's just to put ourselves together and to define what we stand for, or as a group of people. Do you understand where they come from? Yeah. But I mean, people like to term it as a group and then have their own opinions and everything, but like as you can see, we are still strong as a collective. Yeah.
If you say so.
I know so.
Okay, so it's time for Discovery segment, and Barbara Boni is on standby.
How are you, Jack, my fine? Zogabana Kefedi Mini, are you shy? Abua was shaman to this time you can bite. Yes, in the pie, then see I win and Menya bonnet and so on me ham. Kusia wapie, Sika, dear, my enemies where they plot and plan against me. Plenty evil things we do for my back. Oh. I might not see, but I know say cuckoo, say cool. Nipa hu. Nyone na monu wane beyo, nyone ne kwabanu wane beyo. Hey, I don't wanna say that. Oh, now oh yeah me. Enviness and jealousy, but still now me.
Yeah, Coach Onyina.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming to the Discovery
Thank
segment.
you too.
Thank you too.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Music, you know, you see more. I check Accra. Your friend me Coach Onyina. Me started with rap, and you go so na yeah. But a train, no, and I be who say high life, you know. Idea, a wohana da, na e say maybe 200 more. Na me be buana high life, no. It me find into my pa Efra. Nti on the way, no, and I be jai rap, no, and I be far high life, no. Obi a wo industry ni be nim say it's not easy to come out. Obi nim say music na kasa na a spiritual thing. Your friend, it's not easy say obi timi aka say me twenty ni me hu no. Just say wo pe a desire a spiritual thing. And enye easy o famu aba because you have culture na ni sheda just sad no you say bia o ma me bia na papa bi o pe no waja o. Eti ene me pi de share no kwan so ni pa obeboa o ene ade because Ghana ye ni label. Ghana ye ni label. Enti nipa na benya na beye obeboa no aboa no ado abeduru bia peso bi say ansa na obenya label bi amana so mu a se why nyum no kra se obi kra be share ma wona se obe promote a edin ki se nipa no wona na ewade bi enkwan edin o say enka bom ni ho but ka me susu say se yina ye kan ho bom se ba akofo a ye betimi apave amenya label kra o Ghana kese a beboa. But to see, I know, and Kabomni ho. We begin say, we beka, Tebasana, a train one entity. A man to me, Druby was a yako. To the Bia, ya. A do ten be an ass own giant fan switch, but music, you know, a big ten, and yes, small. Or some musicians, a Casanke Drew baby, but Omoma Saquan, of course, you need Kabum unit, you know, it's not there. Didn't KOACH, coach, you know, a KO means strong. A Coach Onyina, ONYINA, Coach Onyina. Yeah, IG, Facebook, YouTube here, hey, hey, what do you see? You free fee, Kopisi Cabentina and die. How are you, Jack? My fine. Zugabana cafe di mini, are you shy? I was sharing to him this time you can't bite. Yes, in the pie, then so you're winning them. Menya bonnet and so on me ham. Cuisine, Wapie, Sika, Wedie, my enemies where they plot and plan against me. Plenty evil things where you do for my back. Oh. I might not see, but I know say cuckoo, say cool. Nipa hu the only na one ebeyel, the only ne koba no one ebeyel. Hey, I don't wanna say that. Oh, now, oh, yeah, me. Enviness and jealousy, but still, I me. What do you see? 1,000 years, no puncher.
You get bad mind, no be say you be baddest. Kwama wa telewo waji manche. One yellow when guru one there. Money sweet but get me the problem. Open your mind, be your awareness. No one knows you all, we never back oh. Roll the enemy up, smoke like ganja. Jango party is a link up. Chill bank chemical. Oh, minsumable. Check it out, me at tabo.
Check it out, j'ai m'appelle, j'ai m'appelle, j'ai m'appelle, j'ai m'appelle, what's it, m'appelle, j'ai m'appelle, j'ai m'appelle,
your body choco, so tell me what's the cocoa? Be like I don't joke, you got a body ever sexy, ooh, high grade sexy. Ooh, yo, man, new single Je m'appelle featuring Davido. Go check it out, guys. Go check it out.
So we are back after that interesting discovery segments with Barbara Bonnie. Of course, Darkovibes ushered us in with Je m'appelle. You should go check it out. It's the newest and hottest single in town. You should go check it out. Darkovibes.
Yeah.
All through the Je m'appelle, not all through the Je m'appelle, but I've realized that you like incorporating the Ghan language in your songs.
I'm Ghan, like I can't even help it. I can't even help it. I've been trying very hard to like put English in my songs because certain times, like the way I'm trying, like the things that I want to say and how I want to say it in Ghan, I'm going to feel it in my spirits more than I say it in English. But right now, I'm learning to like connect to the English part of it too more, so that we can sell it to the world. But I cannot help it. Like there's always going to be Ghan in my shit.
I thought maybe you want to toe Chinese lane, or you want to toe Adams lane, or you want to toe, you know, you want to represent the Ghan.
That's what I'm saying. They're legends. They're legends,
Yeah.
and they started something very important. Fast forward, I'm still feeding off their energy. So yes, I want to carry what they started. I want to take it to the next level. Yes.
I see.
Proudly.
Earlier you mentioned something. You made mention something. You said Ghana is small.
Yes.
In the context.
Yes. Oh, Ghana is very small.
People come here when they want to blow, especially Nigerians.
because Ghanaians are very, very influential. We have very, very good taste. We don't do quantity. We do quality. So everybody understands that. So when they come here for that quality taste, it's not that they want to blow. They're already blown. But they know that when they come here, they are going to go away from all the noise and then come and acquire taste. Do you understand? And that's what they are selling to the world.
But what's your take on the fact that Ghanaians, you see how Nigerians troop into the country to sell their stuff?
I feel like Ghanaians too should go there more.
Why don't they go there? What do you think the problem is?
Why are we not going? Why are we not going? Why are we not going? I've asked them. But I mean, they go. Okay. I've asked them, but I mean, I go sometimes.
You go there?
Yeah, I go sometimes. I mean, I'll be going there like next week to continue my media run. So I'll go to Nigeria. I mean, I haven't been there for 2 years, but every year before Corona, I was going to Nigeria.
So before you continue talking, it's time for us to munch on our pizza.
Scrumptious.
You see, because it's cheesy pizza, the cheese.
I have such a cheesy.
So
but I'm extremely full though. If I
you at least a bite. One bite. We beg you.
Let me take my own.
I'm taking it for you.
Oh, let me take it for you.
Okay.
Take your own. Bite you bite. Now you're coming to feed me.
No.
Feed
Oh,
yourself.
niamu.
Take some, let me hold it for you over here. Okay, let's do pizza cheers. Right?
Pizza
cheers. I like
It tastes nice, right?
Tasty and delicious. Cheesy pizza. Yeah, there. Let me piano juice and shit. Hey. Hello. Hey.
Darkovibes, you're coming.
Now we're then.
It's meat.
Yeah, I see the meat.
It has meat, all kinds of
chicken?
meat.
I see chicken. Yeah, I see. So it's assorted pizza.
Yeah, assorted meat pizza.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, can I tam box nam de
Oh, that be. Okay, skanky.
Uni nkwale so
wa
kwala.
We know that now. We know that now, boss.
Okay, let me close it.
Packaging, package. The coffee there, ain't fine. The coffee there, ain't That's it.
Darkovibes, you should try comedy.
Say, let's real. Oh,
But you come on, yeah. I got pizza from home. Say come you.
And I made sure. So now, open share me. I've enjoyed it.
Your tree is bad.
Very, very bad. It sucks. But I mean, my tree people love it. They love the fact that I'm trying to like understand and speak like them. So,
okay,
yeah.
I'll ask you a question in tree.
Bisa.
In Ghana for. See, I'm acting like my tree is better, but it's not any good. But
I don't know what you want to say. I'll keep quiet.
So, in Ghana for pushi or for.
I think that's a personal question. Yeah, sure, say a personal question. I feel like Obian Bisa ne sa question. Obian Bisa ne because me dear, I cannot tell.
In artist space, no. What do you think the problem is?
Artist space. I'm getting all the support too. Charlie, all my friends are holding me down. When I see Kitty posting it every day, Black Sherry wasting it the way. Obian sa, I'm cool.
But you have
my support is so cool.
You have monitored that there's this. You know,
I've monitored and I've seen that the love is great and I'm enjoying it.
Darkovibes, die rough, no.
And you're rough now, I mean, you deal. Me catch you no credit. You should check online because I'm posting. Jackie is dancing to it. Promise knows the lyrics before the song drop.
They're all in your camp.
Jackie is not in my camp.
Okay, Promise.
Jackie is my sister. But that's what I'm saying. But he still likes it. See Black Sheriff. Look at this one. Oxley, he sang the song with me. I consider remix.
He sang the gun.
No, yeah, he did some backing, some ad-libs, and I was like, damn, why didn't I think of this?
Do Ghanaians do quality music?
Yes, very, very well. Oh, like, people come here to come and study quality music from E.T. Mensah, the time tone. So, and yeah,
are you sure?
Very, very extremely
but
sure.
People come out to say, yeah, the songs we produce are not of good quality, and that's why we don't get awards internationally. But
Akosia has been getting awards internationally. Grammy, no, and you're not saying I'm Crawford started so much. And see, my homework, Accra. Why?
Obeja my own.
That was Yesudim.
Amen.
That was Yesudim. It's all about support. Like, you guys should just support, keep pushing Ghana music, and we to the artists, no. More pay free stuff, no more jai. Yeah, bruh. Jesus.
I noticed that on your Pan Logo album, you were doing directing.
I was doing it.
You were doing some directing on some of your songs. Placebo. Did you direct Placebo?
Oh, we direct most of our videos, like almost all, because during the recording process, we already kind of like know the kind of video we want to shoot for the song or the kind of mood that I want to like give to the.
So you're not just an artist; you direct as well.
I don't take.
But you're not taking
pleasure in that as saying that I'm a director. I just love art. And it is my piece of art that I'm working on. So I just like to collaborate with other creatives to bring it into manifestation.
What's your view on spending so much on music videos? Do you think that we should put in...
Spend on it. Yeah, spend on it. Wear the clean clothes. Iron it nice. Let the AC blow on you. Let your skin tone. Let them grade it well. Let them give you the best camera, best lighting. It goes a long way.
And in terms of props, money... Flashy cars.
If you want to put flashy cars in there, flash that thing. Flash it all up. That's how I feel. If you can afford it, if you cannot afford it, go for the minimal approach. But still, let it be clean, let it be nice. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, now Papa say or person yes suffer. Papa.
Me Papa, yeah, oh, me Papa, they're not person me and Yamapi. Because if you are growing up, you know your parents. They, usually, us men, sometimes we go wayward. So our parents want to like show us the way to go and go and do this, giving us options. My dad has been saying that since I was a kid. They said I'll be a pastor. So obviously, me I don't sag. Even I'm saying some shit baggy pants. I know what you to.
But also for no pipeline anymore, and I say we travel. Would you still try to toe that line?
I mean, I did, and I'm a very spiritual person. Yes, I believe in enlightenment. I believe in self-awareness. I practice those things, and I believe that it's going to take me my whole life to purposely understand myself and know my purpose. So that's what I'm focused on, myself and loving myself inside out. So if as me and they sit down, there's so many times when like me and Omar still in the sit down and we have spiritual conversations, and he'll be teaching me because he's also learning from other teachers. So what we are doing is that we teach ourselves to be enlightened, to be aware, and to know that we are in the present. So that's what we are doing. If fast forward, we are talking to people and then they are relating and they are following the vibes. That's what's up. But I won't sit here and say that I'm a pastor because Charlie, I'm living life, Charlie.
But would you consider it anytime soon or in the near future?
No, I'm just chilling.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to be a pastor's wife?
No.
But I want me to be a pastor. Charlie. you want to make the world sweet me.
So artists tattooing other artists on their bodies. What's your take on it? Do you think it should
that's their relationship, and we should respect that. After that, everybody should mind their business. If other artists they tattoo other artists for their body, that's their cup of tea.
But would you ever consider that?
If I feel this guy to a level that I feel like putting the guy on my skin, why not?
Your brother can promise.
My brother can promise. Oh, I can shape the santo on my hand somewhere. It's cool. It's never just I put some star on the santo, make it shine.
Darkovibes, what's your view on LGBT?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with my sexuality and I'm sticking to that.
Let's move away from LGBT. Me, Johnny. Okay, Darkovibes. Do you have friends who are
plenty? Plenty. When I was in senior high school, like I had friends. I hang with everybody. Just do your thing, and I'm doing my thing. I hang with my friends. You know how many people that I've met that are like that across the world, but we're all family, plenty. They're even watching, I'm sure. Hello.
Is it because of that you don't want to state your stance?
I don't have any stand. My stand is where I'm standing, me, myself. I can't stand in somebody's stand for them.
But do you think Ghana is handling the issue in the right way?
Time will tell. Time will tell. I mean, it just started, so let's give it some time.
Wizkid, Omar Sterling, Can Promise, and whose name? Kill Beats. Okay.
It goes on and on.
It goes on. What's your relationship with them?
It's family ties. Family ties. Spend like 24 hours with them every day.
I hear you guys live in the same house.
We don't. You see, we don't live in the same house, but we are 24/7 together. I wake up in the morning, leave my house, and go to Killer's house around 6. So it's my job. I go there. I told Killer, your house be my 9 to 5. That's what I told Killer. So if I wake up in the morning, I go to Killer's house. If Killer wakes up in the morning, he'll come to my place, and that's what we do all the time. And we hang out 24/7 every day.
So now that I have someone very close to Kill Beats, I want to know, like, can you tell me what really ensued about him, his passports being stolen and all that? Has he retrieved
Charlie, the
yet?
person to the trial. Charlie, after this, I'll call him and find out. I didn't find out before coming. After this, I'll just. And somehow beside me, I'm telling you the truth of it, but maybe who wouldn't say me.
But how is the situation like now?
He hasn't found it, but right now, like I'm saying, like he hasn't found it. I haven't heard anything. But like me myself, as you mentioned, right now, I'm saying that after here, myself, I'll call and find out, and you'll be around. Maybe we'll have them together. The next time on the show, just to say, okay. So after that, I spoke to Darko, and he said before the show starts.
So when you were shooting the video for Je m'appelle,
yeah,
what were some of the challenges that you encountered during the shoot?
First and foremost, I would say funds. Secondly, I would say time. because I had limited time. Like, this guy is in and out of the country. He's not here to stay. So you have a song. I have to come up with an idea now. Make sure that within a day or two, with the same ginger that he has for the song, we shoot the video. Shoot the video. Make sure that he will come. The video will come to the video shoots. Those were the most hardest.
It was hard getting him on set.
Oh yeah, it was very tired. Like when he came set, he went to perform some wedding somewhere. So when he comes, it was tired. Every 5 minutes, so the needed to us like, hey Charlie, this guy hold me down. In my head, I was just thanking him. So I said, hey Charlie, Skapana guy, he did check me say, oh mommy's car because. So
he didn't charge you for the feature. Oh,
Adeleke, how will Adeleke charge you for a feature now? You're talking to Mr. Adeleke. Wow.
Money house.
30
billion gang.
30 BG. How you go tell 30 BG? 30 BG say make you give out something for verse. Oh, he really just held me down out of love, man. I'm not even gonna lie. And he's been supportive, Charlie. Thank him so much.
But what were some of the interesting moments during the shoot?
Oh, when he wrapped the kente and then he was performing and stuff. At some point, I had to carry him in a palanquin. And then he was really scared, like, so we're getting it from here.
The way he talks.
Charlie, you sure? You sure? So, no,
he's scared. He thought he would fall.
Charlie, because he was high in the sky. And then the guys, you never know. Some of the fans, they can panic, you know. They're not at the end of Druga. Charlie, so I guess that was like, for me, one of like my most interesting moments. Yeah.
Okay, but how's the response for you? Do you think it's encouraging, it's positive enough?
Yeah, it's been very, very positive because like when we put it out, everything is organic. Like if you go and check YouTube, it trended on YouTube. It's been trending on YouTube for like ever since it dropped. Number one, it's doing very well on all the DSPs. My friends, my fans, my family, my colleagues, everyone is calling me and telling me, yo, you have one, you got one, yo, this is hard, yo, this is hard. Don't sleep on this one, bro, promote it. Like, everybody's just calling and giving me positive vibes. If I meet my friends and family in town, yo, come on to Tapel, I say, je m'appelle Dako. They say, I don't like Dako. What's to Pony, I'm one to Dako. So this is like the French interactions that I'm having with my friends, fans, and family now. So I'm going to even go and tighten and broaden my French a little bit because I need it, it's important. Can't stand it when I go somewhere and then parler français, the past you've been there, I stand there like, dude.
Paul, what's your most difficult moment in the industry?
My most difficult moment in the industry? When you are charging money. When you are charging people for money, it's very hard in this industry. Charlie! If they can't perform to you, they can't charge her. They don't want to give you. Now, Daniel Sam. After they're not for a job. That's the hardest. And
why don't they want to pay?
We started hosting our own shows. Sometimes people will come to our shows. We have wax sound, wax stage, whatever. But at least we're like, yo, we want to do this and want to do this thing by ourselves. I mean, even if you are not going to pay us, we know that we have the people and the fans that love us. No matter what. Sometimes if they can come and it's not even a show again, it turns into a link up. Then we just go draw from the stage because it sounds bad. Then we start to chat the tier. Like them shows, that's how it is.
What's the smallest amount you have been paid?
We've spent a lot of money in and out. So I don't remember. I don't really count. But I remember that I went to perform somewhere before, and then one of my friends asked me that, do I want my future or I want to get the money some now? I know that they paid the guy, but the guy said.
Do you want your future, say?
Yeah, I said, do I want my future? Do I want to keep doing this? So I want the money now. I've been saying that, so do I want to save this money so that we save it, maybe invest it or whatever it is, or I want to chop the money now? And we didn't get anything from this guy till today.
But what did you choose among the two options?
I chose my future. What else?
And the future stuff you don't get out.
Yeah, they sit here today at the chop inside. The future, I don't do inside. Can you imagine this life?
What's the way forward for you? Albums, EP, what should we expect?
Yeah, so we should be expecting more singles. Hopefully a tour next year, Vibes to the World tour. That's what I've been planning. and then an album maybe. You never know, but like the only way is up. That's like the only way we are going, like all the way up. Yeah.
Your last words to your fans?
Yo, Nime Kaname, it's your boy Darkovibes, and I want to say I love you guys so much. You guys have been very, very supportive. Like at the film over here, I want to tell you guys that keep going on. We'll keep pushing. We are going to change the narrative. And then I say that I can't wait to touch you guys again, crowd surf and things, you know what I'm saying? I can't wait to do all of that. So you guys should stay tuned for more Darkovibes experience. Madam, go check me out on all platforms. It is Darkovibes. Darkovibes, one word, on all media platforms. It's very easy for you. I didn't want you to stress. I'll say that, okay, go here and then there's some underscore, pass here and then there's some, no. All is one word, Darkovibes, Snapchat, Instagram, IG, that's the Instagram, right? Facebook, FB, that's Facebook, right? Yeah, all of them.
OnlyFans.
Go check. Oh, no. Hey, you are on OnlyFans. Hey, she's on OnlyFans. So, hey, we're a bad bee. We're a bad bee. Hey.
Passion Mini OnlyFans. Oh, no. Where can we stream your music?
So you can check out my music on all media platforms. Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, Tidal, Deezer, Urban Row, DC Leakers. The song, it did everywhere. If you want to download for free, go and download for free. If you want to stream and support me, go and stream online on all these other platforms and pay and support me. But apart from that, it's everywhere for you. Those who can pay and those who cannot pay, it's everywhere. Because I love you. Yes, I love you. I love you for real, yeah.
All too soon, we have come. Thank you so much, Darkovibes.
Oh, thank you so much for having me, baby. Oh, thank you so much.
All too soon, we have come to an end of this edition of Talk Attainment. But as usual, this show has been sponsored by Cheesy Pizza.
Cheesy Pizza.
Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133 397. 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And they have asked me to give a coupon to Paul.
Hey, coupon, woo. Oh,
reports card.
Give me the coupon. It's a coupon from Cheesy Pizza, yay!
Even find the camera on me. Let's forget about Paul. Thanks for watching Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV. Catch you another time. Until then, stay safe, and we are out.
Mashapedwani Emma Northtown, someone like Kujetwa Blackwa, sani adada o ye no no ene mampani na dan kwaku fado etu kwan a ene o de eye ne presidential jet ahodo de tu kwan no ene e ka bi e wo mbia na ya de acheso de baba tudwa na acheso obafo ehu sani AC ko na mampani na dan kwaku fado akakopie mu e wo UK memu ehodo na ye hye anim se eye TD Jakes Bishop TD Jakes ene International Leadership Summit a oye e wo North Carolina USA memu ye hye anim so akokasa e wo ase no wie nso akakopie mu na chese e wo UK onom na ni dwumedie baako a chese wato de say destination Ghana no so ne ye hye anim se oba be kan ho ensem eno no kujeto abla kwa ida be to jam se Ghana for munim se mampani okono o sheda e de eye presidential jets anampo no commercial jet ibi e na chese odi tu kwan no e de ko ye kokopie mu e wo eye US mu e na okono kosesan ye e ko use no nkasa ne private jet a no e boga Ghanaian taxpayer ne ka eye $18,000 per hour and your baby to jana o twem se Ghana for munim se mampani wadadan yen o hyeda e fi hanom no o hyeda e fa ye commercial jet ibi e de ko se na be ye mo be bona maso nso wie ye na chese kokopie mu e wo US memu no e na kokodan e no ko fa no nkasa ne private jet a e be bo man ne ka se wo nyo de be to any Facebook post a o man for e kasa ye pa ye twem se mampani nya wo ye de be ya nka munja e sanse nya mo ye no ensem fata e ye o man.
Let me use this platform to extend again the condolences of the nation to the victims of the Apiache explosion. The response to the disaster by the public and the organs of state was highly commendable. Government responded swiftly in the immediate aftermath of the incident by dispatching a high-powered delegation under the leadership of the Vice President to Apiache. An Apiache support fund has been established to spearhead the building of a decent, green, and sustainable community to enable victims of this tragic incident and members of the community get back on their feet and rebuild their lives. As rising out of this incident, government will ensure that the health and safety policies of the mining industries are in accordance with international best practices.
Awasam many are wasam I kosi ewo efia nkwanta regional hospital mortuary no atoye mantemu dwema nyasam keto akra esansa mortuary man sabio no e friend no say Eric Yamoa edito eye inshira papa Kwesi Simpson no ewo connect FM mudwumedia ya to ne din say obamba pa morning show no di nchemu eba na otwemu se mu ho no mu a ya woda ya echemu e na chese nkofo mienu bi e de white Nissan pickup bi ne car number ya AW2497-21 omudi nipa dasani ni memma kobra ne 9 na chese omudi nipa dasani ato omo pickup ya chi ye de mochi honom say ade onipa hye ento no ohumi say cheche omo chirema yemfa owre efa nhye fridge mu e na mochima ni chiremu say obi a onwu ye nso de yesi den je no e de hye eye fridge mu e na omo de omo ta omo mpini nkofo etirema mo mpini e na yete be hye omo de ebufuo epeja owre se mo se mo nje ne de ne yanka se de ne ko ochimo mo twemo ni e de hye ya be hye se mranti we obi nim ne owre ye de aye mranti na be hye bro pa omo bro no e wo pick up ni so ochirema mranti yi hu se ya de omo hye na natipa omo tu kai e de dwane enti sisi na omo kasa no mo nim baby a omo de aye abranti we e ko se boni ben pa e no de aye omo nti a mo pese omo yi no e de free ti ase fosa se de obi a entumi enchire.
In a presentation I made to the West African community of coastal scientists and practitioners, I advocated the adoption of nature-based solutions for coastal erosion management in the sub-region. This has generated interesting discussions on the way forward in coastal erosion management in the sub-region. I argued that hard engineering approaches adopted in the sub-region as the first line of defense in managing coastal erosion are no longer sustainable. I suggested the urgent need to adopt new management strategies and technologies that mitigate the coastal erosion threats, facilitate the adaptation of human activities, and repair the coastal ecosystems through restoration. I made a strong case that ecosystem-based management approach can be effective in the protection and mitigation of the impact of coastal erosion. Adopting nature-based in the sub-region can overcome many of the issues associated with traditional hard engineering coastal infrastructure. I challenge West African coastal nations to invest in the development of these nature-based technologies, incorporating them into their coastal development and mainstreaming their use across countries with different vulnerabilities, capacities, and resilience. The challenge is that the design and performance of this natural infrastructure are often influenced by local ecological, social, and political conditions and cultural practices which will require a hybrid approach. The hybrid approach blends strategic use of natural assets and ecological principles with hard engineering techniques. It provides a cost-effective hazard protection solutions and is increasingly being adopted in urban areas where nature-based approaches may be insufficient to meet the intensifying coastal erosion problems, or where space is limited, or where oceanographic conditions are not favorable. The hybrid approach provides solutions that are more comprehensive, robust, and cost-effective than other solutions. Adapting and upgrading existing coastal infrastructure, retrofitting coastal defense structures, and adopting nature-based approaches will result in a sustainable solution.
Dr. Kofi Kunedu Apreku penny a odi MPP amanyoko mu akotinye pano no e no de semfo bia beto dwana mpo no so de na no ato nsem a ekoso efa ye e-levy bi ho a sisi yaje atum e wo mache bedwam otwema asa de we a MPP fo aye de ya de adache bia de omo betua so kaye pa esanse kwakwa ko hu sa de ni obia na pene so e mache se yaje taxi yatum enso kwakwa ese se ne amon aye mo adwen se ne mo be ya na mbe ne no na chese mbe ya otwema mo be pay big price in there adem betua yie pa esanse na ma ye de ensombo na otwem se nke be ya anka taxes ahodo ne de ye nyumakwa ahodo wa Ghana no business taxes ena anka chese betum dia mom na nko metuatua na sapa se wonim se nip ade enkoyie a onipa ye twem se e-levy ye so sen na wotumi akoso agedi atumi de ono de otwem a enya de se fata yie pa nti MPP amanyoko no e wo se manim ya no nhwehwemu bia wo mu a omo san dane omani na chese omo hwe ni yie sansan na e-levy no ankwa bo omo e da ache bia. Dr. Kofi Kunedu Apreku penny a odi MPP amanyoko mu akotinye pano no e no de semfo bia beto dwana mpo no so de na no ato nsem a ekoso efa ye e-levy bi ho a sisi yaje atum e wo mache bedwam otwema asa de we a MPP fo aye de ya de adache bia de omo betua so kaye pa esanse kwakwa ko hu sa de ni obia na pene so e mache se yaje taxi yatum enso kwakwa ese se ne amon aye mo adwen se ne mo be ya na mbe ne no na chese mbe ya otwema mo be pay big price in there adem betua yie pa esanse na ma ye de ensombo na otwem se nke be ya anka taxes ahodo ne de ye nyumakwa ahodo wa Ghana no business taxes ena anka chese betum dia mom na nko metuatua na sapa se wonim se nip ade enkoyie a onipa ye twem se e-levy ye so sen na wotumi akoso agedi atumi de ono de otwem a enya de se fata yie pa nti MPP amanyoko no e wo se manim ya no nhwehwemu bia wo mu a omo san dane omani na chese omo hwe ni yie sansan na e-levy no ankwa bo omo e da ache bia.
I'm at Eden Gardens. And just so you know, this is not the biblical garden that was home to God's first creation of man and woman, Adam and Eve. But right here in Accra, we are presented with a close opportunity to what it felt like to be in such a garden. And that's been made possible by our guests on this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Mrs. Alberta Ekusika Ado is the owner of Eden Gardens. And the interesting thing about her story is that this woman speaks to plants. You want to find out more? Come along with us.
My name is Alberta Ekusika Ado, but I like it when people call me Ekusika, because I believe the Sika will one day manifest. It will see on my body. Yeah, so I was born on the 8th of March, 1970 to late parents, Mr. and Mrs. Amwa Brown of blessed memory.
Her schooling years were filled with a lot of home training as well, because, as she says, you cannot run away from family business.
My mom was a caterer, so she really wanted me to help her in the family business, which I didn't want her to. But you know, you can never say no to your mom. So I had to do that. Before then, I really wanted to go to the nursing school, which I couldn't because she really wanted me to help her. So I went to Takoradi Polytechnic. After that, I worked with Panian Tobacco Company for some time. Had my own restaurant on the Agbogblosu Road in the premises of Ahmed Coal Store. That place belonged to Edward Akufo-Addo, the president's brother.
There was so much work at home most of the time, so much that even when she was at the boarding house in school, she needed to return home on weekends to help out.
When I was in Straightway Secondary School, because my mom is a caterer, a big one of course, every Friday after school, I need to take an exit to come home. When I'm in the boarding house, you will come home every Friday because Saturday you have to go and mount wedding cake. Then Sunday, we are cooking for, say, from 200 people, either for lunch or for dinner. Before Sunday evening, I go back to Kaneshi to catch a bus back to school. So that was what was happening. It's not like, you know, sometimes in school over the weekend, you have time with friends, talking and all that. But for me, yes, we had that time too. So we can go for entertainment and all that. But certain times, I need to take Ezia to go home. My mom would even talk to the headmaster that maybe such and such a day, Alberta will have to come home on a Friday. So if you could grant her an exit.
Growing up in a house full of plants, little Ekusika grew up learning many tricks about tending to plants. Her love for plants also naturally came along.
When I was around 7 years old, in my home in Dansoman, we have lots of plants. What we see here is just something small. And being the little girl among the boys, I was the one who would water the plants, prune, cut, do anything that you need to feed the plants with. And I grew up with it. So I remember one day telling my mom, when I grow, I would want my home to be just as I'm seeing our home in Dansoman.
By the time Alberta Ekusika Ado got married, she had already unconsciously set herself up for life.
When I met my husband, we were courting, and I remember telling my mom, when I get my first pay, I'm going to give her money, get somebody to get me flower pots, to mold flower pots for me, which I did about 60 pieces. I was then courting. I didn't even know whether this guy was going to marry me, or even if by the grace of God, he got married to me, whether I was going to be in a compound house, a single room. But because I so much love plants, I did 60 pots. So that's by the way. By the grace of God, we got married. And madam, I had a big compound where I fixed all the 60 pots.
Strict as the word can be, Akosia's mom made sure that no friend of her daughters visited them at home. But the uniqueness of the year 1983 in Ghana's history would change things a little for her.
When there was shortage of food in the country, we were queuing for flour, for maize, for corn, for virtually everything. But as a young girl, how old was I? Around 13 years. And my mother was so strict, we didn't have friends. In fact, nobody comes to the house. So my mom had closed from work. Around 4 p.m., this woman was coming home and there were so many people in front of our house, lined up. What was happening? This young Akosia, 13-year-old girl, I don't know what came into me, but I think from the very tender age, it's been me and the Holy Spirit. I got a little, Mommy brought sorghum. Yeah, we had a little sorghum, we had flour. I combined both, made some rock bands and scones, baked about 100 or so pieces, and I decided to sell because there was no food anywhere. So I placed this in front of the gate and people started coming. I was selling, they were buying, I was happy, all smiling. Kids will come, parents will come, fathers, they were just buying. So when my mom got to the gate, she was like, what is happening here? You could tell from her face, she was angry, what is happening? But when she saw what I was doing, she was so happy. And I don't even know whether she carried me, because she was like, hey, Akosia, eba adwene no be witrim. Wana no ma odama adwene. Erade nhyiraw. De ama enkofo ediban ma weedi. Inya eyi wo babyia. And I was so happy. I was so fulfilled because I was able to put food on the table.
Unlike a foretaste of what her future would look like, Akosia grew up with a passion that birthed the idea of passion for mother and child.
The Lord inspired me to gather teenage mothers, the privileged, feed them, give them a vocation. And I'm like, na me sikahi na me wa me ba be teenage mothers and all these things. But before then, I was doing that on my own. I could go to town and I see people, I feel the need to give them money or ask them, come home, I have order on such and such a day, come help me and you get food to eat. I was doing that until one day I was going to the laundry. I'd parked by the roadside, crossed, took the clothes to the laundry. On my way home, I was listening to 88.7. So I came back, sat in the car, started the car, and all I heard was, you don't need any confirmation. I am your confirmation. I looked down, I was scared. So came out of the car, stood beside my car and was like, what is this? For how long will you stand out? I went back into the car and then came home.
It had to take more than a confirmation for her to know that this was indeed something God wanted her to do.
Another time, I was home watching Ben Hinn on telly. And a voice said, change the channel. Which I looked around, there was nobody. So I was now working under instruction. I changed the channel. It kept saying, change it. I kept changing till I got to Metro TV. It was around 11:30 or so a.m. And I heard Amanya Neba, a young girl of 19, being abused, blah, 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 with a child. And the voice says, go for her. I'm like, go for who? This is TV. How will I even do that? Says, go for her. Call and tell them you are interested in the story. I said, yes, boss. But then how do I get the number of Metro TV? I called my son. He got me the number of Metro TV. Immediately I called. I was connected to the newsroom. And I told them I was interested in the story. They took my number, and within a space of less than an hour or so, I saw myself on tele being interviewed. So we agreed in about 3 days' time, they would take me to where the lady is, somewhere in Aboso-Kain, around Kaneshi. So we went, and that was also a big news on Metro TV.
With the help of a number of other professionals, Akosia got these young girls together and started training them in vocational skills.
There was this voice that told me, drive to Teshinungwa. So I went out. As I was on the grader estate, I took a left turn. Then I saw house for rent. I drove in there, spoke to the guys, and it was just a smooth deal. I took the place, started with a few girls I had, the one from Metro News, and a few people, and by word of mouth, people who came to hear, people who saw what happened on Metro TV, started bringing people. So I trained them in catering because I'm a caterer. I got people who were fashion designers and hairdressers. So we started at Teshi First Junction, opposite the Electoral Commission, for over 7 years. And after that, I went to Gempa to do some NGO courses, management courses, so I could manage the NGO well. It won't be like you are just doing it anyhow. You have to manage things properly. You have to do it and do it well. So I went to Gempa, did few courses. I've been there for three occasions. NGO management. I've forgotten the courses, but I did all that, which I have all the certificates there, so that it won't be like you've gathered girls and then giving them home training. No, not just home training. There has to be a book knowledge as well. You have to learn and learn well so that you know what you are doing. Learning advocacy and several of those things. Yes.
When COVID-19 hit in 2020, like many businesses, things with passion for mother and child also took a little dip, but it was also another great breakthrough for her.
On the 14th of March 2020, there was a lockdown. So we're not able to go to meet in our training center. I wasn't going anywhere. I was stuck at home. Then, like Steve Jobs once said in an interview or a speech given to one university, he said, you cannot connect things in the future, but you can connect things from your past. So I connected all these plans, all the works I've been doing. Since I was home, I was not going anywhere. I now got time for my plans.
Now, let's call her the woman who talks to plants. With every research she did into plants, unconsciously, she was building a business so much that she sometimes forgets to eat while doing it.
So I wake up early in the morning, do my house chores, then I come and sit in my garden, clean, prune, just like I was doing when I was 7 years old. Then I will start talking to my plant. You are beautiful. I like the way you are. I like the colors. Oh, how can one plant have 3 colors? So I was just admiring nature. And the Lord started talking to me. This is an oxygen plant. It can do this for you. It can do that. So I got so much interested in it, and all my time was always in the garden. So I'll take the picture, post on my status, some on my Facebook, do a research, talk about this. Maybe this is called Sansevieria, another name, mother-in-law's tongue. Then I'll just go find out why mother-in-law's tongue. And one says, I beg you, anyone listening to me, they said, the mother-in-laws, their mouths are sharp, their tongues are sharp. So that is then I'm like, wow, this is funny. So I'll just get the name, the fan, this is Zizi, this is Red Beauty. You see, I started learning the names so I could post them on my status. People got interested. Then they'll ask, can I get something for my hall? Can I get something for my bedroom? Which one do you think is okay for the bathroom for this? And we kept going. It got interesting. So every day you see me here working at nurseries, looking for new plants, and I was so fulfilled. That was my passion. That was my heart, because I can come here in the morning, say 8 o'clock, I will be here till 6 p.m. My husband will have visitors and they are like, do you sell them? I said, yes. Can I have this one? I sell them. So I started going to the Volta region, buying pots and working with them. So,
but there was more that her plants garden was given that she never knew herself until this woman walked in one day.
I went outside the gate to just admire the pots I've arranged outside. And this woman was coming. She was like, oh, madam, do you know the one selling this pot? I was like, it's me. Just, oh, okay. I've been passing here every day. I want to stop up because on the roadside, I'm scared of the trucks that are passing. And I'm like, you can come and park in my house. And he said, no, I've parked behind your house. So I walked her in because I have lots of pots in the house too. So she just looked through what we have in there and we came in. Immediately she entered, she was so happy and was like, wow, you have a beautiful home. Can I sit? I said, yes. She sat and I took her through the plants. What is this? What is that? She was so happy. And she was like, who are you? What do you do? I'm like, ma'am, please, I don't understand. How do you mean? She said, when I was coming, I wasn't feeling well. I had this terrible headache. And as I started, I even wanted to ask if you could give me a paracetamol. But just as you spoke with me, the way you are so passionate about the plants and talking about them, I felt something just leave me. That's why I asked, who are you? I'm like, I'm a praying woman and I believe in what I do. So I prayed with this woman. She was so happy, started jumping. I'm healed, I'm healed. I'm like, God, I thank you. She took my number that she will call immediately she gets home. And that was the end of that woman. I didn't hear from her. There was no call, and I've never seen her to date. Could that be an angel who came to tell me what you are doing is good, so continue on doing it.
Another woman also shared her experience about how these plants did more than beautify her home.
This lady, she's also a journalist. I don't want to mention her name. She called me one day and was like, Mommy, I took my little boy to the hospital, and this doctor, an Indian, said, you need to put a plant in your son's bedroom by the side so he could inhale this oxygen. It's going to improve his health. Immediately, she remembered me and called me in front of the doctor. So truly, I made the beautiful pot of Sansevieria, another name for snake plant. It has nothing to do with snake. It's just the design. I have one over there. It's just the design in it, right? That is what looks like a snake, but it has nothing to do with snake. Because the little boy was just around 4 or 5 years, I put decorative pieces around it. And to the glory of God, the mother came back to give a testimony to the extent that it went to bridge their marriage. It went to put their marriage together. And I was happy.
And then it was her husband and how he got healed from the effects of these same plants.
I'm so happy here. I'm so happy. And 2 years ago or so, COVID, my husband was attacked by this same COVID, which landed him in ICU. It was such a terrible moment. People around him were dying. I lost my cousin, late Ejakon's wife, Auntie Nana. I'll say it's my cousin or my auntie. We lost Sister Nana. But by the grace of God, and I believe by what I do, because I know taking care of orphans, the needy, is the heartbeat of Christ. So if you are able to do such, God gives you long life, and always sitting in nature, admiring and inhaling it. When my husband got back home from ICU, every morning, 5 a.m., he will come and sit in the garden, taking his tea, reading his book, having his meetings, all in the garden. And he so much enjoyed it. The breeze, the air that will just be going up and down all around him, just brought the healing speedily. He really enjoyed it, I must say. It was what brought about his healing. And I'm happy. Because I get most people, Mommy, can I come around? I feel terrible. I have this issue in my marriage. Can I come around? I want us to sit in the garden and then we talk about it. I'm like, yes, come, because I love to do that. And Charlie, the feedback I get is so fulfilling. So that is what has brought us here today.
Like everything in life, her work with these young ladies has had its own share of challenges.
Then somebody will ask, so have you forgotten about the teenage mothers? No, I had not forgotten about them. We always met on, we had a platform where we chat, we do our devotions and everything on platform. Sometimes I invite them to come over, we had a chat, but one of my facilitators had a place, so all the girls are there. I visit them, we talk, we continue with the school, we continue with all the advisors. So far it's been good. In Passion for Mother and Child, when the girls come, there's no any follow-up. No parent of theirs come to say, hey, Mame, we are in Teshi, so they usually speak Ofane, Imbile Bakemiake, O Chonle ni no hame, ni, oh you are done. We don't hear things like that. No. I've never. But when you share the food and they take home, then they will call, Ofane, oh you are done. I said, Asida Yenya Media. because my Ga is not very good. So you see, the same way we connected the dot from the past. What I did, that is what now I'm feeding people.
And why does she talk to her plants? Akosia tells us the story.
So I continue on talking to the plants. I would come, talk to you, admire, and most especially when I work for any client, and the person is going, or we are supposed to pack the things in the car, I go close to the plant and I talk to them. I tell them, as you are going, let there be peace in that home. If there's any marital issue, go and solve that issue. Because you are living, and in the Garden of Eden was a peaceful place, go and do same. And the report I get from the client was so amazing, and it kept me going. It kept me going.
Why the name Eden Garden?
I decided to name it Eden because it was fulfilling. I had so much fulfillment here, the passion, the joy. People will come and they give testimony.
Akosia tells us about some of the names of these plants and their significance.
This is the snake plant with the botanical name Sansevieria. Sansevieria, right? So these ones, it's good for your bathroom, it's good for your living room. It can go anywhere. It serves all purpose. Have all these. These are all fern. This is monstera. If you have this in your home, why wouldn't you love nature? Why wouldn't your love for God increase? He's a wonderful God. See the wonders of his hands. See, holes in plants. It's so amazing. This is another kind of phobia. It's another kind of phobia. That is aloe vera. It has several uses for the hair, for face, for bangs, for smoothing your face. You won't go wrong with aloe vera. Yeah. That's ready to be delivered. Auntie, I need help, please. So this is the final work. This is our final work. What a thing of beauty. Isn't it beautiful? So that is our red beauty, leaving Eden Gardens to its final place. And like I always do, as they are leaving my hands and my home, I say a word of prayer. As you live here, may the Lord go with you. May you bring peace in your new home. May you bring beauty and love, just as you are so colorful, so nice and natural. Every marriage in that home, let it be so. Go and glow as the leaves are glowing. Let there be peace. Let there be joy. Let there be abundance of everything. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. And that's how we bring a wrap to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with our guest, Mrs. Alberta Akosia Ado. Thank you once again for joining us. As always, remember, there's news for you when you log on to www.ghanaweb.com. And as always, be kind to one another.
Deputy Majority Leader Ewa Mashebedjem Alexander Kwame na Afenyo Markin and Odin Simfabia Babetu Jao Tremu Sebe Agana for Aya NDC and Ampuno Edom Kume Om Mashebedjem Omokasa Omoka de form na Muhu Omunsi Omuhu Esan so Munda Momuche Musai and Aya E-Levy Omuji to me or Mashebedjem no Nakuroma na Pono Nipadodo no Muhia or Mashebedjem and Momato Swabana no Mokas I Omwenya Sani Padodono Ochema Muhu Omunsi Omuhu Esan Sani Padodona Omuhia or Mashebedjem no ano munya ya omode 211 ne so aba e wo Mashebedjem na okokopie mu e wo Joy News omo deska interviews ahodo ayo omoye no so de nsemfo ya tudwa e na wo twemu se ye nipa dodo 275 Mashebedjem fo nkona na e wo Mashebedjem saada no ana chete omo sie se e 274 no se nya no krani mum na e 275 omo e no motena ase no mo bobo e 11 no ansa na chese omoje e de atum e prekopekwa asensu mpo na wo twemu se Ghana fo munim se eye Jemjachi Cuisine asi not Mashebedjem a sita no won sama edeja e wo Ghana hanum no sa no no kra no e oba Mashebedjem na so no edom kuma e wo Mashebedjem e de tu nanim so won hwe no wentu ne nan ansen si Mashebedjem na so no ye kasa ide no no e wo honum but no chese ye chemba mu won na onim na so area honum pa de na wo honum nti se minority for age na won mo chemu sai e no mo mfomi korom no se mo mbontungu e sansa ni padodo a omo hia e wo Mashebedjem sa ni padodo na e no munya ya e de 211 no eso aba.
The 30th of March 2022. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians were relieved to finally hear from the President admitting that Ghanaians are anxious about the deplorable state of Ghana's economy and the anxiety being felt across the length and breadth of this country. Mr. Speaker, the President's statement on page 1, the last paragraph, actually is an indication that the President has admitted that he has actually failed the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, because he has been presiding over this shambolic economy for the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, finally, he has painfully admitted to the House that he has actually failed. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the President is right. Ghanaians are anxious. They are actually very anxious. But they still haven't come up, neither the President nor the Finance Minister, who spoke 6 days before the President. None of them have actually come with meaningful solutions to adequately address the grave challenges facing this country. Mr. Speaker, it's either the government doesn't get it or the government actually doesn't care. You can clearly see that the President and the government is insensitive to the plight of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the President and the government real reasons why Ghanaians are anxious. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are anxious because they cannot make an ends meet. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are anxious about the rising cost of living that has brought unbearable hardship to Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the rising cost of fuel, which the government actually gave a relief of 15 pesos, which is woefully inadequate, is why Ghanaians are anxious. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are also anxious about the high level of inflation, which is not a demand-driven, but is actually a crisis-driven inflation. Mr. Speaker, in many countries where inflation is high, yes, there is an element of the fuel or the petroleum cost, but the bulk of their inflation is actually a demand inflation that indicates that the economies are bouncing back, or at least they are recovering from post-pandemic. In Ghana's case, it's the opposite. Mr. Speaker, our inflation is a crisis inflation on the supply side and the cost side. Why is it a crisis inflation? Because the bulk of Ghana's inflation is actually a food inflation. Mr. Speaker, end of February inflation is 15.7. 17.4 of it is actually a food inflation, which means that we don't have adequate food in this country. As a result, the prices of food have actually gone up. Mr. Speaker, the other crisis that feeds into the inflation is the crisis of rising prices of fuel. And the other one is the depreciation of the cedi. All these three are crises. None of them is a demand-driven inflation. Mr. Speaker, another reason why Ghanaians are anxious is because of the exchange rate depreciation facing the country. Our currency in the last 3 months actually depreciated by about 20%. We have got a little relief from the 2 billion that the government has sourced from external financing. Mr. Speaker, they are telling us that this money is coming from Bank of Ghana, but that is actually not true. Mr. Speaker, Bank of Ghana doesn't print dollars. They have dollar reserves. So if the money is coming, the 2 billion is coming from Bank of Ghana, it should be coming from the reserve of Bank of Ghana. But this is actually coming from external financing. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the finance minister's statement that he read before that of the president, measures being used to address the currency. It says on page 16, financing and currency measures. And with the indulgence of Speaker, I would like to read just the first one. GOG to conclude an external financing arrangement up to 2 billion Ghana cedis in the next 2 to 6 weeks, in line with approved external financing for 2022 and for liability management. So this amount of 2 billion should actually be added to Ghana's debt. It is not a reserve money, which is being used obviously to prop up the reserve and to try and halt the decline of the cedi, which is why we have seen some little appreciation of the currency. Mr. Speaker, whatever the government wants us to believe, Ghana does not have enough reserves to support the currency and support our external debt. That is why the cedi is depreciating, and Bank of Ghana and the government can absolutely do nothing unless they borrow to replenish the reserves to be able to support the situation. Mr. Speaker, investors who are investing, our external debt, as we all know, is purely owned by external investors or foreign investors. But our domestic debt, which should have been owned by us, 50% of our domestic debt is held by foreign investors. And 80% of our stocks in Ghana Stock Exchange is also held by foreign investors. Now, in the last 3 months, about 25% of the debt held by foreign investors have actually been repatriated. When the bonds mature, they liquidate and take their money away. They don't take it away in cedis, they take it in dollars. That is part of the reason why our cedi has actually depreciated. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are anxious because every single Ghanaian of the 30 million population has a debt overhang of 12,000. We are all carrying debt of 12,000 on our head. Mr. Speaker, even children who have just been born are carrying a debt of 12,000. And Mr. Speaker, what is their crime? Their crime is just being born in Ghana, being born under this government, and being born under President Nana Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, our debt as at the end of the year is 351.8 billion. which translate as 80%. But then when you add the ESRA, the Get Fund, and the Sino to it, together with this 2 billion that they've just gone for, our debt stock, as we speak today, is 364 billion. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the year, our external debt was 178 billion, and then domestic is 130. Mr. Speaker, when you take Ghana's financial asset and liability, if you look at our asset and liability, you will realize that Ghana is actually broke. So it is not surprising that the finance minister actually says that Ghana is broke. Because on financial asset perspective, when you take our GDP and our revenue, which is supposed to be about 100 billion, including the e-levy, and you look at the financial liability, on the liability side, looking at our debt and our appropriation, you can say that Ghana is technically insolvent. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are anxious because we are being burdened with excessive tax. Mr. Speaker, all the taxes we are paying, we are basically paying for the incompetence of this government. We are paying for the reckless spending of this government. That's what we are paying for, Mr. Speaker. On the COVID, we got a lot of money from COVID, yet we don't actually know what the COVID money was used for. They have actually told us they don't want to give us what the COVID, yet they have levied us to pay for COVID. Mr. Speaker, on financial services, they have levied us. They spent 22 million needlessly to collapse banks. Mr. Speaker, banks that could have been saved. 9 banks were closed with billions, 22 billion. Mr. Speaker, they could have just saved the banks, and the banks would have been operational today with just about 4 billion. And how were they going to do that? If you give the recapitalization of each bank to be 400 million, and you multiply by 9 banks, that is 3.6 billion. And if they had restructured the bank, put proper corporate governance in place, probably get rid of some of the directors, put in a proper compliance, put in a proper supervision and oversight responsibility by the central bank, all these 9 banks would have been saved with only 4 billion instead of presenting us with a bill of 22. That obviously means that we are now being levied for the incompetence of this government to be able to do this. And then the e-levy. Mr. Speaker, the e-levy is as a result of the recklessness of this government, result of a lavish spending by this government, and that is the reason why we are now being asked to pay e-levy to again pay for the incompetence of this government.
Honorable,
His Excellency the President.
Honorable, we have already exceeded your time by nearly 2 minutes. Can you conclude?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I will be concluding. But just to say that the President is not a protector of the public purse. Actually, this government is an abuser of Ghana's public purse. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Ghanaians are anxious because of the reckless expenditure of this government. Ghanaians are anxious about the reckless and lavish spending of this government. The flagship programs of this government are not yielding any result, and they don't want to review it. And the corruption, which has become endemic in this country, is the reason why Ghanaians are anxious. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you.
Honorable Paul Chumbema.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. I was ably moved by Honorable Attainment that this Honorable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which was delivered to the good people of Ghana through this August House. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that His Excellency Nana Danko Kufuor, in pursuant to Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution delivered a message that Ghanaians want to hear. And Ghanaians are happy because this is the true state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, they said COVID, they don't know how much was spent and what was done with COVID money. Mr. Speaker, over 5 million people and 10 million households received free electricity and free water during the COVID period. This is what happened during the COVID time, and they can check it. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency was candid. His Excellency made us know that we are in difficult times. And that is a true statesman. That is what we want to see from candid leaders. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency touched on a lot of things. Now let me narrow myself to some few aspects within the energy sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in his message, and if you leave, if I may quote, we have kept our promise and kept the lights on in spite of world upheavals in the energy sector and in spite of huge legacy debts we inherited. We have almost completed the process of restructuring these debts to reduce their crippling effect on our public expenditure. This is the state of the nation as in 2016 when we took over in 2017. And now we are in good times, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the 2.6 billion accumulated debt has been cleared from the ECG, and we are having stable power within the energy sector. This is the true state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, we are having rural electrification. Over 87% of rural electrification has been completed. We are expecting to finish the 100 by the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is the true state of the nation. My senior colleague, His Excellency, in quotes, Honorable Hager, was telling us that, Akosia Champon, I was just saying in quotes, Mr. Champon, you have to sit down, Cole. Mr. Speaker, in terms of tariffs, so tell him to sit down. Mr. Speaker, in terms of tariffs, as we speak, electricity is cheapest in our time than any other time. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, petroleum products have been reduced by 15%. We are aware. We are aware that we have reduced petroleum products. And this is the true state of the nation. In difficult times, he listened to us. This is what we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, when you go to Bust in their time, we are owing over $600 million. As we speak, about 91% of that debt has been cleared. This is the true state of the nation. We come, and what are we talking about here? Mr. Speaker, it is important to say that just last week, this August House approved over 20 million euros facility to support the renewable energy sector. This is the true state of the nation. The energy transition process, this government has taken care of it. Indeed, Blue Power Authority will be commissioning over 60 megawatt energy power production in Yendi. This is the true state of the nation. What are we saying? Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, let me take the message of hope and go to page 20, the last page. Mr. Speaker, if you leave, let me read. Let us, more than ever, hold our heads up high. Hold our heads up high. Every Ghanaian at this juncture is holding his or her heads up high because we are in a great nation led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And face the future with courage, hope, and assurance. Let us recall our age-old Ghanaian values of hard work, enterprise, solidarity, dignity, and hospitality. That is what we need as a country. That is what we have to call for as a house to support His Excellency, the President of this Republic. Mr. Speaker, and the best part is that as you look around, look around, believe in Ghana, look around and believe in Ghana, and be inspired by Ghana, and be inspired by Ghana. We will bounce back together. That is from the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and this is what the state of the nation looks like, and this was and this will be the true state of the nation. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to His Excellency's message. I thank you.
Honorable Okujeto. Yes.
Speaker, I see my colleague is eager to speak. We've had some consultation. We want to vary the order of business. Speaker, with your leave, for just one fleeting period, and take item 19 and 21 quickly, and then we'll revert back to the debate. Speaker, with your leave. Item 19 on page 10. And it will afford my good friend Ablakwa to prepare well for his debate.
Yes. Yes, you are the available leader.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have objections.
Very well. Item 10.
19.
Oh, sorry. Did you say item 18? 19 on page 10. Very well. Motion by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 19 on today's order paper be moved now. And in the process, I'd like to submit your committee's report. It's in respect of the waiver of import duty, import VAT, get fund levy, import NHRL, Exemption levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 1,073,967 euros on materials and equipment to be imported by Michelle's Aqua Africa for the implementation of the rural and peri-urban nanofiltration water project in Ghana under the Rural Communities and Small Town Water Supply Project. The Speaker, I urge the Hansa Department to capture the entire content of the report whilst I take the conclusion. The Speaker, after considering the referral with officials from the Ministry of Finance, the committee respectfully recommend to the House to adopt this report and approve the said motion in order that the benefit of the project can be enjoyed by the beneficiaries. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, you all know water is life. So anything which has to do with the provision of water to some communities is something all of us must support. Mr. Speaker, this is a tax waiver. The only thing we are calling on this government is to hurry up, let the committee work on the tax exemption bill so that we'll pass the bill into an act so that we know the parameters in which we can operate, so that by the end of every year, we'll set a target for ourselves that we are going to maybe grant a waiver $1 billion or $2 billion, so that all of us will be gathered when we move forward. Mr. Speaker, your finance committee is also doing something new. We set up a mini committee or a small committee within the finance committee to look at the numbers. Because sometimes if you are not careful about the presentation of the sponsoring ministries and agencies, some items will find their way on the list, and by the end of the day, they are not part of even the project that they are going to undertake. We sat down, the committee reduced the numbers to our own satisfaction. At least this is something we have to do as a committee, as a country, so that there will be value for money of whatever we do in this country. So I think this is a condition precedent. If you don't give the waiver, it will be added on to the contract cost. So by the end of the day, we have no any other option than to grant it and allow the contractor to proceed to do the work. But please, Mr. Chairman, let's work on the tax exemption bill. Because you promised this, I'm not the chairman.
Honorable, are you addressing me or having a private chat?
The deputy minister is trying to take my shine.
She didn't speak to the mic. You were speaking.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'll call members that this is a straightforward thing. Let's all support it and then get the water to other communities so that people will also benefit from it. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes. Are you contributing to the debate? Let's finish with the debate. Yes.
Speaker, I'd like to speak in support of the motion and to particularly urge the Finance Committee membership, the entire membership and the leadership of the committee. I am aware of a template they've developed in terms of the timelines and the action plan, how they want to dispense of the waiver bill. So they should stick to it, work religiously, and ensure that ultimately we are able to do this. I recall somewhere 2 weeks ago when we debated an item on tax waiver, and it came out clearly that due to the diligence of the committee, they were able to distinguish some materials that could have been procured locally, and therefore did not come under the waiver exemption. That for me is important, and is something that we need to encourage. But all in all, I think the narrative will change if we are able to bring finality to this waiver bill and get it concluded. So having said this, I think it's very important. They say water is life, a critical item, and all of us must support it to ensure its passage. I thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rose for your guidance. We are supposed to approve the waiver. This report has just been handed to us now. Now, how do we read this voluminous report, appreciate what is in it, and for which reason we will be granting the waiver? So I want your guidance. And it's been happening. This is not the first time.
When was this report late?
This report was late, Mr. Speaker, probably 2 weeks ago or a week ago. And we did distribute the report then, but we kept copies so that on the day of taking the report itself, those of our members who do not have it will be able to benefit from the later sharing. So, Honorable Mutala is actually a beneficiary of that decision to reserve some for those who may have lost sight of theirs. And you should be thanking the committee and not let it look like we are late with the report. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this report has never been distributed to us.
You are not in the chamber.
I said it was never. I have been in the chamber. And I'm not the only person. I have colleagues here who are also having the same problem. Would we given this report now, and we are expected to take a decision based on this voluminous report, which indeed has some technical nuances? Speaker, I want to appeal to what the Finance Committee Chair said. That is the case. It was more of a plan B after the initial distribution to get these copies so that in the event of members raising issues of copies not being available to them, then they will be given to them. So, in effect, what he's saying that this is the second distribution that we are doing. I want to plead with my colleague, let's not drag this matter. I know how passionate you are on issues like this, especially on water provision. Let's move ahead, and then your intervention has been taken. I'm sure the subsequent ones will be taken into consideration. Let's move on.
Yes, available leader, do you wish to contribute to the debate?
Mr. Speaker, I was waiting for guidance from the leadership of the, Finance Committee that considered this. But I agree with the concerns that have been raised by my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Tamale Central. Indeed, I have also just been given a copy.
I will invite you to comment on the report, not the guidance. The guidance, I will go by the committee chair's report to me that it was distributed earlier. It happens all the time. You're not sure what business is coming, so you don't carry all. When I came to Parliament, I had a desk. My table was a desk, so I left the reports here. Today we changed it. You can't keep anything in here. So I understand when members don't have their copies here. But I thought you wanted to comment on their report, if you so wish.
Yes, I will do so, but I was just opening my contribution with those remarks that on whether we are doing right by picking the report that has just been distributed to some of us. I share the concerns of my honorable colleague, and I also recognize the intervention that has been made by the majority chief whip, making appeal for the consideration to continue, despite the acknowledgement that things could have been done better. And I hope that we'll be guided by that. Mr. Speaker, I just have some brief observation to make. It is also in line with other recommendations that have been made to the effect that as a House, we need to take seriously the tax waiver exemption bill that was promised some time ago. I think it is what will eventually help our governments in future maximize the revenue generation opportunities that it has. And perhaps it will lead to a situation where we will not need to split our heads over the introduction of new taxes, whether they are E or B or C taxes. We will not have to, hinge the survival of our economy on such taxes if we are able to save the country through the exemption bill, some of these monies that we allow to go. Mr. Speaker, I was just going through the list of items that are going to be brought in and the exemptions. And I was just thinking to myself, if some of those items actually qualify or should be allowed to enjoy the exemptions that they are going to enjoy. But because this is an issue that has to do with water provision, I get the sense that we all need to contribute to the adoption and passage of that report that will enable the government to provide water, which is life, for the communities that will be benefiting from this. So, the Speaker, apart from the exemption bill that I want to highlight, the need for us as a House to take it seriously, I also will just want to urge members of the committee to maybe later, when things of this nature are presented, make themselves more available for the debate to continue. Let's ensure that we are guided by the value for money principles even as we adopt this. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 20? Very well. Item 20, resolution by the Honorable Minister.
So let me seek your kind leave for the item to be taken by the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 20 on pages 11 and 12 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Members, the motion to adopt the resolution number 20 on page 11 of today's order paper has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the resolution, say aye. Aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. Item 20, resolution, has been adopted by the House. Yes.
Sir, we are ready to take item 21 on page 12. Item 21, page 12.
Yes, item 21, motion by the Chairman of the Committee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the motion listed as item 21 on today's order paper, and in the process present your committee's report. I request the Handler Department to capture the entire content of the report whilst I go to the conclusion. The Speaker, the committee, after careful examination of the referral, is of the view that the exemption is necessary to ensure the successful upgrade of technical schools to promote technical and vocational education in line with government's agenda. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve by resolution the supplementary request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, NHRL, GET Fund levy, exempt levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of some 477,595 euros on additional materials and equipment required for the upgrading and enhancement of 2 technical institutes and 4 technical high schools, phase 3 by Michels Base System CHNIC GmbH in accordance with the Constitution. Respectfully submitted, I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the waiver of taxes and duties to allow the upgrade of specific technical institutions to proceed. Mr. Speaker, this happens to be the phase 3, and the country is very aligned that at this point in time, in order to improve the capacity of the country to provide jobs and employment to our youth, we need to begin to focus a lot more on technical education. It is in this light that the request proposed by the Minister for Finance is welcome, and as committee, we were in agreement that this waiver should be granted so the project can be completed in good time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, as my deputy ranking member just said, the committee took time and granted through all the lists the item provided to us, but we made the ministry aware that some items must be procured locally, so that at least there will be some savings, and then we can also create jobs in the country for youth, like my deputy ranking just said. So if you are not careful and you go by the list, you will see cement, chippings, sand, and you'll be confused. Asking questions, are they going to import sand and the rest? But the information is, many of the items will be procured locally, so that at least we will not put too much pressure on foreign exchange, will create jobs for our youth, so that at least some savings will be made. So this is what I first stated. The small committee is working seriously on these issues, so that some contractors will not be imposing rates on us, of which those items will not have any relation with the project they are about to undertake. So with this, Mr. Speaker, your committee is doing very good work, and then we want to also learn from other jurisdictions. So when Parliament is on recess, we'll be going around and then taking pictures, looking at what other countries are also doing. We were the chairman on the 7th of July, 2021, made a statement on this floor. High cost of building materials. You made a statement on this very floor, 7th of July 2021. Cost of cement, cost of stones, iron rods, and the rest. Do you understand? It will be part of my debate today. So when somebody is saying because of Russia-Ukraine war, it doesn't fit into those debates. So, Mr. Speaker,
so will you be going to Ukraine or Russia? Where?
So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is in order, and I call on colleagues to support it. Thank you very much.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 22, resolution. Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Deputy Minister, resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 22 on pages 13 of this order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the motion to adopt resolution number 22 on today's order paper has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. This House has adopted resolution number 22 on page 13 and 14 of today's order paper. Yes.
Speaker, I guess we are ready to revert to the debate, but just to lay one item on, take one item on page 7. Page 7, item 8, from page 5, item 8H. The H is on page 7. So I lay, after which we can go on to the debate.
Very well. Laying of the report. Item 8H. Chairman of the Committee, Food and Agriculture. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, what do you call it? The report of the committee, that's H. Is that not H? H is not ready. No, it's not ready. My ranking told me that it's not ready. Right? Yes. They had a lot of issues. They flag it. So please finish it up. Don't try to do this. It's not ready. The H. They were there. Their committee, they had a lot of issues. That led them to flag it down. So how do you say that the committee, the report is ready?
Yes.
Speaker, I don't intend to debate my colleague who has been very cooperative in the last few days. And so I will yield to your call. But I had gotten a communication that it was conclusive and it was okay. But if you are saying otherwise, so you get your ranking member corroborating what you are saying, don't drag it. Speaker, we can flag it, can leave that, and then go on to the debate. I'm sure the two leadership will be able to settle the differences, after which we'll come to it. So, Speaker, we can now go on to the debate.
Very well. We return to item Item 10 on page 8. I'd call the honourable member for Norton now.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the message of the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I wish to make some preliminary observations. The first one being that quite clearly this State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President will go down in our history as the most delayed message on the state of the nation. That development in itself is testimony to the state of the nation, how there is leadership inertia, and how the President himself appeared to struggle to put together a message that will inspire and that will show that there are some concrete measures to address the challenges, very difficult period that the people of this country find themselves. Mr. Speaker, the second observation relates to a natural disaster which is unfolding as we speak. The tidal waves are back, and Mr. Speaker, our compatriots in the Keta, Ketu South, Anglon enclave, all the way to Ada, are grappling with another round of tidal waves that have dislodged them and have really affected their livelihoods. I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that we will find an emergency solution in the interim as we come together as a nation to put together a long-lasting solution. I think it is an indictment on us as leaders of this country that we have not addressed this matter once and for all. I note, Mr. Speaker, that His Excellency the President has still not commented on this recurring natural disaster. I observed that going through the message on the state of the nation, the President spent copious amount of time speaking to other tragedies which are important, like the Apiate disaster, but it is important for our leaders to be nationalistic and equitable, Mr. Speaker, in addressing these concerns that are dear to our people and that border on the preservation of life and the protection of property. Mr. Speaker, I keep reminding this House that in the 2022 budget, there was really a quantum jump in the contingency vote. If you compare the contingency vote of 2021, it was 186 million that this House approved. In the 2022 budget, the contingency vote saw an increase of about 435%. It is for situations such as this, situations that you may not have budgeted for, that you may not have envisaged. So we have 933 million Ghana cedis in approvals by this House in the 2022 contingency vote. It is important that we put that money to use when natural disasters of this nature occur. So our heart goes out to the good people of the Keta, Ketu South, Anglon enclave, and I do hope that some interim measures will be put together immediately to alleviate their plight. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I would want to plead with His Excellency the President that the time has come for him to take responsibility for the state of our country. And as leader, as Commander-in-Chief, all great leaders take personal responsibility and they put together measures to address the challenges of their era. As I go through the President's message on the state of the nation, page after page after page, the President blames everybody else and everything else apart from himself. At page 5, you see how he blames COVID, and still on that page, he says, quote, "The bombs might be dropping on cities half a world away, but they are hitting our pockets here in Ghana," unquote, blaming the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, we are used to President Mahama being blamed. We are used to take-or-pay agreements being blamed. We are used to free SHS being blamed, that it has narrowed the fiscal space. We are used to the financial sector cleanup. In recent times, it has been COVID-19, and now it is Russia-Ukraine war. So you see leadership not taking responsibility, not rising up to the occasion to assure the good people of this country that no matter the challenges, we will put in place policies that will address the concerns that the people have, that will improve the living conditions of the people, and that will alleviate the plight of the people. Mr. Speaker, I keep saying that if you look at the data, these are global challenges that have affected all nations. But the data shows that Ghana is ranked poorly when you do a comparative analysis. For example, Mr. Speaker, if you take our GDP growth in 2020, whereas we did 0.4%, all our neighbors and countries in our category did much, much better than us. Cote d'Ivoire did 2.0%, Benin did 3.8%, Tanzania did 4.8%, Ethiopia grew by 6.1%, Guinea grew by 7.1%, Sao Tome and Principe grew by 3.0%. So, Mr. Speaker, this is World Bank and IMF data. World Bank data, you can go to the World Bank website and you see this data. Mr. Speaker, if you look at even budget deficits, again, World Bank data is very clear. Whereas we did 15.2%, spending like there was no tomorrow. Cote d'Ivoire was very controlled. They did a budget deficit of 5.5%, Togo 4.7%, Burkina Faso 5.4%, Benin 3.0%, DR Congo 1.3%, Tanzania 1.8%, Ethiopia 3.0%, Guinea 3.1%, Sao Tome and Principe 5.0%. So, Mr. Speaker, anytime you do a comparative analysis, even our currency, Bloomberg says that it's one of the worst performing currencies in Africa. It's depreciated by about 18% over the last few weeks. So, Mr. Speaker, our leaders cannot keep blaming external factors, blaming everybody else. They never take responsibility. That cannot continue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we hold this debate, the people of this country are going through the most excruciating hardship that they have ever experienced in their life. I have in my hands, Mr. Speaker, comparative costs of commodities from Melcom and from Isoko, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, a bag of cement in 2016 was being sold at 30 Ghana cedis. Today, you will be lucky to find one at 60 Ghana cedis. An increase of 100%. 5 kg bag of rice was selling at 30 Ghana cedis in 2016. Today, it's selling at 95 Ghana cedis. An increase of 216.6%. A 50 kg bag of sugar was selling at 120 Ghana cedis in 2016. Today, it is selling at 430 Ghana cedis, an increase of 258.3%. A bag of maize was selling at 152 cedis in 2016. Today, it's selling at 500 Ghana cedis, an increase of 294.7%. 50 kg bag of beans, Mr. Speaker, was selling at 98 Ghana cedis in 2016. Today, it is selling at 550 Ghana cedis. That was as at January. I'm told that April, as we speak now, it's gone up to 750 Ghana cedis. That is 665.3% from 2016. Mr. Speaker, everything has skyrocketed, gone through the roof. The only thing not going up, Mr. Speaker, is the people's wages, the people's salaries, compensation for the people. So, Mr. Speaker, when you have this dire economic situation, a crisis, a monumental economic disaster, Mr. Speaker, you expect leaders to show responsibility. You expect leaders to be measured. You expect leaders to rein in expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the President, knowing this fact, at page 6 of the message of the State of the Nation, he said, and I quote, "The measures that have been announced by the Minister for Finance are meant to demonstrate that we are aware that we are in difficult times and we are addressing the situation. The belt tightening measures being set for members of the executive have been elaborated within this context," unquote. Mr. Speaker, the question is, where are the belt tightening measures? As you do know, Mr. Speaker, since May last year, I have drawn attention of this House and of this country about the President's use of ultra-luxury chartered aircraft for his travel. Specifically, the Boeing 737-97Y ER-BBJ-3, registered LXDIO with serial number 62515. From May to this period, today, the 4th of April, the President has spent a whopping 28.5 million Ghana cedis on these chartered aircraft. As we speak, the President is in the UK. He is using this LXDIO. For this trip alone, the US and then to the United Kingdom, the Ghanaian taxpayer will have to cough up 3.5 million Ghana cedis. That is $465,000. So, Mr. Speaker, the President's conduct makes all the revenue cuts, or the expenditure cuts, I should say, the expenditure cuts, worthless. It makes them useless. The Finance Minister announced that government has approved a 30% salary reduction, a 50% cut in fuel coupons. They have approved a 50% reduction in meetings and conferences. And then the Council of State is taking a 20% pay cut. Mr. Speaker, the President alone, this is sybaritic travels. This is extravagant, ostentatious travels on chartered aircraft. When we have a functioning presidential jet, when he could even have opted to fly commercial, Mr. Speaker, these 28.5 million Ghana cedis that have been spent. Only a few days ago, Mr. Speaker, I commissioned a borehole in Siko in a community, a mechanized borehole, which comes with a water pump and an overhead poly tank. It cost me 35,000 Ghana cedis. This 28.5 million Ghana cedis could have mechanized 814 boreholes, Mr. Speaker, across the length and breadth of our country. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, student loans have not been paid for 2 years. Students on government scholarship abroad have not been paid. Road contractors have not been paid. School feeding caterers have not been paid. CHAS, the Conference of Heads of Assistant Secretary, complaining that they have not received all their allocations. Community health nurses, Mr. Speaker, have not been posted for years and are threatening a demonstration. Only 2 weeks ago, the Minister of Health was here to tell us that the entire country, we have only 4 functioning MRIs. Only 4.
Honorable, I have allowed you, wow, you have done 30 minutes instead of 10. Kindly conclude.
So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, we all know our District Assembly Common Fund is in arrears. This is a time for responsible leadership, for sincere leadership. His Excellency, the President, should walk the talk. He should lead by example. He should cut down expenditure. He should use the presidential jet. And when you want people to tighten their belts, you want workers to sacrifice, you want Ghanaians to come along, leadership must show that they themselves are willing to be responsible in all good faith to manage and protect the national purse in ways that everybody will see that indeed there's empathy, indeed there is care and concern about the difficulties that we find ourselves. I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that the President will reflect and will amend his ways in the national interest. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Awuah Kofi. Honorable Awuah Kofi. With that. Yes.
Speaker is unavoidably absent. So, in his place, Honorable Kwabena Abam will speak.
Kwabena Abam, which constituency? Boho. Very well. Honorable member from Boho.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity to contribute towards the State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on the 3rd March 2022 in this August House. Mr. Speaker, among other things that the President highlighted and speak on has to do with the COVID-19, which unexpectedly Ghana was not left out due to the global pandemic.
Mr. Speaker, hold on. Honourable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, the government of Ghana put in a lot of emergency measures to curtail the spread of the COVID-19. The government of Ghana provides and other incentives to the health sector and also recruited more than 58,000 permanent staff to augment the strength of our health sector to help to curtail the spread of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, in these difficult times, the state realized that we have inadequate health facilities. And so the President and the Minister of Health and the consultant came out with Agenda 111, which provided or gave the room to build more health facilities to help the nation to have more facilities to help our health sector. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, almost 80 of the Agenda 111 are in the start stage in the various districts and regions. We have 6 regions having a new district hospitals and regional hospitals being built as I speak to you. Mr. Speaker, in all this, government spent over 17 billion to help to curtail the spread of the COVID-19. As I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, this country now, one of the countries that we are out of this pandemic, and as I speak to you, a few weeks ago, the President made a State of the Nation address, and as I speak to you, the nose masks and other measures that were put in terms of restriction has been taken off, and today you can see all Ghanaians walking around without the masks. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, Among all the global crises that we are going through, Ghana, through the good policies and measures that the president has put in place, we have a stable economy. As I speak to you, our city is very stable. As I speak to you, with all the crises that is happening around the world, the Ukraine and the Russia war, we still have sufficient crude oil and fuel flowing throughout the country. We don't have any shortage, and this economy is very stable, and we are moving on. We still have our agri sector growing and having sufficient food across the country.
Honorable member, hold on. Available leader, yes.
Good to have you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to invoke Order 89. And then a member shall not read his speech, but may need to extract from written journal. The honorable member is reading. Since he started reading, so I'm invoking Order 89.
Honorable member, are you reading? Are you reading?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not reading.
You're entitled to make reference to your notes. Is that what you're doing? Very well, proceed. Don't read, but you can make reference to your notes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, through pragmatic measures of the government of Ghana under the leadership of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, we have been able to implement the Agenda 111 successfully. And as I speak to you, especially the region that I come from, the Western region, which benefited from 2 districts, which one happened to be my own district. As I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, the construction is ongoing successfully. The contractors are on the site. The other district also that benefited is Ahanta West. The Ahanta West also benefited with 1 district hospital and 1 regional hospital. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, the contractors are on the site working expeditiously to make sure that they meet the time space that was given to them under the contract terms. Mr. Speaker, among other things, this government have done well. We have done, in terms of free senior high school, Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, with all the challenges that we are having in the global world and across the length and breadth of this country, we have been able to sustain the free senior high school. As I speak to you, all the students are in school, learning. The new graduates from the JHS who passed out a few months ago and their results are out. As I speak to you, placements are going on, and all of them are going to be admitted to the various choice of schools to go and study in the second cycle institutions. Mr. Speaker, I want to end here by saying that our country is moving forward. And I know with the good leadership of our president and all the policies and programs that he has laid, I know this country will become one of the best standing countries among African countries. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity.
The next one is Honorable Richard Echampu.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, Honorable colleague is taking over my turn, so.
Very well. You're ceding it to the honorable member for who? Sorry. Kratchit. Very well. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the address made by the President and able moved by Honorable Attachia. Mr. Speaker, it's rather unfortunate that in the President's 20-page address to the nation, His Excellency the President didn't talk about gender, children, and social protection. It's rather unfortunate. I don't know whether this was an oversight, but I just want to draw this House and the President's attention that the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection is mandated to ensure the promotion of gender equity, the welfare and social protection of especially women, children, the elderly, and persons with disability for national development. Mr. Speaker, let me go to page 22. In the budget, the 2022 budget, an amount of 1,143,422 Ghana cedis was approved for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. Mr. Speaker, out of this amount, 881 million was allocated to Ghana school feeding program, 99.8% of the total budget. But Mr. President didn't talk about school feeding. 197,535 Ghana cedis was allocated to LEAP, Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty. We know that the people of this country, especially women, children, are suffering. We are moving from poverty to poor. Mr. Speaker, in the 2019 message on the State of the Nation, page 12, paragraph 3, and with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I quote, "If there has been any government that has been on the side of persons with disability, it is my government, that Nana Akufo-Addo's government. We have increased the share of the District Assembly Common Fund to persons with disabilities from 2% to 3%. And we have also ensured the implementation of our pledge of employing 50% of the persons who manage the country's toll booths from amongst persons with disabilities." Mr. Speaker, we all know for a fact that the toll booths have been shut down or closed. So these persons with disabilities that the President promised that 50% of them were going to be employed, now they have lost their jobs. Mr. Speaker, they were also promised that whether the toll booths were shut down or closed, they will continue to receive their salary until they find some jobs for them. Mr. Speaker, these people at home, they've got to feed their families, they've got to pay utility bills. Till today, they have not been paid and they have not been reassigned to any other place of job. So the persons, these persons with disabilities that His Excellency the President promised, he has woefully failed these people. Mr. Speaker, then on page 24, paragraph 5 and 6 of His Excellency the President 2020 address to the nation, Mr. Speaker, this was what the President said. He said, Mr. Speaker, let me give an example of the type of help. For the first time in the country's history, a dedicated fund of 5 million cedis to support women entrepreneurs with disability has been established. Mr. Speaker, this fund was established in 2020. The President, in his 2021 address to the nation, didn't mention this fund. 2022, the President has not mentioned this fund. So what is the fate of persons with disabilities that His Excellency the President talked about in 2020? Where is the money, the 5 million that was allocated to persons with disabilities who are entrepreneurs? Mr. Speaker, let me also talk about the same 2020 address, Mr. Speaker, with your permission. His Excellency the President said, we have begun the process of amending the Disability Act of 2016, Act 715, to comply with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And hopefully, this House will pass it before the end of the year. And Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting from the President's address, 2020 address. Mr. Speaker, the President did promise this House, or assure this House, that this Act was going to be passed by the end of 2020. Mr. Speaker, we are in 2022, and His Excellency the President has not spoken about this Act. So I'm using this medium to draw His Excellency the President's attention that there is a need for him to come again and talk about this Act. Then, Mr. Speaker, in 2021, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President said on page 18 of 2020 address to the nation, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I quote, he said, I am pleased to inform the House that in the course of the season of Parliament, the new Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, Honorable Sarah Adjua Safo, MP for Domikwabenya, will resubmit to the House the Affirmative Action Bill. Our mothers, wives, sisters, and daughters are looking up to us on this. Indeed, it will make our society the richer, and I'm appealing to this House on both sides to make one big effort to ensure its enactment. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Adjua Safo is not here, and Mr. President didn't talk about the Affirmative Action Bill. Her absence has left a big gap at the ministry. This is the first time in the history of this country that a substantive minister has vacated post, is not a post. There's a minister who is overseeing the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I know with this quotation from the President, I know that the President is a lover of women. He is a lover of children. He is a lover of the elderly. I'm quoting from the President, Mr. Speaker. So if Mr. President has talked about this, I see no reason why His Excellency will not talk about women issues, will not talk about children, will not talk about the elderly, and he didn't talk about the LEAP program that will help the elderly, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just using this video to draw the President's attention that there is a need, because he has promised us.
The harassment of the women on the floor should cease. All the men should sit down, please. Allow her to flow.
Mr. Speaker, kindly allow me to enjoy my acting role as a leader. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to help the honourable colleague to, refine her very beautiful presentation that she has been doing so far, so that everything is put in proper context. To suggest that the president is a lover of women, if not properly put in context, can, lead to some misinterpretations.
Whatever it is that you think, let it stay in your mind.
I just want to put it in context. So
she's a lover of women,
so it doesn't lend
lover of
itself to
children,
misinterpretation.
lover of, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. What is wrong is with your mind. Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind the Honorable Suhini that I quoted from His Excellency the President's address to the nation of 2020, and he has mentioned women, children, the elderly. So what I'm saying is that I know the President is a lover of women, he's a lover of children, he's a lover of the elderly. But then, he didn't talk about LEAP program. LEAP program, he didn't talk about it. He didn't talk about school feeding. He didn't talk about disabled entrepreneurs. He didn't talk about all this. So I'm just drawing this as attention that it was His Excellency's promise to this House. Mr. Speaker, a very important key policy initiative that was also reintroduced in his President's address to the nation in 2020 was the Arabic Instructors Program, the Zongo Coders Program, and the Star Help Program. Has this program or this policy been swept under the carpet? These are very good policy initiatives that was initiated in 2020. So there's a need for it to be continued. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that His Excellency should be concerned about the future of our dynamic youth of this country. There was no plans, no strategies as to how he's going to help the youth of this country who are unemployed to be employed. So Mr. President should come again and talk about his strategy, his programs for the youth of this country to be employed, so that at least we know that we have a better future. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. Are you taking the leaders one today or tomorrow?
Speaker, the agreement is that it will be taken, as at last count, the agreement was that it will be taken tomorrow. But in the meantime, we have Honorable Kofi in the chamber, if he could have his turn.
He lost his chance. You made somebody in place.
I want to plead on.
You still have the statement on Ramadan.
In all sincerity, I want to plead. The honourable member has been a very diligent member of Parliament. He stepped out to use the washroom, and on that count, I want to plead for your magnanimity, for him to grant him that mercy, and pardon.
Yes, available leader. What's your position on that?
Mr. Speaker, I have no objection to that. Thank you very much.
Very well. So we'll take one more across board before we take the statement on Ramadan. All right. Very well. So,
Speaker, yes, one on each side, and then the statement on Ramadan. But the agreement is that we'll limit the contributors because we have committee of the whole pending for consideration of the formula. So,
very well. I'll call Honorable Kofi now to contribute. Honorable Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the SONA presented by the President a few days ago. Mr. Speaker, on page 1 of the President's State of Nation Address, indicated how Ghanaians are very anxious to know more about the economy, the cost of living, income level, and job creation. Mr. Speaker, a few minutes ago, my colleague Abrapa and Echampong indicated high cost of living. He did a very detailed comparative analysis of prices for various items. Mr. Speaker, the question then is, what has caused all these arbitrary increases in prices in this economy? It appears anytime the cedi depreciates by 5%, the markets, the players in the markets increase their price arbitrarily by over 30, 40, 50%. We are in this country that we have no unit that is in charge of regulating our prices. The worst of all of it was also created by the rating agencies. The current situation that we are in, Mr. Speaker, has been as a result of the rating agency that pictured Ghana as the worst ever economy, and therefore people were calling for us to go to IMF. Mr. Speaker, we have been in IMF on 3 occasions, 2001 when we were in Hippopotamus, 2009 and 2015. And Mr. Speaker, the macroeconomic indicators that were existing in those years are not comparative today as we speak. The economic parameters are quite different. If you can take it from the inflation, interest rates, whatever, the exchange rates, and the rest. So this, we are not in the situation that can compare us to go into IMF. The worst of it, again, Mr. Speaker, is the timing of the rating agencies. If you go back to history, January was the first time both Fitch, Moody, and S&P has rated Ghana in the month of January. It has never happened in this country. When we have read the budget, that we have come out with all the macroeconomic policies to turn things round. But they came out in January to give us such a rating. Mr. Speaker, I can say on authority that the credit rating agencies also lack standards. If you compare the rating of Fitch and that of Moody, it clearly indicates that there's lack of standards in these rating agencies. Mr. Speaker, Fitch rated us from B to negative B and outlook to negative. The DRI, the IDR, which is the term foreign currency issuance defaulting rate to be. Why skip short term? Why is Moody or Fitch classifying 2022 as medium term? When they have all observed that we have adequate reserve, liquidity reserves to meet our short-term demands. And yet, they were able to indicate again that Ghana lacks the ability to pay our medium to long-term debt. Are we already in long-term debt? How do you classify 5 years forecast as short-term? Mr. Speaker, the rating agencies must be fair to Ghanaians. That created unnecessary panic in the system. Now, if you look at the balance sheet of the various banks, because of the fake rating of the rating agencies, it created speculation, and customers decided to withdraw their CD components and buy foreign currencies. One would have expected that it would have increased the balance sheet of the dollar, but what do we see? The CD reserves have reduced, but the dollar balance sheet has also reduced, meaning that these dollars that we are purchasing are all in the pockets of the individual. So it has not boosted any production in the country. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the reasons why Fitch rated us B minus. Uncertainty about the government's ability to stabilize debts against the backdrop of tightening global finances. Ghana's inability to deliver the planned fiscal consolidation effort to have been hindered by the reliance of domestic market. What is he saying? That currently we are over-relying on domestic debt. the interest component is about 28 billion against 7 billion for domestic and foreign interest payment respectively. That is why the debt has been restructured, said that we are now turning our attention to long term and look at foreign debt. So if Fitch and Moody is saying that in the long run, we are not in the position to source funding externally, and that is going to affect the interest component of domestic market, that is also false. Mr. Speaker, Moody also intervened that interest payment more than half of the government's revenue. No doubt about that. But why is he indicating that we are over-ambitious on the target of 2022 budget? Growing the total revenue by 20%, cutting down government expenditure by 20%. Why are they indicating to the public that these are all over-ambitious? And that created the panic situation that we have in this country. Deterioration of the funding conditions of the government demonstrates to the investor. Already, there's high confidence in the economy. And that is why the Euro bond has been subscribed as expected. Why is Moody saying government has weak liquidity position when we have record of 8 months cover in October 2021, 9.3 billion. And the same Moody indicated that the government of Ghana does not have difficulty in terms of settling debt within the short term. You kill us, and now you tell us to wake up. Who has caused all these difficulties and challenges that we are having in the country? It is the rating agencies that created panic situation that has resulted to the arbitrary increases in prices. Mr. Speaker, we will call for a board that can regulate our prices, because as a country we cannot control like that. Anytime there's cedi depreciation, people take advantage of that and increase price arbitrarily. The pre-pandemic track record that we have in this economy, that also influenced Moody to give us the stable rating. If we have pre-pandemic record, then it's a clear indication that the 6.9 billion and the increase in the fiscal deficit from 15.1 to 7.4 is also doable. Moody and both Fitch are indicating to us that we can only do 9.1% as against 7.1. Should that one create panic in the economy? No. Mr. Speaker, we are all in the situation that we are complaining for high and arbitrary increases in prices. We need to set up a regulatory board that can regulate prices. We are in the laissez-faire economy where you can allow demand and supply to play the dynamics. It is about time for us to set up a unit that can regulate the prices that we have in the country, so that we don't blame government for every increase in prices that we have. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we will urge the players or our colleagues in the other side also to appreciate the role that this proposed price regulatory board can also play in this economy, so that we can, in the long term and middle term, stabilize our prices that we have in this economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let him come to you, Honorable Isaac J. Mensah.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the debate on the SONA ably delivered by the President of the Republic of Ghana on Wednesday, the 30th of March. Mr. Speaker, I will just concentrate on roads. Many of my colleagues have commented on roads, and so I want to take the opportunity to make some few comments to set the record straight. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, in February, the chairman of the Committee of Transport, Roads and Transport, did claim that the President in Akufo-Addo's first term, he has unprecedentedly constructed roads more than any other government since independence. That was the chairman of the Committee of Roads and Transport. To the extent that he claimed that the President has constructed about more than 3,600 kilometers of roads. Then again came the Minister for Roads and Transport, Roads and Highways, Honorable Makwanta. He was brought to this Parliament, to this House, to substantiate the claim that he made that the President has constructed over 4,000 kilometers of road during his term, and that no government has ever constructed roads to that extent. And so now we have two figures. But the minister could be pardoned because when he came here and was asked to come in and tender the details, the documents, the records for his claim, he did come in here, Mr. Speaker. He submitted a document, a voluminous one. In this document, he has indicated that within a period of 5 years, that is from 2017 to May 2021, Nana Akufo-Addo's government has constructed 4,263.37 kilometers. That tells him that he has constructed roads more than any other government. Mr. Speaker, that is misleading. And so it's worrying that having heard these conflicting details from the chairman of the committee and from the minister, President, during the SONA, and he's claiming that yes, I've constructed 10,875 kilometers of road, new roads, and that is unprecedented. Claiming that no government during the same period has constructed roads to that level. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, it's misleading, and I think that we must put it in the right perspective. The government in the 5 years could not construct even 5,000 kilometers. But again, just 8 months, it's constructed more than 6,000 kilometers of road. And that is where we have challenges in there. Just after the SONA was delivered, the ministry also came out with a publication, a press release, Mr. Speaker, to expatiate, and that makes it worse. According to the ministry, from June 2001 to February 2022, the President has constructed over 6,000 kilometers. And in there is about 5,000 kilometers for unpaved roads. Mr. Speaker, unpaved roads are basically untarred roads, and paved roads are tarred roads. So he spent a lot of time, and that is basically, according to the document, grading. Grading, as the industry experts will tell you, doesn't form part, basically, of road construction. Because if it is grading, you grade, earth roads. That will not tell you that indeed you have constructed roads. Mr. Speaker, on the minimum, you need about 24 months, that is 2 years, to construct and organize a discipline, a critical road. And so within 8 months, we are told that the President has constructed over 6 months. But of more importance is that in this document, the minister is saying that yes, these projections, these numbers are provisional, and the ministry is in the process of validating them. Mr. Speaker, if a project, if a fact is not confirmed, is not validated, indeed it is projection and provisional, you can't tender in for any reasonable discourse. So that is why we think that it is worrying, it is misleading for the President to be asked to give in a detail that within a short time he has constructed 10,875. Mr. Speaker, according to the records that have been brought, from the period of 2017 to 2020, that falls or that fits into the first term of Nana Akufo-Addo, we haven't changed the road network. From 2016, that the road network was 7,402. We we still have the same record of 78,402. All we are saying is that yes, 273.37 kilometers, details, which is here. And we have some challenges with that, Mr. Speaker. We do have challenges because of the fact that some of the roads, and want to put it in perspective and set the record straight. In my own constituency.
Honorable Member, the Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways interventions. Let's hear it. Yeah.
For the opportunity. And when the colleague on the other side was talking, he alluded to the fact that the president, I believe that the ministry has put out information to buttress the points that the president made, sorry. As it stands right now, the road network has been expanded from 78,000 as we met it in 2016 to over 94,000. And the records are there to show. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in the records that was submitted, it's here, the press release. It is indicated that, Mr. Chair, allow me to read. It says, please allow me to read. In 2017, the total network size was 78,402 kilometers. As at the end of 2021, the projected network size had increased to 94,203 kilometers. This length, projected, Mr. Speaker, this length is currently undergoing validation by the ministry. The table one below shows Ghana's provisional network statistics currently. Mr. Speaker, if the engineers tell you that it is provisional and it's projected and has not been validated, then you, the politician, you want to be careful to go out and confirm. But it's not certified. Mr. Speaker, what is certified that we know here is that one which the minister brought, and that is 4,263.37. That is the certified details. Even that one, it is debatable because in our constituency, the roads that we constructed, Dabuasi to Ateku, from Ofiedu going there, Nana Akufo-Addo is saying that 2017 to 2019, they constructed the road. So that is debatable. That is worrying. Again, in Abosu Junction to Bompieso, Amwanda, Munivali, and Daman, which was constructed during the time of President Mahama, and it was an arrangement between the government and the mines. Nana Akufo-Addo is saying that they constructed that road. In any case, Mr. Speaker, we want to set the record straight. My colleague was saying that the network has grown. The network is projected. Yeah. It has not been, so you need to be careful because it has not been validated. So, Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that the 10,875 kilometers that has been tendered in by the president, we take the 4,263.37 as a certified document. The rest, which is over 6,000, indeed is not certified, it is yet to be validated. We wait for that validation to take place, then we can interrogate it. Then we can bring the minister here to come and show us the details and so on and so forth. That is why we say the information given is misleading. Mr. Speaker, we deal with facts. The worry is that every government construct road. Every government construct for Nana Akufo-Addo to say that within his time, no government ever, and the minister also did say. That is why we think that it is important to make some comparison. You want to make sure that we set the record straight. If we say that we are going to take Nana Akufo-Addo's 5 years, it's misleading. Let's get him by his first term. That is from 2017 to 2020. Then, in his second term, I don't think that we should worry him because his second term he has just started. So allow him to do his work. At the end of 2024, then we will bring him here and judge him accordingly.
Honorable James, please descend for landing. I'm saying descend for landing.
Land.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of details. I was going to compare because it is on record that President Mahama, in his first term, you all know that he spent about 4 months in the first year. At the end of that period, he has constructed 5,955 kilometers of road. And the records are here, Mr. Speaker. Again, he took the road network, which is 78,402, from 68,067 kilometers. As at the time that President Mahama is assisting office, he had increased the road network to 10,244 kilometers. And the records are here. I can give you the details. Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that within the Akufo-Addo's term, the first term, he never extended the road network to even a kilometer. He did not. And I'm challenging them. He did not. He is talking about his fifth year, which is the second year. We are not dealing with that one. In his first term, it is on record that Nana Akufo-Addo did not add a kilometer to the road network. It is still the 78,402 kilometers as was bequeathed in by President Mahama. So we don't think that one wants to say that he has considered way more than any other government. No, he has considered most. But in terms of performance,
exhausted your time.
President Mahama stands very tall. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will just go to pass on a few comments. At the appropriate time, we are going to engage them and engage them very well. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Yes.
We have exhausted the speakers for the day, and hence, as agreed by both of us, we will now take the statement admitted, but the statement on Ramadan, as was admitted by Mr. Speaker. But we agreed that we are only taking a contributor on both sides, because one on each side, because of the business we have at hand, the outstanding business we have at hand. Speaker, you know the discussions that have gone on and the need for us to have committee of the whole. So that is the agreement, and we intend to stick by that.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to agree with you, except to say that instead of probably restricting ourselves to just one contributor each, we could look at the time and say that we should be done with this in 15 minutes. So by 3 o'clock, we have to move to committee of the whole. So that within that time, if we are able to take many more members who can speak briefly, so that make sure that by the 15 minutes we are done with the statement. I think that would be more proactive than maybe just between one person. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, my issue is the contribution to the Ramadan. Is it 1-1?
Yes, I was suggesting that instead of restricting to 1-1, if we are mindful with the time that we are spending 15 minutes on the statement, so that those who want to contribute, if you get people manage their contribution, it means you can take many more. But if the 1-1 and you exhaust the time, then that's it. I can tell you are working rather with the time instead of the number of persons.
Honorable Member for Kumbungu, Dr. Hamza Adam, please, you are invited to read your statement on Ramadan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on Ramadan. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. Speaker, Ramadan commenced on April 3rd, 2022, and expected to last for 29 or 30 days. Ramadan is a special gift from Allah. It is a month like no other, a season of salvation, abundant blessings, unceasing mercy, and a time to reconnect with our Creator, Allah. A moment of consciousness and awareness of our Maker. Ramadan literally emerged from the word Saum or Siam, means to abstain or refrain from something. Technically, Ramadan means to refrain from food, drink, sexual intercourse, and all that which breaks the fast from dawn to sunset, with the intention of fulfilling obedience to Allah. Mr. Speaker, fasting during Ramadan is obligatory upon every Muslim, male or female, who fulfills the following specifications. 1. To be mentally and physically fit, which means to be sane and able. 2. To have obtained the age of puberty and discretion, which is normally about 14 years. However, children under the age of below that age are also encouraged to practice. 3, to be resident, not to be traveling on a journey of about 50 miles or more. In the case of women, to be free from menses or post-birth bleeding. Mr. Speaker, those who are exempted from fasting include the insane, children under the age of puberty, the elderly, and the chronically ill person from whom fasting is unbearable. A person in this category is required to feed one poor person for every day he does not fast in Ramadan. Pregnant women and nursing mothers who fear that fasting may endanger their lives or health of the fetuses or the babies. People in the course of traveling, they should make up for the days they do not fast later. Women during the period of menstruation or post-childbirth confinement, they should make up for the days they do not fast later. Mr. Speaker, Allah the Most High says in the glorious Quran, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykumus siyam kama kutiba alal ladhina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. Quote, O you who believe, fasting is prescribed for you as it was prescribed for those before you, that you may have God consciousness. This is from Quran chapter 2, verse 183. Allah is establishing to us here that fasting is a major source of discipline, so patience, inculcating good behavior, appreciating the plight of the needy and the poor, thereby supporting them to have a collective growth and peace coexistence between and among us in our respective communities. This, in essence, is a definition of God consciousness. Not only Muslims are commanded to develop this sense of consciousness, but Christians, Jews, and other religions. The Holy Quran says, and we have, and I quote, we have instructed those who were given the scripture before you and yourself to fear Allah, thus have God consciousness. This is Quran chapter 4, verse 131. Mr. Speaker, fasting is done in accordance to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as was done. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, may peace be upon him, strongly recommended the following: to take a night meal, which is called suhoor, close to the time of dawn prayer as possible. To break the fast as soon as one is sure that the sun has set. To say the prayer or dua that the Prophet, peace be upon him, used to say at the time of breaking one's fast. To avoid any acts that is contradictory to fasting. To do good deeds, especially observing special night prayers immediately after Isha, Quran recitation, remembering of Allah via his beautiful attributes and names, or giving out charity, among others. Abstaining from food, drink, smoking, and sexual intercourse with one's wife from dawn till sunset. Abstaining from evil of tongue and physical body. On the authority of Abu Huraira, the Messenger of Allah, may peace be upon him, said, and I quote, whoever does not give up false speech and evil actions, Allah will accept his fasting. Is from Abu Huraira, is from Bukhari, Psalm 8:51. Mr. Speaker, in fact, charity is one of the key things our beloved Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, sought to create a balance between the able and the less privileged. Therefore, Muslims are encouraged to intensify in giving charity during Ramadan. The Prophet says, and I quote, "The best charity is given in Ramadan," unquote. Mr. Speaker, acts which do not invalidate the fast include bathing, wearing kuhil, rinsing the mouth or nostrils with water provided that is not overdone, swallowing unavoidable things such as one's saliva, tasting food, taking injection, smelling flowers or wearing perfumes, experiencing a wet dream, eating or drinking due to forgetfulness, involuntary vomiting, among others. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, seeking blessings from the night of power, Laylatul Qadr, is the most virtuous night in the year. Almighty Allah says in the Quran, and I quote, "Inna anzalnahu fi laylatil qadr, wama adraka ma laylatul qadr, laylatul qadr khayrun min alf shahr, tanazzalu malaikatu war-ruhu fiha bi-izni rabbihim min kulli amr, salamun hiya hatta matla'il fajr." Quote, "We have indeed revealed this messenger in the night of power." And what will explain to thee what the night of power is? The night of power is better than 1,000 months. This from Quran chapter 97, verse 1 to 3. Thus, every Muslim should strive hard not to miss the opportunity of obtaining multiple rewards in these blessed days. It is highly recommended that all Muslims should draw nearer to Allah to get the blessings of Laylatul Qadr in the last third of Ramadan month. Mr. Speaker, it is reported that Imam Ahmad Muslim narrated that the Messenger of Allah, may peace be upon him, said, "He used to strive harder to worship during the last 10 days of Ramadan than he ever did in any other time, indulging in acts such as praying, reciting the Quran, and making dua." Al-Bukhari and Muslim narrated by Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "When the last 10 days of Ramadan came, the Prophet, may peace be upon him, would stay up at night and would wake up his family up and would abstain from marital relations." Mr. Speaker, the Prophet, may peace be upon him, enjoined staying up and praying during the Laylatul Qadr out of faith and in the hope of reward. It was narrated from Abu Huraira, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Prophet, may peace be upon him, said, "Whoever stays up and prays during Layla out of faith and in the hope of reward, his previous sins will be forgiven." On this note, I wish all Muslims a blessed Ramadan. May Allah bless us all. I'm most grateful for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Okaikwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my brother from Bole Bamboy, you see, is taking all our time. But, Mr. Speaker, Ramadan is one of the strongest pillars that underpins the Muslim religion. It teaches Muslims to practice self-discipline, self-control, sacrifice, and empathy for those who are less fortunate within the. I'm fortunate to be MP for the National Chief Imam and also Sheikh Umar, who represents the Al-Sunnah sect. Mr. Speaker, it is a period that every Muslim takes very, very seriously. Muslims don't joke with Ramadan. If you miss a day, you have to take steps to filling before you are qualified to participate in the final prayers. Mr. Speaker, we'd like to use this opportunity to commend all Muslims for keeping faith with their religion and going through this period of fasting. I believe Muslims don't pray for themselves alone during Ramadan period. They pray for the whole country, and we must encourage them. Christians do support Muslims during the Ramadan period and vice versa. And we thank them for that religious faith and belief. And during this period, we ensure that good tidings before this country within the fasting period. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Bamboy. I'll be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Take you from Honorable Member for Okanko Central.
Mr. Speaker, to say that I should be brief is like you asking me not to go back to Bamboy. Mr. Speaker, whilst my colleague was reading the statement, I got this feeling that there were many who were of the view that he should end it there. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the maker of the statement and to put on record that this is a very, very important statement that he has made. Mr. Speaker, Islam is built on 5 pillars. And the 5 pillars are to believe in the oneness of God,
Honorable,
and to proclaim and believe in this.
Honorable, hold on. Yes, leader.
My good friend made a statement which I think is quite unfortunate. And if you could be given the opportunity to rephrase what he said. Speaker, let me put on record that at Conclave, all of us came to agreement and attached so much importance to Ramadan. And hence, all of us had pushed that this statement should be made, regardless of the challenges we have with time and the business at stake. So for anybody to say that you got an impression that the man had to end the statement there is totally flawed and unfortunate. And he should depart from that path and make his contribution without creating that impression. He is a very good friend of mine. Unfortunately, the path is pursuing a path which is not good enough.
Yes. Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker,
I'll ask the table to expunge that aspect from the records.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, we are in a month of Ramadan, a month where we're supposed to be tolerant, a month where we're supposed to be patient, and a month that we're supposed to restrain ourselves from provocation. Mr. Speaker, I said Islam is built on 5 pillars. The first one is the oneness of God, to believe or to proclaim that there is none except Allah, and that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the prophet of God. That's the first pillar. The second pillar is to perform the 5 daily prayers. And then the third one is what we call zakat, giving out alms. Then the fourth is fasting, that is sawm, and that is what we're talking about. And the last one is Hajj, pilgrimage, going to Mecca. Today, we're talking about fasting. And I'm very happy that he referred us to the source of fasting. All these pillars that I've mentioned can be traced to the Quran. And he said, and I want to repeat that, Ya ayyuhallazina amanu, kutiba alaykum siyawma, kama kutiba ala allazina min qablikum la'allakum tatakun. To it, all you who believe, fasting is prescribed for you, as it was prescribed for those before you, so that you may become righteous. And it's important to do a linkage here. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the year 622 AD migrated to Medina. And when he went to Medina, he met some Christians in Medina. And when he went to Medina and met the Christians, they were observing some kind of fasting. The Prophet encouraged his people to emulate that good behavior of the Christians, and that they should fast. It was when they started this fasting that the Holy Quran, the Holy God revealed this chapter in the Holy Quran, telling Muhammad that this fasting that you are talking about, that you have asked other people to do, is prescribed for you, as you have prescribed it for them. And that is the source of the Islamic fasting. So Christians, Jews, and other religions, we all fast. The difference is the manner and the way we do it. So it's important that when we're talking about fasting, all of us, like we have all agreed, box together and then talk about it. Islam comes with so many benefits. But God says in another chapter that those who are traveling and the sick are not supposed to fast. I'm making reference to this to make a point that fasting is not to punish Muslims. So when somebody says that the Muslims will wake up early morning and eat, and then they just skip only lunch, that is not the case. The whole thing boils down to discipline. The issue is that waking up dawn to take what we call suhoor is rewarded. And God or the prophet said that delay in taking your dawn meal by being in a hurry in breaking your fast. The essence of fasting is discipline. And so when a Muslim is able to discipline himself that way, at the end of the day, he becomes righteous. Fasting is to make us close to our God. Now, Speaker, let me jump to conclusion. He has done so much to the subject matter. But before I conclude, let me commend Parliament. When I joined this House in 2017, they had initiated what they call the Ninth of Power. And I took part in the celebration of the Ninth of Power. Now, Speaker, he read Quran chapter 97, which talks about the Ninth of Power. It is a ninth that is said to be better than 100 months. And there's a reason for that. Mr. Speaker, the Muslim Ummah is said that their life expectancy is about 60 years. It is 60 years, and a lot of Muslims during the Prophet time got worried. And they asked the Prophet, why is it that some people spend more than 100 years, and we behind you who are Muslims are now going to spend, or our life expectancy is going to be 60 years? Said, God has revealed to us in the Quran a particular night, and that night is better than 100 years. That is the source of the night of power. And so that is why Muslims, the last 10 days of the month of Ramadan, especially the odd days, 21st, 23rd, 25th, 27th, and 29th, these are the very important days that we are likely to experience the night of power. And so we pray very hard and ask for God's forgiveness and ask for benefits that we're supposed to get from the Almighty Allah. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I want to appeal to my Muslim brothers and sisters that on the day of Eid al-Fitr, that is the day that we clamor the fasting, many a time you see our brothers riding motorbikes in jubilation and all of that. I think that we should break the fast in moderation. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuh. May peace be upon you all. Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, I am unable to pick further contributions. We gave ourselves 15 minutes. We are about 25 minutes. So, our leader.
I believe that based on what we agreed, we will end the statement now and then announce the suspension for the committee of the whole.
Dr. Kofi Kunedu Apreku eye peni a odi MPP amanyoko mu akotinye pano no e no de nsemfo bia babeto dwana mpo no so de nano ato nsem a ekoso efa ye e-levy bi ho a sisi yaje atum e wo mahye bedwam otwema asa de we ya MPP fo aye de ya de adache bia de omo betua so kaye pa esanse kwakwa konwu sa ade nye obia na pene so e ma chese yaje taxi yatum nso kwakwa ese se ne amon waye mo adwen se ne mo be ya na mbe nano na chese mbe ya otwema mo be big price in there ade mo betua yie pa esanse ne ma ye de ensom bo na otwem se nke be ya anka taxes ahodo ne de ye nyumanku ahodo wa Ghana no business taxes ena anka chese botum dia mom na nko metuatua na sapa se wonim se nip ade enkoyie a onipa ye twemu se e-levy ye so sen no botumi akoso agedi atumi de onu de otwema enya de se fata yie pa nti MPP amanyoko no e wo se manim ya no nhyehyemu bia wo mu a omo san dane omani na chese omo hwe ni yie sansan na e-levy no ankwa bo omo e da ache bia
Ghana qualify Eco World Cup ama isi America say 2022 FIFA World Cup ebekoso ewo Qatar no ya de Ghana enso ebe hobi na no Friday and a draw no etimi to dwa Ghana group H ene oman friend say Portugal, Uruguay na afi South Korea ene wo group ni mu na Uruguay be pie mu sa na Ghana for enso kasa say emere na anie say Ghana enso beye na matimi ahye Uruguay beka 2010 Suarez kokwache bo obi ma Samoja kwose penalty ema besi ne sa ya no enso da so a Ghana akoma mu ni nyanse na Ghana enka mo betimi abeye first African country be call semi-finals. Nemom entimi ama so man kofo kase revenge no eno a eni na oko internet dia na ese video circulate no Asamoja na nka obi anim so areta na abrante na kofa ball a ese no sha say training na ese bibia kire se Asamoja nya akonya na obetimi abo e ama Black Stars wo Uruguay na ese World Cup ni mu ni nyanse ne penalty a ose na edit a Uruguay no e ka me ese abrante na ye crowd so ono nso betimi a revenge no aboa ama Ghana so atimi ahye Uruguay enso World Cup nti isi ameka say de Asamoja ono an kasa de atudwa so on retire nti isi no wa return to training na obo adwuma den ehwe ni mu se Black Stars no ebia obesa abebobie
awon wasem many are wasem ayekosi ewo efia nkwanta regional hospital mortuary no wo atoye mantemu twema nyasem keto akra esanse mortuary man sabio no e friend no say Eric Yamoa edito eye inshira papa Akosi Simpson no ewo connect FM mudwumedi ayato ne din say obamba morning show no de nchemu eba na otwemu se omo ho no mo ya woda ya echemu e na chese nkofo mienu bi ede white Nissan pickup bi ne ka number ya AW2497-21 omudi nipa dasani ni memma kobra ne 9 na chese omudi nipa dasani ato omo pickup ya chi ede abo mochi honom say ade onipa hye ento no ohumi say cheche omo chire ma yemfa owre efa nhye fridge mu ena mochi ma ni chire mu say obi a onwu ye nso de yesi den je no ede hye eye fridge mu ena omo de omo te omo mpene nkofo etire ma mo mpene ena yete be hye omo de ebufuo epeja owre so mo se mo nje ne de ne yankase ede ne ko ochemo mo twemo ani ede hye ya be hye se mranti we obi nim ne owre ye de aye mranti na be hye bro pa omo bro no e wo pick up ne so mo ochire ma mranti yi hu say ya de omo hye na natipa omo tu kai ede dwane enti sisi na omo kasa no mo nim be bia omo de aye abranti we e ko se bone ben pa ena de aye omo nti a mo pese omo yi no ede free ti as first as ide obi a entumi enchire
I must answer a PM name, send that number can ye crackrum kakra ye bedu. Now the Nancy as a medium who is sick a crabat, match me tea, then I'm a banamaba. Agenda mass agenda, come with Trego entertainment industry, and I'm a brony. My son swab as a mabbe chimney. I want to dance here, see any name at Bebro. What is the way say will Smith Koshi, a Chris Rock, as my fed me will crumble. If my husband cannot defend me that way, I don't say, Mono, a sea will hold. Had they be a fan only party dear Simama, would say, Erin Kosama, but to say the only said I watch it in semi day be Black Stars wins. I just say you're trolling Nigeria for Twitter. Just say A3 music and change some performance black on ya. In some day be brave at a while in Susujino. Near Dawson, men say America, my in trying home. Na ye ba ma bruni, some nina ma best sang a guamam. Ah, mema wakwa baba enkomo ho sama bruni me ba besom na jese ne etwagu nyina me de munchirem aba besom na me konti ameti wo se Nanja no de carry last I say boy Nanja no de carry last if no wo se wo pesa wo carry last so what him say World Cup qualifies here na ye but say African countries yes say he han e betumi e win na jese odi nani ache e kata for World Cup 2022 na Ghana ni e Nigeria Akosia na say e AFCON na ye boy na jese Nigeria for won se na one performance na nda femu but e Korea AFCON kwa trophy went to me and fight. Into what pay so one Ghana from the bebo for World Cup qualifying she is hey Nigeria for Mati I just say who got two I go promise to just say one side one nine carbon I just say shemuan and then one ever question one now be a year quote for free hour be to add one in the boys castle mama mumu Ghana for munya Black Stars more reshimukaka you better win it and base me be qualify for Qatar you say oh want to me yet but on the you say Black Stars one year supporting you were reshimu to me Akako qualify for a year Qatar Nigeria Nigeria for buy for a omo away game na mukoshia mo baba yara ne behwe oh akeka enkrofu epu behwe match bi mimpo mi hu bi da take you say over 1 million Ghana cedis na wonya yo na ma provider say ye nyina de ehunkogu ye say ye behwe wo kowie ya 00 bi antumi anhye ne yonko neja Tuesday yes am so de hye so Abuja ene ye behwe match de nemu ye den cause na wa de yonko ti be kafem no na wona be ko kata na ne Black Stars ye sha ase aye wo man se pate ahye baako Arsenal for yin so broken heart pate ahye go ye behwe fe de Nigeria for so win penalty bi e chiri ho be bi afa de won so behwe but away go month as a me ani bo say any football say na say mo ball one na na afa de mo say Black Stars qualify I didn't say o ko ball away match I just say umomu na utu kwa ko nipa country so they say mo ball draw umomu na we win ni sent na ya Black Stars ya qualify for a World Cup Qatar 2022 na ye be wie match na Nigeria for say we ti kwa pai one qualify into na a stadium a omo a businessman Dangote spending over $1 million to renovate stadium. What's in one way for any beshe? For supporters, Nigeria free to say what see fee a park so just say bibi odon sa beke bia notice obubunu or to 2-tier gas in na want to me and control card. But I say there in some yetin is was a Ghana for ye okay na for bisa say na yen journalist or mo call Ghana for coffee match no want to sign but bibi anka kosi card official be na wo so film but I know say ya ma ye adofo yako. Na ye match ye boy ni na beshe tama ye boy celebrities don't do melonom na ba na mo asem wa mehye ye na de ye team Ghana no ne mo amoka se wo be hye mo se mani maguase inti just say ekoso social media na trolling yi na hashtag Nigeria versus Ghana ye ko wi asen se ye di nkuru ni nti ne wo se se Nigeria for one football national team na friend Super Eagles wo friend Super Chicken I ne betwe trolling oh ye de mama won na won so waka am fe de be start no waka Ghana must go ye be hye won wo bragging na stage oh sister na anja for no say you say you know the carry last but we dey won say Ghana for chrem say mo carry last and kata kata no de we nim say bia person okobia na wa boa Oscar no cause say de e ya afia ye be ko World Cup na e ko be say Ghana win trophy ni dia na Nigeria for mo nya yen size na say the football sem ni kogu a je say Sam George na ba na mo ani dumelo ni ade sa Shatawale krampo no nyina mo serew Nigeria for ye de kogu nchen a eye radio presenter Abeku Santana na odin kra bia kwakoma Slay Queens na young girl so chema sa wo yo bia na oberima wa ware ebese pa osrewa reject cause we yes na te say we save you we sister bi oti baby odi are we say ni kunu achiti so we say no to sa you berima na ware no so pe wona na te say we save sister ya ware na mean say asem obeke de minim say Slay Queens na mo amodi enti nkofo kunu no minim say mo fa ni easy na but say no kan o say we yes we be save we nua marriage na ekoka nsem na nkofo ka say Abeku na den na ni de mean say that to me nchire musa but wa on behind the scenes nsem na but Abeku na esi o say we your bia na se obi kunu ebe se opa eni die ma me pacho reject na se bisa assistant aware ayo ne mama yempia again en fan shattered ho baby na ye to aso de memni de etwam ya na ye 3 music awards 5th edition om de share so na ya nsa na award ba be koso na ye wo hwe say na ne be opening performance na ye blacko blacko sad boys in the house kweku frempon de assemble ba no open ye 3 music awards this year na just a performance na say trendy just say overshadow sa technical hitches no munya no muntumi answer show no ntamina ni na overshadow no na blacko be perform ya na as a sukakra na mafu say no that's 3 music makomanim kakaba performance no muchema blacko deliver it's exceptional performance akofo born abasopana ko Twitter there or trendy ankasa na ya black sheriff you trend your trendy ya blacko ya na what trend numfufo bia abeto abontinti wunte ya kweku the traveler na akotie bi ko YouTube wenye bi etie na awards here course na won say eba awards obi ahye ene artist of the year hwan na ebenyo ena mo beka mo se mo disappointed ni na ekoso na red carpet no say celebrities ekopie mo ho na dressing die Omo de share so a red carpet host on point omo hosting mention no so on point all in all na mo kan say themes say dem say makomani mo mbom homodin na adwuma bi aka bi ese mo ye bia mo nyema yen fine na what na ye kan de offer overall artist of the year I na de girl dem sugar I Kiddy Links Entertainment omo member bakon I Kiddy NFA ye artist of the year na ye ka Afro pop song of the year family ninum praise and a winning album of the year Kiddy na golden boy I ono no fasa sana medical can no winning artist of the year na African song of the year the man Wizkid Essence on his annual no Tim's a boy any Justin Bieber omo no winning African song of the year best alternative song of the year Ekoma Amare South Girls Love Money featuring Molly na best collaboration of the year Ekoma Kofi Juma Koso I featuring Yao Tog and YP best female vocal performance na Miss B ninyo homecoming and no do winning best male vocal performance Kiddy Mom Bebe and fine. Breakthrough art of the year Black Sheriff Blacko I don't know fast awards now digital art of the year at Koma Kiddy DJ of the year DJ faculty and a winning year emerging woman of the year Mona Forel say what I EP of the year the man Amrado patient EP I na numra botre PF mobile ono winning EP of the year now fan army of the year die hard that the number fans na ye fight against phobia and kadem now ye also the gospel art of the year Celestine Donko and a winning gospel song of the year your Hima Mercy he lives in me ultimate moo I don't know winning gospel song of the year group of the year comma R2Bs refuse to be broke hip life song of the year Kofi Kinata Digress and a hip life art of the year and it's Kofi Kinata NFI hip hop song of the year comma Black Sheriff second sermon high life song of the year Ekoma Sako the happy day no feature Kwame Eugene and a hip life hip hop artist of the year Blacko and Black Sheriff we need big and kasa performer of the year episode I'm and a producer of the year Emoji Beats NFI rapper of the year Amrado and best rapper no fight and a reggae dancer art of the year Stone Boy and a winnie reggae dancer song of the year Kiddy touch it I don't know winnie and a song of the year 4-in-1 award Black Sheriff with second sermon no the first awards and a video of the year Sako the Rollies and Cigar and a viral song of the year Akosia not today for here I don't know fine and our next rated Chief 1 I that a artist from Volta region most watching it out and the Afrobeat Afro pop song of the year Kiddy into season awards no coin they say be I want to way artist ni bi wo ma we to how but awards ni question say me brebe na be che yes sister fi atwema say me ana mo nshada and appreciate mo bo modern ade but me awards na say apart from a female category am say best female vocal me ana wo nya hwin sister fi atwema say de mo bo modern na say me ana my baby I'm be feature a few music boss or no so I reply sister here but the music awards and all in all I'm have to say it was good Mateo fella ama medami to me enda I doka so dakwa I do that friend abrona na num na etwegu na abrona na chema akwakwa yes some new trend because on tiase also Canada unze onkofu tonyo mat for motivation unze empai bo puti ya say ura ho kra unze becheche na nsen oh profane and I'll bet you obi mami ye and obi adida so As a moon Catania Masun says, this is a profane, or Chema Sankopona Mutunum Nam, it's all about profane. My moon dream quench, more short sighted, and just my dream which I done, do Sebio. I am not make cab rather than I can. Just as the Mumbo Modiana said, no one am better sharp. But no much you my better say, Obi Tiem Poa, Nera, who could be banner ratchet. That now send the ass a moon shadam bomb on this. I'm a brana nasi. Ghana phone you to for Mumbo Mohammed, and Amuja is a profane, then send in fatam. And how did the come has on him say, yes, a buoyant legend, and just say, one will be D. Can for now, why ye be was an work they've paid their dues. You need him on. No back on a jedibly ambulance and to not say ending where we cry. Now, in a senior man, didn't send me a bit to Jan, no chairman, no time was see, so then times and I say, jedibly ambulance, jedibly so Jan and answer, oh, now me to me, Phoebe. I knew I make no one, I knew Tom. Oh, pay say, oh no, they tell to me, but now so him says Stacy, the no who say who fame kakra, and it don't want better kakra, but brain to chema one fine ya quadro two girls to me by day, crab said be and walk a cow bomb or chema at a time be sending in a thigh of fune being say was shown a walk or year, but hey, is a or quite interview our TV XYZ no didn't send you to Jan. Did you play chema? Time or see so then times. Oh, sister CD, no Fabian Cassa. My for my answer on comments with the main crime you are. Mabeka May 2019 and I Ghanaian actor. I my childhood crush Chris Atto. The year I just offended Betty Jennifer. Be born to Kumno Maryland. Just say now we'll point if you dream. Just say I said the bay I was same Bujan. Just say some young focus. Oh Chris, no be our fefe no be. Na mafunyi na akoso Chris we dey shedding na eyi Chris who say somebody see on shed and kasa ya won say wa comment afa ho but afi 2022 dey say bebre aba e no trema e na yire ni wo no he was never a suspect. I say a police one born a suspect say well linking is a ebia no nim who be say debi o chemo no de na yire na ofimu no Jennifer no odo no o say na yire o wa bade ye manipa ne ade but o chema ade na affecting all right but opeso de other sameso I am aboni na me de betu ja mama ti asese any we obi okobo ni to we to say investigations are why there was not even one time a police for a born say or a suspect. See you order Miss Ghana. I know just on no option or be to do a inner party edin semi betujo chema. Some claims be our former beauty queens Rebecca so now a pimping one a fan. They say they made several things allegation about the whole Miss Ghana beauty pageants. No chema. Some now queen city betujo and my brand neck coffin kaka cause some say uka sexual assembly we because na Miss Ghana pa dia just say Jedina fedi mode girls near san no chema e ba sano e ma dini coffin but say the what bomodin as no be bia say Miss Ghana be sini na mu asanso ya Miss Ghana ni nyina wo be bomode na say gira ne na so na the engineer say in a part in some semi de abetu dwa yiso na mo de mo maye ntwa ye ho kakra na ye say ye koba nkomo nyina la abeto aso amam.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Misanso mawakwaba na yeto ankomo no so de yemfa we mbetwam nyumtuni ai kofinti ai okai na odi nsemi abetujo chema na adodan kwakufu ade no aban wo obom abaso ankasa o se kan no ene dum se kafre twoya ne na ekoso wo mahama abansi na adoba se ni nyina to atwa o chema no kwa o pretty some coastal business bi na say light yi gine sue na say edwuma koso na say ne fridge ndum ne namon say na ka den times I just want to meet dum lights be ne wo na just won so ye na just timetable dum so ye de musa na so na say dey say power ne de e da so just be bia koso bakoboko nti o chema e na ado ne na banga wa abomode just one stabilizer electricity supplier wo Ghana hanyina eni nti na ye ni coastal business na ejedi nti so chema wunya freezer bi e chile a enye ti say club na ehim we na moton nam coastal asem na make bi enu bi de hu say business to me koso na enye say den times ni but o say fuel prices there was a 10 cedis and above here just say pesos bi dey chia for 1 liter no enu na asem ho kwakro chema fuel boy den dodo wo Ghana nti na na dan kwakufa do wonu mpay munye bibi fa fuel no na say dey odunwufo bi aba o say sika fata wo nti wonte ya na kofi nti nyum latest one no akokope bi eti me say me to the maka me ho ntam say asem bi etwagu ensem fam me ho me mfa ma no nkotum because ochie bi kwaka bia no akwaye third person mo beka ye coded I of a 4x4 member coded no say ne ho fefefe I na me kana asem yi okopie mo wa ya beku sansa na show you so no nyinwum fufu abayi dada damasen I won say line no fefi ye fi aswa say na pa wi na mu amo banyi na dada damasio enwum no na ekoba na wo say efi aswa say ga che mate say one siki permission one ho na fa na Cuisine na abeku so ofre fia na weje nenu cassette so say na nyom yitwagu is she okay we say coded e borrow ni term na e behwe yawe ai be no say na no ye yawo say boy e fia to be man yi yawo no na asabi de mean 7 pound nkokakos sister didi coded that time poto e kwa wi ase na say amafo chirema na wa be ku santana obi ba wo interview no na say obi wo show so na say what na wa ye nhwe hama efie didi coded that time ene wo tutu bi ma abeku wochema he was unprofessional na to na da kwa be ka che ase santana crazy efia na asem ye kwa ba kwa fe channel to say it was staged Coded abeka say just I say up hype na mo say coded na ne uti pay hype like obia for a man of your status sa hype in sense na kai we dey kan fata wo ti ya Santana na fine wo say mo nyina mo ni megu asase ka say mo tie one side nti afia de ebeye interview be twema coded craft friend san ko ndi na tem unte ya mekache coded so onu an entwefo ni sini to no ye yawo no ene coded ene den dada ma senji senka wo yusu no an trend na de say trend na ye koso unse bi a big be hwe ni na ye stage one ko sinkuya astro paper je contract je muska na mene wo ye na abedi hu nkomo nti afia chema okoti ska bi ma coded so nchia coded ntumi nchia nti ne mbo no wan wesini tan but why yawo no say de why popular say fame no person je ni say trend no be trending coded ye hope say sa trend no wa trend yankasa na unze me mana me hwehwe ansem me say dey na ekoso say trend ni ye follow ankasa na when any chat Twitter na ye bongo ideas I journalist Albert one him say ye kan controversial blogger I mean kan say say onu do ti so amafo che ma akokọ ye no say kokwa na say ye say wiase nyansa nyina ahye ni tin na wo kire na wo si Twitter honom utumi making mistake bi no abe correctil and now say oberma warrior attitude ni disadvantage say obia de na no akoto na asem Sam George ko no ne yi ano na no do na asem kofa ye nsinia man Shatawale da say masa amafo na ya kweka kan ho asem na won kai so de wase be family feature mebru fita ni epiem police station so no na kon on obedwe so ankasa yenim say asem na shata call out bongo ideas yenim say anka esi ho na o san so run ni DM so ojimi obebro ni didi ni ma me atene your mother no de bi man wo ho na journalist Albert so twa screenshot no be to no chime o sa Sako de bi Shatawale na den no so bebrum once asema ye kin afede wo da ne obro but amafo chema bongo ideas one ye yaw too much asebia fa wo no da hakoti chiri we nyate na fa yen ko system no so de bi wo de be san so ehia wo mita na ba na mo na asebia no chen san amafo che se mo ama ye krado twen se mo be ya told you so no de bongo ideas se de wo ko Twitter okusu akoso his personal de so onte ne amaka na abeja ne oye no Moya Ilevi beba you say Ilevi just a bit no one pass it na this man anka muka and then minority mum fa mo nansi wono mo make sure say one pass it Billy and I just remember Asa me kan yasro asemo. Ile via Ghana for ni abanga twa ze wonchian. Say there was a 50 May. Muchimu tamu betia. But initially na at 1.75. Say there was a one so when you said if you is it a 1.5% and a mubetia for ASI electronic transaction mumun in sem moon says details in the GhanaWeb TV na abrem. Now some you call so na Parliament will pass it. Just a year 29th of a year March and then it's in be so. Na ye another down kwa kufa to Ghana man penny birthday. Osanso commission a interchange bill a North Tamale Honum. Nana Blasters into defeating Nigeria to say we winning. And I was also passing 11. I said another done could need day in a year perfect. Now a year bill your more passing and a celebrities be bread 1 or 2. Bridget Otunanaba, Namwaniki Samonas, a year comedian DK comedian warriors when you watch him. Na abaya say de nya ho akire yen kra ska ye to nkradua mix kra no mewukra ye nya binye na muzanso de ile be pie nso no wachimo so ho nana enye mo na mo say ye tiska so okomo de ye na fe de mo ba ye ska kakra mpo ye to so ba say musanso twefin ase ma fo chema se say de o man ni mo aye de ankase ba ma fo ska na she baby ebinum ye she won o bia wo na ehia wa ebinum de ehia won ba ile bibi no se ma mo se muntua na enim na mo ba ya afa ho na se mo se mo nya Moya transactions, be minimum chema. Brefie beje be cost one cause girls. Mo amoya mo bisa, oh, can you send me money? Because the brefie beje cost some person want on the charges. They said the 11 from effective May 2022. One best start here tell me. Na yet also there a Nigerian Grammy Award winning artist, Burna Boy, Odogu. Or they say to chema the whole African continent. Or no just to say in the history of music, or no ye he's the highest paid African artist. And I say, hey, Odogu, as I want man who so say walk say una wo scan e find a Cuisine mafo. Oh yeah, live Instagram live. He was on Instagram live. You know, didn't say YouTube join mafo chema. Obeso chese was casting the video. No say mana Davido. Ska be no wo ono was casting the video and about obi so bisa question say yeah whiskey on a whiskey na was can say whiskey dey any boy all right but ye can ska pan there whiskey ento na ba some ibo odo betu jana mafochima o say Burna Boy nya ho say bia asa ahoma so 247 no off days bi na ba behwe mo chirema ye kan artist wo ska of course be kan wa kan but to me nka say wo na wo ye highest paid ase me dey minim say chatawality but minim so be respond there na but unim say chatawality he gets money pass your father obi antimi nche fake ayo brasa me se wasan so asesa na do say di obedi obekazo obedi na ejiri muzen jana me mbo mwe wo kaya enje kwa na brasa me kwot na United Showbiz no chirema on ne yire nya kasakase bi na se na oba ne react onje di mpo se sister ikode no beka ne bi je se ori ofa na anu mpo nka ori ndi biom sa na okan na se me muzo boya ware sem do kokebe akoye third person so brasa me na dey fine ne fa Cuisine anfo chema na won divorce kra ba se sei na yire ya kasa de na anu to ma chema sa divorce rumors mu ignore na eyi Kofi Adoma an brasa me kopie mu wo ye ni show no so na kofi chema bra na sa wo ka se wundi bi no se ono obedi onu do kan yo se ebufu na eba na oka se bi na so obeka no kware ade oda wo ze wundi bi wo anka sa obeka no kware na sister yan kasa so e de help am so man kunu so nsem e be ko ba nyina onja of se onja bibia anka na se anka wo nko wanim na brasa me yiri chema ni house boy bi se nsem ne de onim se bebre na wo se na and somebody I don't even know how to go about it. But so chema one time bini house boy be crab a flashy ni bolobo ni bury me or the be chain and so na. And so they be brave. But say see no there. Now be to John say ya worry for being mo chema. Say some na what they be to just social media. Ni na one boy go say worry dey work so anka say brasa me po dia to just say obeko swedi. Oscar Academy Awards course na anu ya na actor Will Smith a bo comedian Chris Rock asumani DJ wiase afene nyina na asumbone de jajai ebinu mo I was not even following the awards me that so na me so me hu say video bi twegu and I say well I watch any news be walking majestically co stage ko she Chris Rock asum say boom just say me tie Jensen kumi anga say me say berma na wo hu na sumi na dem work say na ekoba ne sen kiremu na me mbo nkomo
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right? That was a nice one. Okay. I'm out here. Richard. Oh, wow. Wow. Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
Wow, dude.
Yes.
It was a G.I. Jane jump.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
I'm going to, okay? Okay. That was
na Oscar ye course na unze Chris Rock be presented some award be na unze. He's a comedian. He jokes about almost everything. Na nsem bi okokan na nye will deck na no hunti na me se mi ko be na me wo krom wiase afede nyas oh Will Smith wo ye be memwa they will defend wo yire na we because sisters he so me if I have a boyfriend who doesn't defend me like how Will Smith defend as well jada me na me say no money relationship ni munsem ba the nya ne Rebecca na Chris joke be passing no chema he commented on the year ne hair loss so she's suffering from alopecia I just said no it's a hair loss way it's a health condition but when they decided ni bedi egore na joke no ko passing so be a ho nyina astro but you will cross through but o try na say anya jada da ba minim so who be go na suma and then a very more person defending it is about kasma my and yere ya say we breaking emotion we you breaking my heart and jada will so sorry na be memwa very more don ya what is kawari you know walking pa Chris asum wine o we no koje best actor award first time that's where we knew us can be na man fu chirema we dey na say anka watch na so but Chris you miss a Chris we also ekwakokano no ochema sa out of the heat of the moment because man won say won wo yida ko baby say mo sport yan kasa mo ti front row no bia pass joke na anya ne de say joke na pass we apa na jada enim ye bibia say what do you mean by that? Nana be mo don you oh yes and so chema we sorry. Your chema dance Washington advice be the chain says at your highest moment and na bon some ba not just obama wa ye bibi na say who glory ni no be forget it. Na se me ko ba na ko chema ya award o munje finish be so he acted just the heat of the moment. Just ko be bra comment. Na ya ba Ghana hanum say ye relate here any comedians no na me hu say DK be no Jerry nom Lexi ena obian pons I watch them and say dear say na Will Smith here and just want to mean joke cra say so cracky joke say could be some and say you go over the board it be go over the board will be health condition and say the joke na but munko so na mun entertain nye we su ntina muka se mun joke but say we be to na mafu comment na watch say dem mahu mom beka se mom beka na say na Will Smith secret asum sa na e besi wasum na watch dem komo de yakoso bebre menim say wo boy bi betumi defend wo sa na but kabavanti say woni ahoden ankoto wo nsa obi ana onipa na brim bia odo no to kokọ wi echi akwa na ankosi aka nsamafo na watch dem abroni nze na me dem hu esi kakra but ma bende na ma ba adwuma na de yakoso ankasa match de akogu ami bet match de akogu na April ayewremu oh jai me say ba betie kunwa cha say enya botare atenase na wade wase me bebia de ni na beba ate na say ye de munkumo nyina e de aba bebrem na watwide nse na yen kama man yen sem ne kwa we de ye sore so that say na ye hyemu a enkomo atwego entertainment industry nyina ama broni me da abesomo akramo
Black Stars defender friend say Alexander Jikusi see America say oko French Ligue 1 ni mu dia Ghana ni bia ni ho a we see aka do draw enso e de chen we see aka de Strasbourg na eye na wo twa wiye e na we see aka to so eye 183 I say the chen say we be yi eye Ghana captain and friend say Andrew Dede Ayu enso afiri ho na Dede Ayu no we see aka 182 enso French Ligue 1 ni mu a eye Abrante friend say Alexander Jiku enso ababepa eye Andrew Dede Ayu ho Jiku ye wo no enso e France e ma France a e no sha se enso esi na kan asisi ade we see aka edema eye Strasbourg Oko Nigeria ade anese Ghana yi a omu yi Super Eagles free mo wo FIFA World Cup me ade anese Nigeria for no guso a omu di ho abobo na no ena enkani player edema Nigeria national team no mechere Daniel Amokachi na Amokachi ntema ono ede abetudwa efa no kwan Nigeria for so ema Ghana ne ombebo 1-1 no kan obi amama ntimi anko World Cup no ose esobo ni nyina ode bo abrante a friend say Calvin Bassey ono defender edema Nigeria Super Eagles team no ose game etoja ewa Abuja na ade na abrante na bre na ono eno se coach friend say Augustine Govon ema abrante gina game imu a na se kakakra bia ma game na ba wie ni mum ena oyi ni free mum na ose ohwa na se Ghana for no na de omo tactics omo ko game no bibia enso efa ye enso etimi de mum nti ono de ye kasa onyi nipa ba ko a eno nam so ama Nigeria for ntimi anko World Cup no ebe ka se Calvin Bassey.
And thanks for joining us on BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. On today's edition, we take a look at two young Ghanaians who are using machine learning to teach some students how to code, build, and create their own robots through STEM, i.e. science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But before this report, I'll bring you up to speed on some business stories that made headlines in the week. But then, let's take a look at this report filed by my colleague, Maoli Aholumega.
Technology is meant to solve problems, and the introduction of robotics is key for that task. Although Ghana's robotics space is yet to attain its full potential, the company is moving ahead of the curve by teaching students how to code, develop, and use robotics. Before I introduce my guest on this week's edition of BizTech, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. My name is Maoli Aholumega. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from that break. My guests are Jonathan and George, the founder and also the trainer for InnovTech, which is a STEM center. I'll speak to Jonathan. Jonathan, welcome to BizTech. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing very well. And George, welcome to BizTech. How are you doing?
I'm doing well as well.
Great. Yeah, so Jonathan, you are the founder of InnovTech. Just briefly take us what exactly InnovTech is.
Okay, so InnovTech is a social enterprise that tries to empower the youth with industry-relevant skills in STEM through robotics education.
Okay.
The STEM meaning science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Yeah. And so far, how's that been going for you?
So far, so good. It has been going well. We have amazing students and we have dedicated trainings as well, so everything is moving smoothly.
Okay. Yeah. So I understand you're into robotics. When we came here, we saw a few robotic stuff that you're doing here. How's it been going so far?
It's been going well. With the robotics, you know, we do robotics because it incorporates all aspects of STEM learning. That is the science for the physics, the technology for the coding, the engineering for the 3D modeling and engraving, and then the mathematics for the calculus, the algebra that we need to operate the robot. And then these are things that when the students learn, they are able to apply what they learn in the classroom. So they see the real life effect of whatever they are learning in the classroom. So that's why we are doing this.
Yeah. So I know sometimes people build robots to sort of solve problems. So far, how has been the problem-solving bits for creating robots been for you guys?
For us, we have solutions. We are working on solutions that will be coming out soon. You know, robot creating is not easy. You have to find a problem for it. You have to create a profile and then give it a purpose. So, okay, we want this robot to work in the agricultural sector. What should it do? Should it sow seeds? Should it dispense water? Or so that's what we look at. And it has been quite expensive, especially with the components and stuff, getting them done. We don't have them available in Ghana, so we have to get them here.
Okay.
So that's one of the challenges.
Okay. Yeah, Jonathan, thank you very much. So I'll speak to George. George, so you are a trainer here, and you've been training some of the students here to develop some of the robots. How has that been for you?
Well, it's been a long run. At the long run, we've been able to train students to do a whole lot of things. It's quite tedious dealing with some students sometimes, but
why?
you know, students sometimes, you have to teach them the basics of what is going on and from and know nothing, kind of background, and you kind of raise them from that level all the way to understanding how to build a robot, and it's kind of tedious. That's what I meant by that. But so far so good. It's been a good ride.
So I want to learn a little bit about the robots. Are there specific types of robots that you guys develop?
Yeah, generally there are types of robots. You have industrial robots, service military robots, domestic robots, a whole lot. But these sets are educational robots. So we first have to identify the purpose of what we are going to be using the robot for. So we normally go with the base robot, which allows us to do all-round kind of activity. So, yeah, if you want to learn it, you just come and run it through some of the...
Yeah, but some will also argue that, learning robotics has to do with maths and physics and drawings and all kinds of, which is quite difficult for some students. What's your take on that?
Well, it's not difficult. That's the first thing you need to understand, that it's not difficult. It's very easy to actually build this stuff. And with the way our lessons are structured, if you come, you run it through everything. Even if you know nothing about it, you're able to run it through the whole process and you get the understanding.
Okay. Yeah, so let me just go back to Jonathan. Jonathan, so you've been doing this for how long?
For close to 6 years.
For close to 6 years. Do you personally have some robots yourself?
Yes, we have robots.
Okay.
Yeah, we built some.
Okay.
But it's yet to come to the market. Okay. So it's...
Yeah. And so how many have you been able to do so far in terms of teaching the students and also the robots that you've been able to develop?
As in the robots you've been able to...
Ones,
So we have about 6 robots.
Okay.
That we are working on right now. And then the students have also been able to build some projects, smart hand sanitizer, smart home system, like a lot of things.
Okay, all right, that's great. Yeah, so I'll be taking a quick break and then we'll be right back. So I've been speaking with George and Jonathan from InnovTech, which is a STEM center, and they've been teaching students how to develop and code robots. I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I've been speaking with George and Jonathan, and they are the founder and trainer for InnovTech, which is a STEM center teaching students how to develop and code robots. Jonathan, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you about, and I've been learning so much about robots. Yeah, so I asked George a few minutes ago how difficult it is to conceptualize these robots that you create and all of that. There's the argument that it's very difficult, it's very expensive, as well as, people also are not really interested in the STEM. What's your take on that?
That's true. That's very true. For the expensive part, yes, but for the difficulty part, I think that's a lie. Because whatever the students are learning here, they are already learning it in a class.
Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is that we are just putting it into a practical way. They are having a hands-on. Okay, so I learned how to calculate the rotations and stuff. I can use rotations to move my robot. Do you get it? So they are learning it, and then they are seeing the benefit of what they are learning. So it empowers them to learn more, because they know that when I learn this, I'll be able to do this. And this, based on what we've seen, the students we've been able to train. We have students who were doing like poor in mathematics. But when they started this robotics program, they've been able to improve, and they keep improving every day. You get it? So it's not difficult. It's just expensive.
It's just expensive.
Yes, and that is why we at Innovtech are giving this high quality access to people from underprivileged schools in our communities.
Yeah, I like the fact that you're giving opportunity to students and people from underprivileged schools and all of that. I just want to touch briefly on that. How's that going so far? How many people have been able to reach out to?
So we started that last year. We went on an outreach. We traveled all over the country, and we've been able to impact over 2,000 students.
2,000 students?
Yes.
Wow, and they all know how to develop and create robots?
They can build, they can program it. And these are students from villages. They've never touched a laptop before. They've never held a mouse. It was a first-time experience. And we took our time, took them through, and then they were able to do it. When we went, we had challenges with them because they didn't have any knowledge in computing. So we had to start everything from scratch. And because we have amazing trainers, because we are dedicated and we are passionate about what we are doing, we did it well, and they were able to. So they build projects and stuff and send them to us. And they're amazing.
Amazing. Wow. Amazing. Many thanks. Yeah, so I'll speak to George. George, now back to you again. You are the trainer here. I want you to I see a lot of things line up here. I don't know what is going on here. So what are we looking at right now?
So when in developing a robot, first you need to see the component that you'll be needing. We have the hardware and then you have the software. But then even with the hardware, we have the parts that are input and the parts that are output. Look at something like this, and it's an intelligent brake. And this one, for example, you can hold it. This one, for example, behaves like the brain of the robot. You get it?
So this is like the engine.
This is this is the engine. This is where all the thoughts and code goes to before the robots can do. And we also have sensors. Something like this. This is a touch sensor, for example. This kind of sensors allow us to, give the robot the ability to pick data from the environment and then interact with it. We have ultrasonic sensors, and among others. And then we have some things like the large motor, for example.
What's the function of the motor?
Well, the large motor allows it to. The motor in general allows it to move around. When you want to build, for example, let's say a human leg. You see the way our leg can move around. And you want to attach. You want to build the robot to have that kind of movement. That's when you use the motors and stuff. Yes. And then the sensor, for example, I mentioned about it. So the touch sensor, for example, what the human being does, and then so like I was saying, the touch sensor, for example, mimics the skin. So we are just trying to do what exactly the human being is doing, but in a robot version, so that the students can relate with that. So we start from there, then we go there.
Wow. So, but how long does it take to develop a robot? Is it a lot of time?
Well, it depends on the capacity of the person building it. It doesn't involve much time in building. Yes. If you understand what you are doing, if you go through the whole training process and you understand what you are doing, it's super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
And what about the coding aspect? I know it's a lot of mathematics, and I don't really like math myself. But yeah.
Well, the logic behind the programming is easy. This programming is not text-based. I mean, it's not the zeros and ones and the Python and stuff that people see, but it's actually block-based programming. So the block-based programming, you just drag and drop, and then you kind of understand the logic behind what is going on. That's what is important.
So you conceptualize and develop it from the laptop.
Yeah, we do it from the laptop. Download the code to the system, and you build from here. You download the code to there, and the robot will work with it. Yes.
So Jonathan mentioned something very briefly about expensive. I want to come down to the raw materials. Do you source this locally, or you import them from somewhere?
Well, we have to buy it online, and it involves a lot of shipping, and but yes, we get them from online stores outside.
All right. George, thank you so much. I'll just go back to Jonathan. Jonathan, just final words before you take us through the process and how some of the robots work. You as Innovtech and also as a business, where do you want to see this going? Because I know you've been helping the students develop them.
So we are looking at expanding. We are currently partnered with the Ghana Education Service. We are also looking forward to having corporate sponsors on board who would be able to give access of this quality experience to these underserved schools. because mostly it's only the rich schools that have this. So you can have schools there that do not have this, and they are left out. They are not into it. So we are looking at giving access to them as well, because education is a right. Everyone has to be educated, and you can't leave anyone out. So that is what we are doing. So we are looking forward to the corporate sponsors, especially, and then the government to assist us in bringing access to.
Right. There you have it. I've been speaking with Jonathan and George, the founder and also the trainer for Innovtech, which is a STEM center helping students to develop and code robots. Very briefly, I'll be speaking with some students who have also been involved in creating and developing these robots. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that break. I have here with me one of the students here at the Innovtech STEM Center, and his name is Sly. He's going to tell me what exactly that he's been working on. Sly, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Fine.
Yeah, great. So what exactly am I looking at right now?
You're looking at a robot that can lift up objects.
Okay. So what was the process like for you developing this?
First, you have to build the robot. Then after that, you have to program the robot to it. So when you uploaded the code to the robot.
Okay. So you just didn't build it, you do the coding and all of that.
Do the coding, everything.
Do you like mathematics? Do you like coding?
Yes, I like maths.
Yeah, and it's been good for you so far.
Please.
Do you have any plans of being an aeronautics engineer or robotics engineer or something?
Yes, please.
Okay. What do you seek to get out of this?
With robots and this one, we can help our environment. So let's say something like some of the objects are there that are very heavy for human beings to lift up. We can create robots that will do that work for us. And this is something like automate tasks and those kind of things.
Okay. All right, great. So I'll move to some of your colleagues and I'll ask them how they befriend. And so yeah, I've been speaking with Sly. I'll move to Priscilla and Amanda. They're all students here at Laboni Secondary School, and they're part of the STEM Innovtech STEM Learning Center. You're Priscilla, right?
Yes, please.
Yes. So how's it been for you so far, having to develop robots?
Okay, it wasn't that tedious, but we did teamwork and we built it.
Okay. Yeah, but what do you seek to achieve with developing this?
Yes, so it takes things and moves with it, and it's making moving with it easier than a normal human being doing it the manual way. Yes, so it makes it easier and faster.
Okay. Yeah. And I'll come to Amanda. Amanda, how are you?
I'm okay.
Yes. So you personally, what do you seek to achieve as being part of this class, like developing and creating robots?
Oh, okay, so me being part of this class will help me bring some robots such as this one to help us move certain items. Yeah.
Okay. But do you have any plans of being a robotic engineer in the future?
Yeah. Yes, I can help build some robots to improve our conditions in Ghana.
But what course are you studying here?
Science.
Science. What about you, Priscilla?
General science.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Yes, I've been speaking with Priscilla, Amanda, and also Sly. They are students here at Laboni Secondary School, and through the help of Innovtech, which is a STEM center, they are developing and creating their own robots to solve problems in society. They've been my guests on this week's edition of BizTech. My name is Maoli Ahonmeka. Many thanks for watching.
Thank you, Maoli Aholumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. Stay tuned. Effective today, 1st April 2022, retailers are going to sell bag of sachet water for 8 Ghana cedis. This was disclosed by the National Association of Sachet and Packaged Water Producers. In a press statement signed by its president, the association stated that this has become necessary due to the cedi's depreciation and the increase in the price of fuel, which is a major part of the distribution process. It also noted that the cost of inputs has also shot up, leading to an increase in related products. According to them, this have necessitated that Ice bottled water, that is the 500 ml, will be retailed at 2 cedis, and the 750 ml, or what we call the medium size, will be sold at 2 cedis 50 pesos. Then the small size will go, no, or the bigger size rather, will go for 3 cedis 50 pesos. Iced sachet water will also remain unchanged at 40 pesos. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has expressed enthusiasm over the passage of the e-levy bill. According to him, despite stiff opposition, protracted and sometimes acrimonious proceedings that have surrounded the passage of the bill, he is happy the House has passed the tax measure under a certificate of urgency. He said this during the State of the Nation address on March 30th, 2022. Meanwhile, Parliament has adopted a revised rate of 1.5% for the electronic transfer levy from an initial 1.75% proposed by government.
Despite the protracted and sometimes acrimonious nature of proceedings, I'm happy that the House has finally found it possible to pass the e-levy bill. I believe strongly the levy is going to make a significant contribution to revenue mobilization and the management of the national economy. And I want to thank members of the House for making this possible. Mr. Speaker, there are many problems that we have to overcome to get back to where we ought to be. I need your support. No president, no parliament, no government can undertake this task all by themselves. We need all Ghanaians to pull and push together.
Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta has hinted that the implementation of the electronic transfer levy will commence in May this year. According to him, the Ghana Revenue Authority and the Controller and Accountant General's Department will be the revenue collectors for this levy.
I think it's really exciting because for the first time, we are going to be able to literally have everybody paying taxes. And that's phenomenal. And that creates a certain awareness of governance and a certain personal interest in protecting the public purse. And I think that's important. You know, when people to begin to feel that, hey, my money is in there, so I'm not going to, it's not the Minister of Finance who has to come and catch anybody. And that changes the spirit of the country. And I think that really may be the most important element to that. We indicated that GRA has promised us, but in May, we should get that done. In May.
The government is working assiduously to introduce the first ever battery-powered electric buses as well as gas-powered buses for public transport. The Deputy Minister of Transport, Frederick Obing Adom, has announced. According to him, the move forms part of a number of interventions that would help serve an important leverage to set the tone for the gradual decarbonization of the road transport sector. He said this when he was speaking on behalf of the Transport Minister, Kweku Ofori-Esiama, at a regional stakeholders meeting on the National Energy Transition Plan at Techiman. The Finance Ministry has noted that ATM withdrawals will not attract the 1.5% charge on electronic transfers. Also, same-person transactions will not attract the e-levy. The e-levy is a tax imposed on electronic transfers charged at the time of transfer. The levy shall be administered by the GRA and collected through licensed banks, specialized deposit-taking institutions, payment service providers, and electronic money issuers. According to the Finance Ministry, this is to help widen the tax net and also afford Ghanaians the opportunity to contribute to the nation building. In a document explaining which transactions or otherwise the e-levy will affect, the Finance Ministry noted that loan repayment will also not attract the levy if the recipient is registered with the GRA for income tax or VAT. Otherwise, the sender will pay for the e-levy. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has signed into law the e-levy. The decision comes after the e-levy was passed by Parliament on March 29th under a certificate of urgency in the absence of minority lawmakers who staged a walkout when the bill was at the consideration stage before the second and third readings. The levy, which has courted controversy since its announcement in Parliament, will now be implemented to cover electronic transfers, including mobile money, bank transfers, among others. Despite stiff opposition, the tax measure will fill revenue gaps and help address the country's revenue mobilization and economic management. Meanwhile, Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, during the consideration stage, announced an amended rate for the levy from a proposed 1.75% to 1.5%. It will apply to electronic transactions that are more than 100 cedis on a daily basis. He argued that the implementation of the e-levy will rake in 6.9 billion cedis in revenue for the 2022 fiscal year. Although the levy has been passed and assented into law, the minority caucus in Parliament have on numerous occasions described the levy as regressive and one that would erode gains made towards a cashless economy and cripple businesses in the informal sector. That's all for today, and thank you for joining us on the most watched business show in the country. BizTech airs every Friday on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. But before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. Once again, I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.